Oh, sorry to hear that. Really? Really? Wow. 4 people. Good, how are you?
Good morning. It is 10:02. This is Tuesday, November 10th, and I open this regular scheduled commission meeting. With us today, we have City Manager Lear, City Attorney Slayton, Commissioner Emmerich, Commissioner Carazone, myself, Vice Mayor Luke, sitting in, presiding because Mayor McDowell cannot be with us personally, but she is to be with us audibly. Is she there?
Madam Vice Mayor, while we're waiting, would you just please announce for the record that we do have a quorum of in-person attendees today?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, when I finish, while we're waiting for her to voice, we have recording secretary.
Can you hear me?
Goodman and city clerk Taylor. And in the back, because we have to have our chief with us, Chief Garrison is here also. City attorney, would you state what is going on with being able to have this hybrid meeting, please?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we are having a standard meeting with one commissioner attending remotely based on extraordinary circumstances that are medically based. Mayor McDowell cannot be in the room with us today, but she is here on telephone. Under the law, her presence cannot count toward a quorum. So it's important that we have an in-person quorum of commissioners. Today we have 3 out of 5 in person, which constitutes a quorum. And Mayor McDowell will be able to participate fully in the meeting and vote via electronic means.
Hello.
Thank you. At this
Hello,
point in time,
hello.
I want to recognize past Commissioner Hanks,
Hello.
who's in the audience, and also Joan Morgan, who's past commissioner also. And then if we'll stand, I'm going to ask Commissioner Carazone, this is her last regular official scheduled meeting. So we're going to ask her to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance
To the United States of America,
United States of
and to
America,
the republic
and to the republic for which it
one
stands,
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
is for all.
Thank you.
Are we able to reach Mayor McDowell yet?
Vice,
She said she's here and she can hear us, and for some reason we
hello.
can't hear. IT's working on it.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will go ahead and have an approval of the agenda, but there's some switching around that we're going to want to do because of some time-sensitive issues. I would like to see for the city manager, 5C and 6E come after the announcements. Those are time sensitive. And then I would like to see 5H and 5G come after consent.
All right, hold on a second. Oh, here we go. 5C
5C and 6E
and 6E.
come after the announcements. Those are time sensitive.
I'm just making
And
sure
then-
what they are. Hold on.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh,
And then-
C.
Hello.
5H and 5G after consent.
She's here.
Hi. Can you guys
wondered
hear
what
me?
that was. I thought it was a child in the audience for me.
Yeah.
5H and then 5G after consent.
Okay.
Are there any other adjustments that need to be made? The numbering was a little different in this. Any other adjustments? Right.
Well, yeah.
Can I get a motion to have those adjustments made, please?
Okay, move to approve the agenda with the adjustments of having 5C and 6E after announcements, and then continuing on to have 5H and 5G after the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you very much. We have a motion in order to accept the agenda as adjusted. We'll go ahead and take the vote. Mayor McDowell, I see you have voted. Are you able to utilize the system?
If you can hear me, Vice Mayor, yes, I am. I did use the system.
Okay, thank you.
I hope it registered.
It did. All right, that is passed
Excellent.
4-0, so we have an adjusted.
And Vice Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
may I have the floor for just a couple seconds because Vice the City Attorney, I need to make an announcement.
Okay,
So because of the advice of my doctor, since I had been exposed to COVID-19 and I have a known exposure, he said out of the abundance of caution that I quarantine. I found out that there's a rapid test, so I'm going to be calling him as soon as this meeting is over so that hopefully I'll be able to get a rapid test and pass it so that I can be there for the swearing in ceremony on Saturday. But that is why I'm not here. I have 0 symptoms. I'm perfectly fine. And I apologize for any inconvenience to my board members and staff and to the citizens for not being in attendance, but I'm glad I'm able to do it remotely. Technology is wonderful, and thank you very much, City Attorney and Mr. Hall, for all your assistance.
all right, thank you, ma'am. Now we'll go on to public comment. I do have a card here from Ms. Morgan, and then I have one from Chris Hanks. Because your item is in the consent agenda, do you want to speak during public comment?
I think we have to pull it because I can't vote on it. I'm assuming it's the one that you submitted last time. I don't know what the public comment is.
And it's already being pulled anyway.
Okay, so,
So wait until that point.
No, I had it
Ms.
all.
Morgan, thank you.
I'm just here today because I want to give some more thanks to Vanessa Carasone. There's things you don't know, folks. First of all, no one, it's kind of like FDR, no one can be president more than 2 terms. Well, no one can be commissioner more than Vanessa has been. Vanessa became, that's it. I mean, after her, man, they broke the code. I won't say because of you, but I'll say after you.
no, it was because of me. Like,
She not only was a commissioner, but actually she was a commissioner at the age of 32 years and 87 days, which I'm sure Dave Garofalo checked on because he was a commissioner at 32 years and 72 days.
yes.
So she was the second youngest elected we had, and I was 32 years and 150 days. Okay. One served younger, and that was Cord Meller, but he was never elected because there was no one that was going to oppose him. You don't understand all that Vanessa has done, okay? Just being up there for 12 years is enough to, take anybody out. I mean, it is really, really hard. All the decisions, all the advice, all the studying and everything else. But Vanessa goes back, and here's some decisions. The Business and Landowners Association of Tamiami Trail, kind of like headed by the famous, wonderful, God love him, John Zagner Bellney. But I will tell you, if it wasn't for her and Dick Lockhart and Barbara Gross and those on that committee, we might not be the city we are today. Because of that group, 41 is now a place of beauty instead of looking like strip mall, kind of like some of Charlotte County is, okay? And it is because of that committee forcing us to make it beautiful. And those were huge decisions, and that was a huge battle, and that was huge money from people like Walmart and everyone else who had to cough up an extra, $1 million or something? It was unbelievable, but they did it, and now we have a city that people can be proud of, and it's distinguishing itself from other cities. Because of her, we have the activity centers, okay? If you take Vanessa out of the mixture, if you take her out of the vote, I don't think we would have the centers that we have today. The aquatic center, okay, some people are looking at it and saying we need more numbers. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for COVID, I don't know how we would keep anybody out of that aquatic center. We have now put an aquatic center again as the center of Northport, as the Northport pool was once upon a time,
Yeah.
back in the 60s and 70s. But that aquatic center certainly is something we need to thank you for. Thank you for your role in it. Vanessa has done so much for kids. She's done so much for people. She's done so much for us. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't have what we had. And just a week ago, when I got to the haunted trails, who was up in a tree? Vanessa.
Hootie owl.
Yeah, right next to you.
Yes, absolutely.
Before me.
Yeah, but thank God you came because my back was killing me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Morgan.
you.
All right, announcements.
I actually have a public comment as well.
You have one. Thank
Yes.
you very much.
This is Connie Bruni. The U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of our country. The first 10 of the 27 constitutional amendments are collectively known as the Bill of Rights, delineating specific protections of individual liberty, justice, and placing restrictions on the powers of government. Source Wikipedia. Both the U.S. and Florida's Constitution begins with these words, "We the people," in order to remind us that the government exists to serve its citizens, not vice versa. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution provides government form obstructing the exercise of certain individual freedoms, religion, speech, press, assembly, and rights to petition the government. The amendment guarantees, among others, the right to express and to be expressed to a wide range of opinions and views. It is intended to ensure a free exchange of ideas, even unpopular ones. Source Wikipedia. Florida Constitution, Article 1, Section 4. Every person may speak, write, and publish sentiment on all subjects. City Charter, Article 2, Section 2.01b. The City Commission shall consist of 5 commissioners elected by the voters of the city. Even the city's organizational chart shows the citizens above the City Commission. You were elected to manage our liberty and justice by proxy as a matter of sacred public trust. Some of you have failed to uphold this trust miserably. Anyone who dares to disagree with certain commissioners' agendas or opinions is subject to public slander, libel, and other ridicule. At the last meeting, 2 commissioners can be heard making fun of the way I walk because I have a 12-inch steel rod in my spine. That's really professional. On 11/19/16, I told the City Commission, we the citizens will be watching. We will be reading, we will be requesting, and we will be reporting on your activities. I upheld what I said, but some of you lost sight of the reason for public service to serve the public, not to serve yourself at our expense. I hope civility returns to the dais beginning Saturday. That's all.
That's all. All right, would you go ahead with the announcement,
Yes.
please, City Clerk? Thank you.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Board of Trustees, Northport Youth Council, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utility Advisory Board, and Zoning Board of Appeals. The upcoming expirations for the following advisory boards and committees: Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Northport Youth Council, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, and Public Utility Advisory Board. 1 Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota-Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization's Citizen Advisory Network. If anyone would like more information, please see the City Clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And because of the adjusted agenda, we're going to go now to 5C. And so, Clerk, you're on a roll. Would you please read that by title only?
Ordinance number 2020-41, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, supplementing ordinance number 92-30 as previously amended and supplemented, which ordinance number 92-30, among other things, authorizes the issuance from time to time of the City of Northport, Florida, utility system revenue bonds, authorizing the issuance by the city of not exceeding $16,500,000 principal amount of a City of Northport, Florida utility system revenue bond, Series 2020, in order to refinance all the city's outstanding loans with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection in order to achieve debt service savings, providing perimeters for certain terms and details of such bond, and authorizing the negotiated sales of said bond to TD Bank N.A. pursuant to its proposal and in accordance with such perimeters, delegating certain authority to the city manager and other officers of the city for the authorization, execution, and delivery of the Series 2020 bond and various other documents with respect thereto, providing certain other provisions with respect to such Series 2020 bond, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. City Attorney, is this yours to introduce, be City Manager? Okay.
No, ma'am, I think the city manager can cover it. We also have our special bond counsel, Steve Miller, here with us today to address the issue as needed.
City Manager?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is the second reading. It's a bond refinancing. By accomplishing this refinancing, we'll save the ratepayers of our utility a little more than $1.25 million, as well as cutting 6 years off the back end of the bonds. So it'll be paid off earlier. We went into more detail on this on the first one, and as was stated, the bond counsel is here as well. But with that, I'll just turn it over to you since it's the second reading.
Is there staff or the gentleman want to speak to this?
They're just here to address questions at this
Here,
point.
Okay. Commission, do you have any questions on this? Mayor McDowell, do you have any questions on this?
No, ma'am, I'll be happy to make a motion if you're ready.
I don't see any lights on to speak, so go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-41 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor by Mayor McDowell to approve ordinance number 2020-41, seconded by Commissioner Carazone. Anyone want to speak to that?
I will, well, if Mayor McDowell was the one who made the motion, so she gets the first shot.
Do you have anything that you want to say, Mayor McDowell?
I love it when they save the taxpayers and the customers of the utility department money. Thank you very much, everyone.
Commissioner Carazone?
Yes, I want to thank Mr. Lear because I'm sure that this was kind of in his wheelhouse with the financing. Everybody's kind of looking around, trying to find ways to take advantage of the lower interest rates. And I think this is a good move, and I am looking forward to many other good moves.
I also appreciate what's being done. I believe you said in the last meeting, you gave some high credit to our representatives. So thank you very much. So without any further comments, let's go ahead and take the vote. That ordinance is approved 4-0. Thank you very much. All right, we will move on to 6E. That is a discussion and possible action regarding request for assistance from McDowell Housing Partners for Arbor Park Affordable Housing Development. City Manager, would you like to introduce the item, please?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As you may recall, we've had some of these come forward in the past. They're looking for us to provide assistance. This is McDowell Housing Partners. I have Ms. Galehouse here as well from our planning division. Some of your options are to defer $50,000 of impact fees for a year, waive the impact fees, or provide a $50,000 match to the project, which would require a budget amendment or use of the money that you have in contingency. Like I said, we've had many of these in the past. The applicant is here as well. But if you have any questions, we have a presentation for you too.
Can we make sure to iterate that this is not in any way related to Mayor McDowell?
And that's why I wanted to speak.
This is not, this seems to be.
Could I please speak, Vice Mayor?
I'm going to go ahead and allow Mayor McDowell to speak because it does carry the last name as she.
Yeah, who would have thought twice in 4 years my name would become so popular with things that are completely unrelated to me? And Vice Mayor, thank you for allowing me to set the record straight. I do not know who these people are. They obviously no relation to me whatsoever, and I just want that clearly stated on the record so that there is no impression of any impropriety. I don't know who these people are, and I'm sure they will vouch that they don't know who I am.
They're about to introduce
Thank you.
themselves to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor McDowell. Staff, I believe you said you had a presentation?
The applicant has a presentation, so I'll invite him up for that.
Could you introduce him for us,
Yes,
please?
his
Thank
his
you.
name's Danny Lopez, and he's with the McDowell Housing Group.
Mr. Lopez, thank you. Yeah, is he going to be using the computer?
Yes, I'll be using the computer.
Guys prepared? Thank you.
All right. So again, I'm Danny Lopez with McDowell Housing Partners, and no, we do not have any relation to the mayor. It is just a coincidence. I'd like to thank the commission for considering this request and also the planning staff for being so helpful in answering all our questions. So I'll go over a brief overview of Florida Housing Finance Corporation, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. They administer various affordable housing funding programs, including the State Apartment Incentive Loan or SALE program. And we're intending to utilize the SALE program to help fund our proposed development, which is called Arbor Park. So that's located in Activity Center 5 at the southeast corner of West Price Boulevard and Citizens Parkway. So McDowell Housing Partners is an affiliate of McDowell Properties, which was established in 2004. And since then, the parent company has acquired over 40,000 units, acquired or developed 40,000 units throughout the country. This is a brief overview of the company. So these properties are generally located, as you can see on the screen, in blue, the southeast, the south, west coast. So our mission is to develop high-quality housing communities that provide our workforce and seniors with a safe and sustainable place to call home. And we employ a vertically integrated structure, which has yielded success in various affordable housing funding programs, including SALE and CDBG. So in 2019, since 2019, we've been awarded funding on 7 affordable housing developments, which represents almost 700 units. And 5 of those have been through Florida Housing Finance Corporation, the other 2 with Texas, the equivalent agency in Texas. So going on to Arbor Park. As I mentioned, located at the southeast corner of West Price Boulevard and Toledo Blade and in Activity Center 5. So Arbor Park will cater to an elderly demographic. That's 55 years or older head of household. And it's expected to include 76 one-bedroom units and 60 two-bedroom units for a total of 136 units in a 3 to 4 story building. So it's proximate to Publix, Sarasota Memorial Hospital, Toledo Blade Elementary, and public transportation, all of which are great indicators of a successful multifamily development. And also they meet the Florida housing goals and preferences. 90% of the units will be set aside as affordable to households earning 60% or less of the AMI of Sarasota County. And it's not reflected here in this table, but 10% of the units, it is in the letter, but 10% of the units will be for 30% or less of the AMI. In terms of affordability, about 39% of renter households in the city of Northport spend more than 30% of their annual income on housing, which is considered cost burdened. And 42% of all households in Sarasota County are cost burdened. And that's information from the Workforce Housing Action Plan prepared by the Florida Housing Coalition in November of 2018. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, all the effects remain to be seen, but it is likely that this will have an effect on housing affordability. So the elevations on the slide are representative of of what Arbor Park may look like. We take a lot of pride in the look and aesthetics of our developments, which are often indistinguishable from market rate developments in the same community. Our developments are often built to a higher quality and standard than comparable market rate communities, and that is because of various requirements by Florida Housing Finance Corporation, including green building certifications, which we are committing to certify the project under NGBS. This is another elevation. Typical clubhouse. This is a typical one-bedroom unit, which would be approximately 700 square feet. This would feature full-size range, refrigerator, dishwasher, laundry closet with hookups. This is a typical two-bedroom floor plan. Of course, all the same appliances and features, and it would be approximately 900 square feet.
Would you hold up a second? Mayor McDowell, there's a lot of noise coming across.
I'm sorry. I forgot to mute it. I apologize. I'm getting used to this.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir. I apologize, Mr.
No
Lopez.
problem. So our ask is, according to the Florida Housing's sale application requirements, we need to demonstrate a local government contribution in the amount of $50,000. Now, we prefer a grant in the amount of $50,000, but to give you all the most flexibility, we've provided the option to provide either a grant, a loan, a fee waiver, or a fee deferral. So if Arbor Park is funded, the city would see various benefits, including a approximately $25 million project, a beautiful addition to Citizens Parkway, satisfaction of the portion of Activity Center 5's fostering low-income housing for very low and low-income households, addition of new short and long-term jobs with the management company, and of course, enhance affordable housing choices for the city of Northport. This is our expected timeline. The sale application is due just in a few days. The award is generally provided in June of the following year, so that's June 2021. Our financial closing would be in May 2022, thereabouts. These dates are tentative and subject to change, but this is what we expect. And we would complete the construction of the project around October of 2023. So again, we will be certifying the development under NGBS, which is a green building certification program. All of the dwelling units will feature solid surface countertops, plywood cabinets, luxury vinyl tile flooring, full-size Energy Star appliances. And to achieve our efficiency level for NGBS, we'll be implementing low-flow plumbing fixtures, SEER 15 HVAC systems, high-efficiency impact windows, and again, Energy Star qualified water heaters and appliances, and LED lighting. So that concludes the presentation. If there are any questions, I can answer them.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Carazone, I saw your light on earlier, so I'm going to go ahead and start with you.
Real quickly, first of all, what is the NMI of Sarasota County that you are working off of? Because Sarasota County can actually be much different than the city of Northport.
So the Florida Housing's requirements are that we use the AMI as published by HUD, and then Florida Housing publishes those same AMIs on their website in their own format. And I don't recall what the exact number is at this time, but those are the ones that we're required to use.
Okay.
Hey, Danny. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
CEO of McDowell Housing Partners. He's joining us remotely.
Oh, someone else remote.
Yeah.
Hi, sorry. Thank you, Mayor McDowell, commissioners. Danny did a great presentation, but I can certainly pull that up as I'm here at my desk to give you an overview of the Sarasota County AMIs for 2020. They are adjusted annually, as Danny had mentioned, by HUD. And so they may vary. In fact, we are looking at probably a little stagnation, if not a decrease in the AMIs, but I don't suspect it'll be too much going into 2021. So this will give you a pretty good idea of what the income levels that will be required to qualify to live in our housing are. And then the rents are set on a maximum basis, and then we provide a utility allowance to those rents for a net rent that the tenant would actually pay. So the rents that you see as published are not necessarily the rents that the tenant will actually pay. But they are, just to add a couple things to the program. This is not a subsidized development by HUD. There's no operating subsidy, no guarantee that we receive our rent payments. We do have market risk in the development. We have a private investor who invests in these tax credits, as well as the state who provides a subordinate loan product. And they have a lot of hooks in us. And we need to maintain the integrity of the property and the operations and the covenants that we have within the various loan documents and operating agreements, which establish that we have a high quality tenant as well. So I know people hear low income housing and there's a natural stigma associated with it. But I think the product and the tenant base that you're seeing is really in the workforce. It's not the A+ market rate developments with huge swimming resort style pools and golf simulators, but it's quality housing of the same vein with the fewer amenities, serving basically the same people who are on the lower end of that spectrum. So as we're talking, I'm happy to pull that up if you'd like.
I would like.
And
Thank you.
would you give us your names for the record, please, sir?
Christopher Shear.
Mr. Lopez, can you identify who is speaking for us, please,
Yes,
for
this
the
is
record?
Christopher Shear. He is the COO of McDowell Housing Park.
Shear? Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Shear. While you're pulling that up, I would also like to ask, what I heard is that you're looking to cater to the workforce, but yet you're also looking to cater to the aging. So the aging predominantly will be on the retired end, which is not necessarily going to bring in the same income as a workforce. So which is it?
So speaking
Oh,
to
that's a
that,
good question.
yeah,
Go ahead, Danny.
Chris, if you want to take it, that's fine.
It's sort of a mix because it is a 55+ restricted community, but in our operations, we see a lot of households still in the workforce at 55+. A lot of couples who have recently empty nested and moved to a smaller household, but still both in the workforce, or one of the two is in the workforce. So we see that primarily in the 55 to 62. If it is restricted at a 62 and older population, we do see more fixed income households where they are living on pensions and Social Security versus having recurring income through employment.
So once they reach 65, are they no longer allowed to be in the development?
No,
Once they
no.
get in, they get in.
So yeah, there's no high end of the age limit. It's 55 or older as a head of household.
Okay.
They can be, as old as 70, 80.
Okay. And then I'm waiting for the rents, what they will be stacked. What is your estimated guess? I understand that everything changes, don't get me wrong.
So these estimated
And the
rents,
income base.
right? So I believe Chris is going to pull up the income requirements, but for the 60%,
I can
AMI,
talk to the income requirements. I could actually put them up on my screen. I believe I can do a share screen if that's helpful. Let's see if that works.
So the 60% rent for a 1-bedroom is $861, and I believe that is gross, not including the reduction of a utility allowance. And the 2-bedroom at 60% AMI is $1,033. That's 90% of the units will be at those rates.
90% of the units will be at $1,033 a month with utilities, correct?
With the utilities, correct?
With the utilities.
There will be a utility allowance applied. So including into utilities, the idea is that they would get a maximum of $1,033
Okay.
for a 2-bedroom unit.
And that's 90% of them, and that's for a 1-bedroom?
That's for a 2-bedroom.
A 2-bedroom. Okay, but you said that for the 1-bedroom would be $861.
Correct.
Okay, so I got you now. And then what's the income requirements? I'm sorry, that's what I was looking for.
So I believe they're up.
So
on
I'm not
screen.
sure if you can see this on the screen,
I
but this
can.
is okay, perfect. This is the chart that we sort of live by. It does depend on household size. So there is a variation with more households or more people in the household. the amount of income increases. So at the 60% level, if you were a one-person household looking for a one-bedroom unit, and you made $32,160 or below, you would qualify as of 2020. If you are a two-bedroom household or two-person household, you would qualify for either the one or two bedroom, of course, and that would be $36,720 and so forth down the line. And same with the 30% rental incomes. In order to qualify for those 10% of the units, which are set aside to the very low income levels, you would only be able to live there if you qualified as, and generally these are the seniors who are on the fixed incomes at these levels.
So the 30%, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, but the 30%, what does that represent?
It's the 30% AMI units. So 10% of our units are set aside at 30% of the area median income. So of the 136 units, we'll have 14 units that are set aside at 30% of the area median income, meaning that those, in order to qualify for those units, you would have to earn at or below these established income limits.
So
for
those
those
are more
10%.
those who are on pensions and, okay, I gotcha. And then the 60% would be more based off of those who are actually workforce. I understand now. All right, is there a way we can get this chart, by the way, because this is awesome?
Absolutely.
Okay. My next question is to staff. Thank you very much. Christopher out there.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Did not we approve this in the past? Was it, I thought it was this exact area, and I thought it was with the McDowell Group, and I'm a little confused as to why we're
I asked
talking
that
about this.
question the end of last week and haven't gotten an answer, so I'm anxious to hear this.
For the record, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. A few years ago, we did get a series of applications. This was the last year we actually had the budget amount set aside for the low-income housing tax credit program. We had one applicant come in. It was Southport Developers, and they presented, I think, 2 or 3 sites. I think it was 2. It was this site and the site across the street. They received state financing for the one across the street, which is Palmport Apartments, which recently broke ground. This is not the same group that was here at the time, or was in that application.
All right, so they received the monies across the street for Palm Court. That's a little bit more of a family workforce. It's not really kind of the same project that we're talking here. It's geared towards a totally different,
Clientele.
thank you, clientele. But they received what from the city?
So they received a $50,000 match from the city. I know that was recently applied, but I'm not certain how. I was out of the office when that was done.
Okay.
But I know that was recently applied to their account, and that was from the 2018 or
Correct.
2019 fiscal year budget.
Okay, so we need to find out how that 50,000 was applied to that project.
Yes, ma'am, we'll get that for you.
Okay.
We'll get a memo sent to the commission to let you know how it was applied.
But we kind of need that before this decision because,
Well, that was done through it was a match. How it actually played out in the match, there's different ways that can actually be
Okay.
applied, but
Okay.
it was done through the match option of the option that you were presented today.
I see what you're saying. So if
I
we just,
do have that answer.
you have an answer. God bless you,
I'm
Christopher.
sorry to jump in. We just reviewed their credit underwriting report from the state. They have closed the financing, so they have a produced report which specifies exactly the form of each of the sources of funding, including the $50,000 grant from the city of Northport. So it was in the form of a grant.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at, because if we're going to try and be equal, it should be the same thing. Okay, so there's that. And then as far as just real, this is kind of not really on topic with this particular Arbor Park, but the Palm Court Apartments, they come in at that AMI from 2018. Is that correct? Or does that change once they get their CO? So the same with this one. While we're looking at these numbers now, when does that AMI and those rents get fixed at CO or right now as we?
The applicant can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe it changes annually based on the current AMI that's published.
That's correct. HUD publishes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Daniel Lopez, McDowell Housing Partners. That is correct. HUD publishes the annual median incomes annually, as well as Florida Housing republishes them, but they are from HUD, and they're published annually.
Okay.
They would go into effect at the time that we place in service and complete the development and start lease up. So I think that answers the question more
Yeah.
directly, is that we
Okay.
would be at CO. And here's just a little nuance of the program. Once a resident is in the unit, and if they over income qualified, they would not then be subject to removal from the unit. So once the rents are established, they can go up, but the resident's income can go up as well, which is an interesting little nuance, but it provides people with stability.
So it doesn't kick anyone out because they've now gone above
That's correct.
nor below. Okay, all right. Once they're in, they're in. But their rents could go up based on their income.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. And 10% is going to be at the,
30% of AMI level.
10% is going to be at the 30% AMI level. Okay. And then we'll get that chart, which will kind of give us a little bit better picture. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Carazone. Mayor McDowell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So when I'm looking at this, how many residential units are allowed in totality in Activity Center 5?
So this is based on an acreage level. It's 27 acres of high density and 27 acres of medium density. They
I'm sorry.
currently have 26.5 acres that has been vested. So there's half an acre of high density left and 27 acres of medium density, and that's how we came up with this calculation of 136 units to meet that last requirement.
So is that including this potential development?
The potential development was the number of units is calculated based on what's left available.
Okay, and I apologize because part of it broke up and I only got 27 acres
Of high
is,
density, there's 27 acres each of high density and medium density. What we have vested through the entire activity center is 26.5 acres of high density.
so that basically is saying you only have a half an acre left of high density for residential units.
Correct. And then 27 acres of medium density.
So what, I guess then what the question is what's the difference between high and medium density?
High density is 15
I don't have
units.
the book with me, I'm sorry.
High density is 15 dwelling units per acre, and medium density is 10 dwelling units per acre.
Thank you. All right, now, in the presentation, I didn't hear anything about this being a 55 and over community. And then I heard somebody say that it was. Could I get some clarity on that?
Yes, it was a 55 and up community. It was stated by the applicant in their presentation.
Okay, so if you're the head of household and you're 55 and you have two teenagers living at home, you could still rent an apartment if you qualified here?
That is correct, Mayor McDowell. This is Danny Lopez with McDowell Housing Partners. The requirement is that the head of household needs to be 55, but it does not exclude people under that age from living in the apartment.
Okay, so now that it's a 55 and older community, I have to ask, are each of these apartment units, are they retrofitted for the elderly, like wheelchair accessible, handicap accessible? Are all of those provisions in place so that while you're looking for stability for the older residents, we got to make sure that they're able to stay there because of their needs may change from the time they're 55 or 60 up until they're 70 or 80.
Absolutely, yes. We have various accessibility requirements that are imposed by Florida Housing. One of them is that any building, any unit that is above the first floor, the building must have at least one elevator. So these buildings will have elevators. In addition to that, the bathrooms, all of them will have reinforced walls, the addition of ADA grab bars, and they will be installed at no cost to the tenant if they require them. So yes, the answer is yes.
And just to add to that, hi, Chris Shear, McDowell Housing Partners. Mayor, we do have fully accessible units. We have uniform federal accessibility standards under Section 504 of the Housing Urban Development Code, which does require us to have 5% fully accessible units, which as a elevator building, 100% of them are accessible. In addition, we do have hearing and audio visual impaired units, which will have various functions and features for anybody who is visually and audio with visual and audio impairments. And then 5% of the units will be structured for mobility impairment. Mobility impairment is, I think, where you were going with your question with wheelchairs, for instance, where we have to determine that there's enough of a radius within the bathrooms and that we have under counter amenities such as the microwaves under counter so they can be accessible. Washers and dryers have to be accessible. So we have a number of units set aside specifically to accommodate any mobility impaired residents.
Thank you for that answer, because that's exactly where I was going with that. If it's an older community, we got to make sure that the needs are met for an older community, especially if they're in a wheelchair, or even with like canes, no tripping hazards through the doorways, and are the wheelchairs accessible through the doorways? So thank you very much for that answer. My final question, Vice Mayor, had to do with on the presentation, it said that there will be 60% of the units will be, 76 of the units will be 1 bedroom and 60% will be 2 bedrooms. And that 60% will be for the AMI adjusted, and that 10% are going to be for the 30% AMI. So I'm seeing a 30% difference. Does that mean market rate?
No.
Mayor McDowell, no, the set-asides, the income requirements, 90% of the units will be set aside for households earning 60% or less of the area median income. The numbers that you were mentioning, the 60 number was for the number of 2-bedroom units in the development. So there will be 60 2-bedroom units, 76 1-bedroom units. 90% of all the units will be at 60% or less of the AMI, and 10% of all the units will be at 30% or less of the AMI.
Thank you for that clarification. Technology is great that I can participate, but it's kind of hard to hear sometimes. So bear with me with my questions. And thank you very much, Vice Mayor. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you very much. I only have a couple, and I'm not sure who will answer it. Would you guys still build it even if you didn't get the grant?
It's an application requirement through the SAIL program for a grant loan fee for a local government contribution. So we would not be able to submit our financing application. without that.
Would that prohibit you from coming into the city with this product?
With this product at these rents, yes, because there would be a large gap in financing that would need to be filled.
Okay. You already answered the second one. You have to have some sort of contribution from the municipality in order to achieve the grant. You have widened, instead of just simply a $50,000 grant, you have those other options that you are requesting also. They will acknowledge that as a contribution, will they?
Florida Housing will acknowledge any of those, a grant, loan, fee waiver, or a fee deferral. We've given you the flexibility to choose which one. It's not all of them that you need to select. We would prefer a grant, but we're giving you the flexibility to decide how you'd like to make that contribution.
And I appreciate that because we are in economic difficulty times. So you guys even bringing this forward and giving the options is superb, in my opinion. So thank you very much. City Clerk.
Vice Mayor, may I chime in?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just a couple of additional points there. The impact fee waivers do have some restrictions to them. Unfortunately, they have to be designated for an affordable housing use. Generally, that's under some city or jurisdictional ordinance that specifies that the impact fee waivers are resolved and in place due to the affordable nature of the property. So with absent that, I don't know that that would qualify for our purposes of this application. But if they are there, certainly is an option. And then I just want to be clear that this funding is, I understand the COVID crisis has created a lot of stress on municipalities, and we're sensitive to that. The reality is that the funding for this project would not be necessary until we are pretty much through construction. So we're talking 2023 in all likelihood would be the latest date of which the financing can come through. And Florida Housing doesn't require that we actually close on the funding. They do require that we demonstrate the commitment to demonstrate support upfront at the application stage, but there actually is no requirement at the end of the day to actually fund this development. And we've been in multiple developments, we found that given the nominal nature of the commitment in the overall scheme of a $25 million development in this case, that the administrative work, the legal work is really not worth the squeeze in some cases. It certainly does help, but if it's a real stressful process to actually convey these dollars, we would consider foregoing it altogether. But we do need it for the application up front to even qualify to submit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scheer. City Clerk, do we have any online comments for this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, thank you very
Vice
much.
Mayor, I do have a follow-up question.
Okay.
Sorry. I wanted to ask about the money, and I appreciate Mr. Chris filling us in that the funding is actually not needed until 2023. But on your application, do we need to have that money available for your application, but then the money not paid until 2023? How does that work, either city manager or Mr. Chris?
I'll take it. It's simply a demonstration of a commitment to fund. There's no specifics as it relates to Florida Housing's requirements that the funding be demonstrated to be in place as of the time of the application or the time the commitment's made. So it doesn't specify the source of revenue neither. So if you had thought that this might come through your home entitlement dollars or through SHIP dollars, and then those dollars are not there, then you can change the source of funding at any time. There's no requirements to specify either now or in the future. So it's really flexible. It's just a commitment, again, to demonstrate that the project's supported overall. I think that's what Florida Housing's intent is here.
Thank you, sir. Does that
So
answer your
that 50
question?
Yes, and I do have just one follow-up. So that $50,000 is just basically for your application to say to the Florida Housing that, hey, the city of Northport has pledged $50,000 and you need that pledge immediately, but then the dollar's not for a few years.
Correct.
And we can figure out how to get those dollars once you've been approved with your application.
Yes, we can figure out the logistics, excuse me, the mechanics and the format of the actual funding post award, well before we close, but that can all come at a later date. This is simply a one-page verification form that says local government has committed to provide X dollars to this development.
Thank you very much. And that is all the questions I have, Vice Mayor.
All right, Commissioner Carazone? do you-
Yeah, I was going to make a motion, but I have a question just to clarify it. If they don't receive the grant, then they don't receive the 50,000. So do I need to make that as part of the motion, number one?
No, but if it doesn't get approved at the state level, then the money doesn't go anywhere.
Okay. Second, do we have to verify exactly when that 50,000 is paid out?
I'm not quite sure, verify.
As in state it in our motion.
I think the best thing that you could do would be to pick one of the three options that are listed in the staff summary of how you want to do it, because if it's an impact fee deferral, then they'll come in later, and that would require an agreement to be entered into. If you're going to do the grant as you did last time, you currently have $50,000 sitting in contingency in the general fund budget. That could come forward as a consent agenda item in the future if this gets approved at the state level. And that's just a single reading. It doesn't even require the budget to be amended because it's already in there. It's just in a different line.
I had thought of that line item also.
Okay, but if we're not
We don't need
talking until 2023,
Thank you.
why would it not be part of next year's contingency?
Thank you.
It could be.
Okay,
My point is if you're looking to know where it would be in this year's budget, we're not going to spend it until it's required to be spent. But if you were, some of the questions revolved around where would we have the money?
oh
You know,
no,
just
I know where we
identifying
have
where
the
we have
money.
it.
I was more worried about making sure that the 50,000 gets put towards the project
Yeah, we'll make sure.
after commencement of the project versus here's 50,000, now you can go and run away. I mean,
We're not that nice.
well,
I believe what city manager has clarified, that even if we did have to produce the 50,000 this year, we could.
correct.
From the
Right, right.
contingency. So it would probably be placed in a budget for next year or the year after.
Yeah,
We
if
could
you all
place it
approve
in.
this, if it gets approved by the state and the money would need to be spent next year, we would ensure that in next year's budget, there was a line item with it in there.
Okay. And 2023 being your date is not necessarily, you could probably make it earlier considering the economic times we're in. Is that possible?
The
Or not.
completion of construction, that's
Yeah.
a general timeline. We gave you October of 2023. It depends on various things, how long the financial closing might take, how long Florida's housing process could continue for. There is an appeal process, which is undetermined,
Okay,
the timeline.
so 2023 may be the earliest.
And it
then.
also depends on how long permitting will take through the city,
Oh, dear God.
so.
Okay, so 2029. All right, so,
No.
well, all right, so, thank you very much.
Are you ready for a motion?
Am ready for a motion.
Please go ahead.
I will,
Do we have
move
public-
to, oh, sorry,
Do we have
what?
public comment?
No,
No?
Do we have
I
public
I
comment?
had I had already asked for that.
Okay.
move to agree to approve, a 50,000 match to the project, which would require a budget amendment at the time that the project is approved by the FHS, FH, Florida Housing Finance
Corporation?
Corp, whatever. Did you get that?
Not really.
Okay.
Would you try that again,
Yes.
please?
Florida Finance what?
Florida Housing Finance Corporation.
Thank you. Florida Housing Finance Corp. Okay, so move to agree to provide a $50,000 match to the project for when the Florida Housing Finance Corporation approves the grant.
All right, there's a motion on the floor
No, that was right.
to approve a 50,000 match to this project following the acceptance of approval of FHFC. Do I have a second?
Thank you
I'll
for
second.
re-saying that because that's exactly what I meant.
That sounds
Okay,
better.
thank you.
And
Right,
I'll
so-
second.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Emmerich already has. I know you're
Thank you.
lagging behind in everything. I know out there in the internet world. All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carazone, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Commissioner Carazone, do you have anything to
Yeah,
that?
just real quickly, I am very happy to see this. You know, people think that these types of projects are bringing in, you know, lower income housing and rental properties, and that's not the case. 900 and something dollars a month, 800 and something dollars a month. That's not low income. That is not what people believe is low income. That is actually very difficult for people. And I look at, you know, some of our vets that are only making $1,500 a month. And it concerns me that they may not be able to afford something as nice as this. So I in no way think that our tiny home project and other things that we've started as an initiative for those particular types of individuals needs to stop, because I think that this is a different level, a different aspect. So I appreciate you for coming in, bringing this to us. And remember that we've had at least 3 of these we've approved, and only 1 so far have we actually had go through. So God bless you, good luck, because it seems to be very tough to get that grant, so.
Exactly. Commissioner Emmerich as the seconder?
Not so, no.
Okay. I appreciate this project also. Loved it when I heard it was 55 and over community. It was great. That was a definite censure. Knowing that we don't have to place it in the budget this year would, you know, affected my vote also. So with that, Mayor
Can I-
McDowell, you have anything you want to say?
Yes, please. Thank you. I want to thank McDowell Partners for this. I think this is a segment of our population that needs housing dramatically. And being that it's a 55 plus community, will help our younger, older generations and our older ones. And I'm very glad to hear that it's going to be more accessible for the elderly with wheelchairs and any handicaps that they may have. So I too wish you luck, and boy, I hope this comes to fruition, and thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take the vote, please.
P.S. Let's stop saying the older population at 55. For those of us who are knocking very closely to that door.
All right, that is approved 4-0. Congratulations, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Shearer. Thank you for thinking of our city and our community with this project. Wish you the best. All
Thank you
right,
very
we
much.
will go on to consent agenda and city manager. Do we have any of them pulled?
Item E and I were both pulled.
All right, and entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, but pulling E and I, please.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda, pulling E and I by Commissioner Carazone, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that? All right, go ahead and vote. That is approved 4-0. So we'll take on consent agenda E. That is the approved plan for the demolishing of the decommissioning, thank you. I'm trying to tear it up, aren't I? And remove the fountain at the Veterans Park. City Manager?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Back in September, the commission directed us, staff, to turn the water off at the fountain and bring back some items related to the decommissioning and removal of this. This was pulled at the request of Mayor McDowell, so I'll just turn it over to her because the plan is attached and see what the questions are.
Mayor McDowell? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to make sure that, one, we own that fountain, and two, find out, and I asked city manager these questions, some kind of a historical reference to how the fountain came to be, and basically who paid to have the fountain put up, and is there an ownership issue with the fountain?
Outs? Isn't it? No.
Sorry?
No, yeah, it was.
We'll have Ms. Belia and Mr. Speak, they're here today.
When we do have someone in the audience that can address
Yeah.
this topic also.
We do.
Go ahead, staff.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. This dates back a long, long time ago to the days of Mayor Gentle. She was actually my first boss. And at that time, she had directed that the fountain be constructed at Veterans Park. The city paid for that fountain. I don't know exactly which fund. It's been a lot of years. But I do know that she was our boss at the time, and she gave that direction.
Yeah, it was very surprising that it was done by the city because I believe it was erected over a weekend. And people going by and there it was. So,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, very, very odd in how it was done. I believe there was some, yes, that's a good way of putting it, some contention with some people back then, exactly. So does that answer your question, Mayor McDowell?
That does, and I do have another question then. It's my understanding that that staff is wanting to put some gravel, decorative rock or gravel around where that fountain is, so that way then the sidewalk would go around the gravelish area. And I'm curious, why can't we just like plant a tree there and make it nice? Because the gravel, it's just going to get kicked up and it's not going to look pretty. I'm trying to look at some other alternatives than just putting rock in there.
Chuck Speak,
Thank you,
Infrastructure
sir.
and Facilities Operations and Maintenance Manager. There's already landscape there surrounding the fountain, and there's already landscape rock in place. So the intent is to match what's there. We can add some existing landscape if needed. But the removal is just to remove it, put gravel back in place. Again, it's just to match what's existing. You could certainly put a tree there. You could put some more bushes there. There's lots of things you could do.
But it's the fountain is going to be removed, which will then have the monument be more visible. And I think a lot more people may stop once they actually see that there's a monument there. And I'm just kind of wondering about the aesthetics of having nothing there except the rock.
Well, again, there's already landscape plants in place. We can
But
add
those
to
are going to
that.
come out with the fountain.
The removal is just for the fountain. The rest of the landscape will remain.
Do you have any further
So
questions?
You're going to have landscaping and then the rock to fill in around the.
I'm sure they'll make it be attractive and blend in so that it's a beautiful area.
Right. That's what's there now, Mayor, is landscape with rock, and the fountain kind of sits set back and in the center. So the intent is just to remove that. We would leave it up to Parks to plant some plants in there at whatever direction you may give them. we would put some rock in there just to make it, to level it out and make it even. So it's just going to match the existing landscape that's there.
Thank you. That's all I have, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Carazone, go ahead.
The $1,748 is what you will do just to remove the actual structure, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then what would happen is if we were to give direction to plant a tree, that would have to come back as a amended budget from a different department, correct?
I don't know that you would have to amend a budget.
Probably the tree,
We-
the tree,
We have landscaping within our budget. As
Okay.
Mr. Speaks said, we'll work with the Parks Division, or Department, excuse me. And, the funding should not be an issue for a tree.
I was
There's some
thinking of
landscaping.
the tree
Tree fund.
money, the tree fund
Yes,
that
ma'am.
is actually intended for this use.
That is correct.
And so if there's monies there versus using district money or general fund money from the Parks Department, that would probably be the most appropriate place.
We can most definitely do that. Yes, ma'am. There is money.
We're talking about one tree.
And
Yes, ma'am.
wouldn't that also cover any shrubbery or plantings or anything? Because to me, a tree is going to block it again.
Right.
I mean, that tree is going to grow up and it's going to prohibit the people from seeing it if a tree is planted in the center there. So I don't want anything blocking that Veterans Memorial. I want people passing by on 41 to see that Veterans Park and see that Veterans Memorial. I don't want a tree sitting in front of it personally myself. So will that funding still, if we put bushes in or low plants or something so that it's
We
not blocked?
do have funding available for that.
That would be out of their funding though. Yeah.
Fine.
But a tree, how would it block it? I mean, we're talking about one tree trunk that would be placed behind it.
Depends on the size of the tree or the
Right.
species of the tree.
Right, because the actual memorial is beyond that point. So if you were at the corner of Biscayne and 41, looking back at an angle, the tree would be in your line of sight to where the actual,
Well, then FDOT wouldn't allow us to plant it anyways then.
no, it's farther back than that, but it is in your line of sight. If you're looking for the monument, back where the flagpole is.
You know what? You guys can deal with the tree deal later. I'm gonna just worry about the decommissioning and if you're,
Oh,
have no
no,
comments, yeah, sorry.
Commissioner Emmerich, please.
Yeah, that was my exact suggestion. Because once you get the fountain out, then we already have 3 and 4 foot tall bushes that are in place already. You will see how wide open it is, so maybe just adding rock in the center is what is necessary. Maybe adding a few plants is what is necessary. You're not gonna see that until they've actually got rid of the fountain and see what they're working with. So get rid of it and move on and let them do their job. That's
I
my
agree.
suggestion.
I agree. Thank you, sir. Is there somebody that wants to make a motion to approve this?
Do we have any public comment on this?
This is agenda item. So
Consent.
I do not have any for this one.
Okay, so Commissioner McDowell.
I'll make a motion, Mayor,
I was,
Vice Mayor.
Commissioner Carazone is making the motion.
okay.
Go ahead.
Approve to decommission the fountain at the Veterans Park.
Second.
Mayor McDowell, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. I was just concerned that when they take the fountain out, they're taking out the bushes, they're taking out everything and then just putting down gravel. So I'm glad to hear that that part is going to be staying and all they're doing is the fountain. So thank you.
Okay, with that, let's go ahead and take the vote. Mayor McDowell, we're
Hang on,
waiting on
guys.
your vote.
I know.
Thank you. That is approved 4-0. So let's go on to the next one, which is consent agenda I. City manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At a previous commission meeting, Commissioner Hanks requested that we have a key to the city presented to Commissioner Carazone. It was directed to fill out the appropriate paperwork, and this is an agenda item to approve the future presentation of a key at the November 14th special meeting. So, and Mayor McDowell requested this be pulled from the consent, so turn it over to her for any questions.
Okay, Mayor McDowell, go ahead.
According to policy that is stated on this document, that the key to the city be presented at the next Thursday recognition meeting. So I think we would need to make sure that there's a motion to have that included for this Saturday to give that direction. But the main reason why I pulled it is because while Commissioner Carasone has done amazing things for our city, and we could never, ever take that away from her, I just feel it's a little awkward for this commission to be voting on it. I think that this is something that future commissions should be voting on. And that's just the only concern that I had. It just seems peculiar to be voting for something for a sitting commissioner that she's going to be receiving friends, on the commission voting for it. It just kind of doesn't set well. And I just wanted to put that out there. That's all.
Okay. Commissioner Carasone, did you want to speak to
Yeah,
this,
just
item?
before you have your public comment, I did fill out a Form 8B. This way I do not vote on this because there is a possible conflict as advised by the city attorney. And not only that, but I do believe that it would be not so good for me to vote on this.
So you would be abstaining.
So I would be abstaining, and I filled out the appropriate form. And one question, I'll give it to the clerk when we're done. It does go to the clerk, right? City attorney? Right? Yes, yes,
Yes, ma'am.
yes from both. I do have a question. Nothing prevents me from questioning and participating. I just cannot vote, correct?
Correct.
Okay. My question is the ordinance about it being proposed on Thursday, is that something that the commission can waive, or how does that work? That was actually mentioned by McDowell.
I'm pulling up your policy on the item.
It does state that, but I
If I
believe
could-
we can change that with a vote of majority.
If I could read what's at the bottom of the form that was submitted.
Well, I think the city attorney is doing that. Trying to make a determination whether that can be changed by vote here.
So the city commission, according to your policy, which was adopted by resolution, this is your policy, commission policy number 2020-02. For a key to the city commission will consider a complete qualifying request for a key to the city during a public meeting, which is what you're doing now. Upon the city commission's approval of a key to the city, the commissioners and the city manager shall be invited to attend the event at which the item is to be awarded, if other than at a scheduled city commission meeting. So the policy does not require that it be at any particular city commission meeting, or even that it be at a commission meeting. And the form, I'm not sure what is on the form, but the form was created by staff and was not part of what the city commission approved. So if the form says something contrary, your policy that was adopted by resolution controls.
I appreciate you stating that. And city clerk, that's something we need to correct on the form. So that addresses that for everybody.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Nope.
We have two people going to give public comment. Chris Hanks, first of all, and Joan Morgan, second.
Thank you, Commission. I am anonymous. I don't want anybody to know who I am as I stand up here today.
You got a different hat on, so we didn't know you.
From, that's how you can know me. No, I do want to, I appreciate you looking into this. I brought this forth. I do not believe this is something that is awkward or odd because Commissioner Carasone did not bring this to us. This was by members of a board that we set on together that was unanimously, minus Carasone, obviously approved of. Otherwise, we wouldn't be standing here today, and I wouldn't be giving this public comment. So I appreciate the commission the other week unanimously approving this. And I cannot add to what Ms. Joan Morgan said earlier because she knows Ms. Carasone far longer than I have. But if you look at the presentation, it goes through a long list of accomplishments and things that Ms. Carasone has done. Any member that has received a key to this city, I do not think warranted any more than Commissioner Carasone does herself for the service that she's provided to this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Morgan?
Two things real quick. Thank you for getting rid of the fountain. That was put up in spite, was put up in a weekend. It destroyed the friendship between Gene Matthews and Guy Davis, who moved out of town, who was an unbelievable member of this community and moved out of town and ended his friendship with Gene Matthews because he blamed Gene, who knew nothing about it. And what a sad day for Northport. That was just the kind of thing that Marge Gentle did for weekend vengeance. Okay? No approval, no nothing, no permits, no nothing. And that was what we put up with. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I don't care if that's on public record. Okay, secondly, do the right thing. It's about time. Vanessa deserves this. Let's not make a controversy about it. She's deserved it for many, many, many things that she's done. And anybody to just want to sit here and condemn her, they're just totally short-sighted. They don't know what they're talking about, and they don't know what she's been through. So go for it.
Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Mayor McDowell, I have a light on for you to speak.
Vice
I'm
Mayor,
ready to make a motion.
as well.
I'm sorry?
I have public comment as well.
Okay, thank you.
And when you're ready, I'll make a motion, Mayor, or Vice Mayor.
Okay, go ahead with internet comment, please.
It's from Connie Bruni. Commissioner comments are intended for reports, not on advertised actions items like this. I hope the new commission will halt these sunshine violations and follow proper procedures. That includes the proper use of consensus for non-agenda items. A unanimous action should be required. The form Hanks filled out states ceremonial items are presented during commission special meetings held the first Thursday of each month at 4 p.m. time certain. Why is the city's written procedure not being followed? Special favors? When the Florida Ethics Commission finds, as they believe they will, that this individual blatantly misused her public office to benefit herself and others over and over, then Hanks's reasons will evaporate. Add the fact of her dismissal, taxpayer-paid meeting attendance, missing nearly 50 meetings during one term is not a good example for others. Can the key be withdrawn due to bogus reasons for giving it being revealed by a real investigation? The cabal of three, in my opinion, are under active investigation. They know it and you know it. No one can stop the Ethics Commission from getting the truth.
Thank you. City Attorney, your light is on.
Yes, ma'am. I know we don't often respond to public comment, but because of the legal allegations and that comment, I would like to speak to it if you don't
Please
mind.
do.
There is no sunshine violation here. What happened previously at the meeting is that one of the commissioners inquired, suggested that they thought this would be a good idea. I reminded the commissioners of the policy, which was just recently adopted. It's never been utilized, which requires that an application be put in. That was done and pursuant to the policy, which is being followed appropriately. This is now being addressed in a fully noticed public meeting. So what we're doing right now follows the sunshine law.
Thank you. And we also stated that the form had incorrect wording in regards to the time that the key was to be given out also. All right. Mayor McDowell?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to approve the presentation of the key to the city commissioner, Commissioner Carasone, at the November 14th, 2020 special meeting, or whenever the canvassing of elections takes place.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve consent agenda item I for either November 14th or whenever the canvassing is complete. And that was made by Mayor McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. That has me question you. Do we know where we are with that?
It's
Count.
expected to be provided to us by the 13th.
Yeah, to me,
Expected?
legally, it has to be, doesn't it?
They have, I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
The county said it's expected to be to us by the 13th.
Sure.
All right, so with the motion and second, let's go ahead and take the vote.
Can I speak to that real quick?
Speak to the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead.
The only reason why I added the last part of it is just in case the canvassing does not take place on the 14th. This way we can come back and just do it at that time that we all get sworn in. That way then there's no question. And I want to thank Commissioner Carasone for her service to our community for the past 12 years. I don't remember what all she did her first or second term, but she has brought forward a lot of great things this third term in office, and I want to thank her for her service.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Emmerich, do you want to speak to the motion?
Well deserved. She's put in the time.
Time served.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead and take the vote.
I'm a little slow, sorry guys.
I
Commissioner
can't.
Carasone
I'm
is
abstained, yeah.
Right, so can you hit abstain?
Oh, hey,
Yep.
look at that.
Ed abstained.
Ha.
There you go.
Right?
All right, that item is approved. 3 yes, 0 no, 1 abstain. Thank you. No, I would like to actually go into
Can I say
5H.
something to that?
Of
Real
course.
quickly? I'm
Of
very
course.
sorry. I want to say thank you to Commissioner Hanks for bringing this up. It's quite the honor to be asked or to be recognized because, you know, in government specifically, you're never really recognized for what you do. And I've never really been one to look for that recognition. I've never been one to have that pat on my back ever in my entire life. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Joan, for always standing by me whenever I made piss poor decisions or good decisions, because I have made my share of piss poor decisions. I will admit that. But to Commissioner McDowell's, not sure what it is that I did in my first term, you're sitting in one of the things that we did in my first term. It's called City Hall, the police department, the new facilities center out there on Chancellor or Chamberlain, Toledo Blade, Sumter Boulevard widening, West Villages, Morgan Center. I could go on, but I can tell you right now, in those first 8 years, there was a hell of a lot accomplished, but I didn't do it by myself at all. I had several city managers, I had several commissioners, and I had one great community that stood behind every one of those decisions. So this key isn't about me, this is about this city and how wonderful it has been for over 20 years and how we have always come together to do what's right. And that is what I appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well stated. Remember it because you can say it again Saturday.
No, no. Saturday, it's about the new people.
All right, we're going to go into the resolution of 5G before we take our break. After we hear that, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So City Clerk, would you read this resolution by title only, please?
Yes. Resolution number 2020-R-38. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, designating a brownfield area for rehabilitation and redevelopment to be known as the Sable Trace Redevelopment Area pursuant to Section 376.80 Florida statutes, enabling the environmental rehabilitation and economic development of approximately 207 acres located at 5456 Greenwood Avenue within the City of Northport, Florida, providing for notice, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. The reason we're hearing this is these gentlemen are always put to last late in a meeting, and it's happened too many times before. So before we even take a 10-minute break, we're going to address this. City Manager, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is one of those extremely unusual things where we actually have a second reading on a resolution. We had a lot of conversation at the first reading, as well as the announcement, the meeting before that. So while I appreciate that we have lots of people lined up to come and talk to you, I don't know that it's necessary for them to talk again because we've talked a lot. So with that, if you need them, they're here, but if not, we can just approve this.
Okay.
Sorry,
Or
if
maybe
I-
not.
If I may, Nicole Galehouse for the Record Planning Division Manager. The applicant actually has just one thing that he needs to get on the record for the second reading of this before you approve it. Hopefully you approve it.
Appreciate it. Come on ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. For the record, Charlie Bailey with the Lanes Parker Law Firm, and amen to what the city manager said. If you heard a presentation from us again, it
Excuse
would
me,
be.
Vice Mayor. I don't mean to interrupt you, but are we going to need to call Laurel?
No,
Or-
ma'am, I don't believe
Okay.
so.
All right, thank you.
Anything you would hear from Peter and me would be from the Redundancy Department of Redundancy. But the only thing I did, when we were with you last time, we did mention our public workshop that was held on October 21, the video for which was posted on the city's website. We now have a full transcript of that workshop together with our PowerPoint presentation. So the only thing I need to do as a housekeeping item was just to move this into the record. I'll leave a copy with the clerk. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
We'll-
doing that.
we'll
That
also
was
say-
brought up in the last meeting.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And it would say congratulations to Mayor McDowell on her reelection. And also thank you to Commissioner Carasone
Thank
for
you.
her time. I remember meeting her for the first time in the old City Hall in then City Clerk Doris Briggs' office. And so her first time on City Commission, County Planning Commission, she would keep me on my toes. And second time on the City Commission here. So certainly know her love for the city and devotion to this community. So it's been fun practicing before you. So
Thank
forward to seeing
you.
around.
I still miss your dad.
Yeah, he's still around, looking for trouble. So anyway, thank you so much.
You must have
Appreciate
been
it.
an intern back then or something.
We were both in our
Oh, boy.
early 20s or late
Yeah,
teens.
yeah,
I think.
yeah, we were in our
Yeah.
teens.
Yeah. I didn't have white whiskers then either. Yeah. So.
Along with Pete.
Thank you very much. Is there any comments online for this item?
No, I do not have any.
Okay.
Do we not have any
Uh,
public comment?
Mayor McDowell, go ahead with your questions.
I don't have any questions, Vice Mayor. I just was ready to make a motion if there's nobody that has any questions.
I do have two questions.
Yeah, we have Commissioner Carazone with a couple of questions, and then I'll come back to
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
First is the soil, because I've been questioned by the community, so I just want it on the record. The soil samples were taken outside of the project area in the drainage area. Where were these soil samples taken?
Well, there were literally hundreds of soil samples taken throughout the property itself.
Throughout the property?
Yep. There are two sampling wells on Appomattox, on the north side of Appomattox, across from, the golf course itself. And then there's one on Northport Boulevard outside of Sable Trace. So they did do some sampling outside of the golf course area to get background levels.
And that was soil sampling, not water
No, they
sampling?
use water sampling. Well, they do take soil out when they pull put the actual well in the ground. I can't tell you for sure if they did an analysis of that soil, but they definitely do the groundwater sampling.
Okay, so it was groundwater sampling, not soil sampling. So we don't know whether there was arsenic in those.
They would find it in the groundwater.
They would find it in the groundwater. Okay.
And if I can interrupt, I wish Ms. Wong was here. She and I had an extensive conversation Saturday over this, and she stated that, yes, the soil was sampled, not just the water. So she can provide a response also. And the citizen already is aware of that and is going to set a meeting with Ms. Wong.
Okay. And then the next thing is, before any infrastructure goes in the ground, before anything is done to that property where this arsenic, proposed arsenic area is, it must be brought back to the level of normalcy prior to anything being done to it, correct?
What has to happen is that the soil levels have to be, a certain threshold has to be met for certain things to be built on them. So before a home can be built on any of the residential lots, those soils on that lot must meet the thresholds, be below the thresholds that are established. The commercial areas, they'll have a different threshold, but before anything can be built in the commercial areas, those thresholds must be met. So the work has to be done. It's all done as part of construction, but before any home could be built, then those levels have to be met.
And that's all based off of EPA or, right, it's nothing that the city of Northport said, okay, these are the levels, these are great, okay, go ahead, build a house, correct?
That's correct.
right,
FDEP
it's-
is the state agency that will oversee that.
Okay. And then, so it would not be fair to say that you will just go in and mix other soils so that it reduces the level of contaminant prior to, I don't know, building a road. You must have that study and those results prior to doing any of those types of development, correct?
Correct. They'll be doing sampling all during the earth moving process, and then would have to have those results in place before, again, a home could be built.
And a road?
Roads have different levels.
They have a different level, but that
Correct.
level has to be met before the road can be built.
Correct.
And the bridge can be built.
What's that?
And a bridge can be built.
Yes.
Right, okay. I just want to make sure that this is all kind of on the record because I've had these questions. And then drainage. And that, I don't know, maybe Julie wants to speak to that. But the other question is that you may meet X amount on a portion of the property so that it's the level, but then with drainage and rain, it could contaminate the waterway. So can you?
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. On all three items, the roads, the construction of the buildings, and also the drainage. Elizabeth Wong, the Stormwater Manager, she will be responsible for reviewing all of the inspection reports. Once the soils are changed up to accommodate the infrastructure and the construction of the buildings, she will be responsible for reviewing all of those reports to ensure that of the arsenic levels, that they're not exceeded.
And if anyone knows Elizabeth Wong, I got news for you. Good luck
Oh,
getting
yes,
past
ma'am.
her. Okay. She's tough as nails. All right. That was what I wanted to clarify. Thank you all for doing this. I'm sorry I put you through the additional questions. It's just I wanted to make sure people understood. Okay, thank you.
All right. Mayor McDowell, go ahead.
I make a motion to approve resolution number 2020 R-38 as presented.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor by Mayor McDowell to approve Resolution 2020-R-38, seconded by Commissioner Carazone. Anything to that, Mayor?
No, thank you for submitting the meeting minutes and transcript for citizen review.
Anything to that, Commissioner Carazone?
Nope.
All right, go ahead and take the vote. That passes 4-0. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Enjoy the remainder of your day. All right, we'll go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. Excuse me, go ahead.
Mayor, could we have a little longer break? Maybe you might want to consider during lunch so that we can sign those bond documents so those can get sent off. That's the reason I wanted that moved up, so that we could get those in the mail, because tomorrow's a holiday and we don't want to miss the point of doing this refinancing.
Okay, I do know that we've got people in the audience for the next item too, so that's why I was going to take a short break in order to get the next one done, but.
Then we take lunch right after that.
Yeah, then I was going to take lunch right after that. But that one probably would last until 12:30.
It should be fine.
All right, Commission, are you all right with taking a 10 right now and then
Yeah.
doing the
Yeah.
low-speed vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
Well,
take
I
a,
figured that one was gonna take a little bit of discussion.
yeah.
I didn't. You got me on that one.
So we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Is that long enough for you to sign that paperwork?
We'll sign it after the 12:30 at lunch break. I just want to make sure we're actually going to take a lunch break.
Oh, yes. Most definitely. So 10-minute break, we'll come back and we'll take up the low-speed vehicle. Thank you. This meeting back to order. We are going to hear 5G. Can I get a motion to direct the clerk to read the ordinance by title only, please?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to have the city clerk read the ordinance by title only. Let's take a vote on that. That is unanimous, and just for the record, that motion was made by Commissioner Curzon, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich, and it passes 4-0. So, City Clerk, would you read that by title only, please?
It's number 2022, no, that's supposed to be 2020-44, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida by amending Chapter 74, Article 6, related to golf carts and low-speed vehicles, providing for adoption, providing for codifications, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Manager, would you like to introduce this, please?
Actually, this was the city attorney's item.
Yes, ma'am.
My cheat sheet has told me wrong twice now.
So, Vice Mayor, this was brought as a result of commission direction at a prior meeting where there was discussion regarding the use of golf carts and low-speed vehicles in the city limits. During that discussion, it was something that was brought and noticed for commission discussion without going through legal review or getting any prior legal input on the matter. The commission made certain direction to draft an ordinance and with certain provisions in it. Upon our legal review, our determination was that some of the direction did not comport with state law. So there is a memo in the backup that describes that. We did draft an ordinance and attempted to include everything that you had referenced in a way or another. You may find that that's not what you wanted, but that's what we brought, for you to still kind of stay as true as we could to what your direction was and still stay within the confines of the law. If you'd like us to go into any detail about what we did or didn't do or what our determinations were in the backup memo, we'll be happy to do that if you'd like.
I appreciate that. I was actually the one that brought this forward because of one of our citizens in the audience back then. And I read your backup, the legislative opinion and everything, so I understand what our limitations are compared to what our directions were at that point in time. I'm wondering if Deputy Chief wants to come talk about this topic?
And Vice Mayor, while he's on his way, I will say Mr. Assistant City Attorney Michael Golan worked on this ordinance and conferred with the police department and also with the Public Works Department. And staff does have some concern about one of the inclusions in the ordinance related to the operation of low-speed vehicles on multimodal paths and multimodal and multi-use pathways. But we did include that based on commission direction. But Ms. Belia may also like to speak to that from a Public Works standpoint.
Yes, I would like to hear all of their opinions on that because to me that multi-use path is going to be an important factor in this ordinance. Deputy Chief, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Commission. Deputy Chief Chris Morales, PD. In reviewing the ordinance with the City Attorney's Office, the decision right now as it stands for this ordinance is that it's low-speed vehicles that would be allowed to operate on roadways as it stands right now without this ordinance. Low-speed vehicles are allowed to operate on roadways 35 miles per hour or less that are not state highways because you need specific permission for DOT. And the golf carts right now stand silent. As per state statute, golf carts are for golf course communities. However, the statute does allow for the government entities to decide if they want to use golf carts on certain municipality roadways. And if they do want to cross certain U.S. highways, they have to get specific permission from DOT and have proper signage for those locations. So as it's written right now, LSVs are allowed to operate within the city with certain parameters of roadways that are absolute. We will not allow LSVs regardless of the speed limit, such as Sumter Boulevard, Price Boulevard, et cetera, those main roads, because we don't want traffic congestion, traffic issues with that. And that's listed in the ordinance. However, if you are allowing to allow golf carts, which currently the ordinance right now in our city allows lakeside plantation that the city has recently allowed, and they have provided proper signage to have golf cart use. That would have to be allowed in here under the section provided by the city attorney to mention what areas specifically in the city that golf carts can use or be operated on public roadways.
And if I can clarify that a little bit, Deputy Chief, the current code does allow golf carts in one area. The commission direction at the previous meeting was to only allow golf carts on golf courses. So you'll see that the ordinance strikes that area. It does kind of put a placeholder in to say that any areas that will allow golf carts must be identified here in the code, but then there's nothing after it because based on the direction, we've left it where they're not allowed anywhere, and that's on city roadways. That does not apply to private roadways. So if the commission's direction differs, we'll have to revise the ordinance before second reading.
So some concerns about the multi-path use of for LSVs in the city or golf carts. We can talk first is that if multi-paths cannot be allowed by LSVs to operate on, then certain people within certain communities are gridlocked to their neighborhood. So for example, the first citizen that lives up here off North Sumter, if there was, if we were not to allow multi-path use, he'd be restricted. He wouldn't be able to cross the Snover to head to Publix, so to speak. Does that make sense? He's locked in because he won't be able to operate his LSV on Sumter Boulevard. The other concern is I've received multiple emails from citizens from West Villages. There's a lot of people in West Villages that have, some have LSVs, a lot of them have golf carts that are, they're not LSVs. So, and a lot of them do travel. I believe they were told in some emails that this was a golf use community, golf cart use community, excuse me, and that they'd be able to go down these certain multi-paths that Director Belia will be able to speak about that they're talking on the West Villages Parkway. So there's some concerns about that. So that's the discussion you all have to make, but per statute, that's the decision the government body has to make on whether to allow golf carts and LSVs in certain areas.
Okay, we'll have Ms. Belia address that also. Could you speak to, because part of the direction dealt with the PTV and why we are not addressing that in this ordinance?
So,
Yes, ma'am, that's a legal analysis, so
Yes,
I'd
ma'am.
also invite Attorney Golan to speak to that.
Thank you.
thank you.
Morning, Michael Golan, State Attorney's Office.
Sorry about that.
So the PTVs, we are limited under the Florida statutes by,
For the,
What-
can you just say what PTVs are so people
well,
can?
based on the definition that we were provided from the commission, I believe PTVs would be a personal transportation device. It's not defined in Florida statutes.
Oh.
Florida statute limits what the city is allowed to regulate on its roads. The analysis that we conducted said, basically we were saying that you cannot create this new vehicle, this PTV, regulate it on your roads, that the statute preempts you from doing that. So we drafted the ordinance, taking what you said for PTVs, applying that to LSVs and regulating it that way.
Thank you. Ms. Belia, would you want to address, I mean, as long as staff is presenting this topic, would you want to speak to the West Village area, please?
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. Yes, I had an inquiry from the West Villages with respect to how if it was a multimodal use path or it was a sidewalk that was permitted along West Villages Parkway. So I did some research. I consulted with Nicole Galehouse, Planning Division Manager. And actually, the West Villages had provided us with a public lands map from 2007. And it indicates on note 5, that a 12-foot multimodal trail may also be satisfied with an 8-foot wide sidewalk and 4-foot wide bike lane. And in the actual construction plans for the facilities that were accommodated along the roadway, they were constructed and permitted for an 8-foot wide sidewalk, concrete sidewalk, and a 4-foot wide bike lane. So neither of those are going to constitute a multi-use trail or multimodal path, in which case you cannot drive a low-speed vehicle or golf cart on a sidewalk. So I did relay that information to the gentleman I received the email from in West Villages.
How wide is that sidewalk?
8 feet wide.
It's 8 feet.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you consider a multi-use 10-foot and wider, correct?
It depends if it's going to be one-way, two-way. We right now, because we do not have specific criteria and regulations in our Unified Land Development Code, we would follow the Manual of Uniform Traffic Design Standards, commonly referred to as the Green Book. And it could be between 10 and 14 feet. There's a lot of other criteria, and I believe I put that in the email, that we would like to follow and would like to include in our land development code. The other thing I feel very strongly about, and I consulted with Jerry Traverso before his departure, he is, of course, a traffic engineer, is not to have combined usage on the multimodal paths of pedestrians, bicyclists, skateboarding, mothers taking their children in baby carriages with motorized vehicles, such as low-speed vehicles. So if we are going to allow that on our existing multi-use paths or newly constructed ones, for example, along Price Boulevard, I would strongly recommend the installation of the concrete bollards, so you have the separation.
Could you describe those, please?
Yes, ma'am. They're the large, you see the concrete big posts put up, and you'll see them on some multi-use paths. I think in Boca Grande, they have separate ones in Boca Grande, but they're just large concrete posts that are put in the ground. They would have to be restricted to drive in an area separate from pedestrians.
Can I ask a question to that?
Go ahead, please.
Why couldn't you just do a curb?
That's another option.
Because the concrete ballards seem to be more of a possible injury issue, like a liability, as far as I'm concerned, as someone who rides things that are not considered LS whatevers.
That was just one suggestion. I'm sure there's others that we would have an engineer design, but some type of some form of a physical barrier to provide separation between motorized vehicles such as the LSVs and pedestrians and people on foot.
I just know that at golf carts, they have just a curbing that goes around that separates them from those who walk, so.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't
Some
know
form of
why-
physical barrier. And these are the types of things that I would like to include in our land development code, so it would be very clear. It's just, we'd have specific local criteria.
Okay, thank you. Staff, do you have anything else that you want to state in your presentation before we ask questions?
Just one thing to add, Vice Mayor and Commission. The city has a traffic enforcement agreement with the West Villages of the West Villages Improvement District roadways, which is West Villages Parkway, Playmore, Prado, Merlot. I believe there's one or two others. So pretty much by them agreeing to this traffic enforcement agreement with the city, they are bound by whatever ordinance and state statute of the law or operation of vehicles on roadways for those roadways. However, golf carts inside their gated communities, such as Grand Paradiso and Island Walk, if they want to have golf carts and they operate in there, we have no enforcement action in there because those roads do not belong. We cannot enforce. And hence, it's kind of why we don't have traffic enforcement agreements with Island Walk and all that, because knowing that they would have to abide by our city ordinance. And if golf carts are authorized, then there's actually per statutes, there's signages that you have to put out throughout the community as well, or the roadways.
What is the speed limit of those roads that you just stated?
30.
30 to 35 in those areas.
Okay, thank you. All right, now to commission. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and allow comment from citizens before we pose our questions. I have Richard Cucci. Come on up to this podium over here, Rich. City Clerk, do you have any online? Thank you.
For the record, my name is Richard Cucci, 6756 Rough Street. First and foremost, to marry LSVs, PTVs, and golf carts, to homogenize them into one category is going to be disastrous. The feds figured this out in 1998 with Standard 500 when they separated the two. A LSV on a multimodal path is traveling 25 miles an hour, plus or minus. And that is a registered, titled, with a tag, insured vehicle. If they encounter a bicyclist or somebody pushing their child or a jogger or a walker, it's a whole different scenario. A golf cart or a PTV is uninsured and they have a limited speed limit as well. The multimodal path, the last time I was before you, Northport's opinion on the multimodal path was no golf carts, nothing. FTOP chimed in and said, no, the multimodal path will be allowed for golf cart use, which is that PTV golf cart category. To break it down casually, a golf cart, hit the ball, chase the ball, hit the ball, chase the ball. A PTV is a hybrid golf cart that is equipped with head and tail lights, windshield, mirror, and cannot exceed 20 miles an hour. That was instituted originally for, as Jeb Bush coined them, the Gray Panthers, for these gated, guarded resort retirement recreational communities. West Villages is probably a perfect example of how that works. There's golf carts everywhere. That proverbial cow, in my opinion anyway, is already out of the barn. The Braves already have segregated parking rates. If you're in a tagged entitled vehicle, it's $10 to park. If you're in a PTV, it's $5 to park. You know, the ordinance, the way it's written, I noticed the roads that are specified. The federal and state guidelines already prohibit LSVs from traveling on those roads. The ordinance is pretty much redundant with what the state and the feds already have in place. If you allow LSVs on those multimodal paths, you're basically saying, well, you can take your Buick and drive on that multimodal path because it's a licensed, insured, tagged, entitled with a state VIN number for a motor vehicle. I think it's just opening Pandora's box. Yes, I'm a proponent for the golf cart sharing it, but it's a much reduced speed. So I hope you guys look long and hard at what path you're taking, not differentiating LSVs and PTVs and golf carts. Just real quick, I know I'm over my time. I just want to read one paragraph out of the federal statute. It's disseminating the difference between an LSV and a PT or a golf cart, as you will. To resolve this conflict and to permit the manufacture and sale of small four-wheel motor vehicles with a top speed of 20 to 25 miles per hour, this final rule reclassifies these small passenger carrying vehicles. Instead of being classified as passenger cars, they are now being classified as low-speed vehicles. Since conventional golf carts, as presently manufactured, have a top speed of less than 20 miles per hour, they are not included in that classification. It's been there since 1998.
Thank you.
I just hope Morgan & Morgan isn't a partner with the city if we allow licensed vehicles on these large sidewalks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to open this up for commission questions and comments. Commissioner Carazone,
Yeah, first of all, this ordinance reflects all of those state statutes that are relevant to what it is that's regulated, correct?
The ordinance complies with state statute.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then wasn't it part of the state statutes that there had to be a specific width of that sidewalk in order for it to be used for golf carts or the LSVs? Because I know that this is not the first time this has come up. This came up in, I don't know, 2005, 2006. It was all part of the price widening subject, that talking about how people would utilize LSVs and golf carts to get their children to and from school versus, you know, getting in a car and reducing the traffic. So I could have sworn that one of those conversations about the sidewalk that we placed on Price was to make it a certain width so that it would provide for those golf carts or LSVs, but then they reduced that width or something. I can't remember.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. Again, I'm going to refer to the FDOT Manual of Uniform Minimum Design or Minimum Standards for Design, Construction, and Maintenance for Streets and Highways. And within those regulations on the width and clearances, the minimum paved width for a two-way path is 10 feet. Typically, widths range from 10 to 14 feet, with wider values applicable to areas with high use or wider variety of users on steep grades, through curves, or used by larger maintenance vehicles. So in answer to the question, right now, absent the criteria of ULDC, we are going with these standards. And what I would like to do is include, develop our own city standards utilizing these state standards.
10 to 14
Yes,
foot width for a two-way path, and what
Correct.
was it for the one-way path?
There's not a recommendation for a one-way path. They just say the minimum paved width for a two-way is 10 feet.
Okay. Okay, and does Deputy Chief have something to?
Just, and I know people are versed in the Florida state statute. I am under 316.212, operational golf carts on certain highways. Subsection B of the statute says that, and I spoke with Director Belia on this, and we've talked about this, but it says golf cart operations on sidewalks adjacent to specific segments of municipal streets, county roads, or state highways within the jurisdictional territory of local government entities if the local government entity determines that after considering the conditions of current use of sidewalks, the character of the surrounding community, and the locations of authorized golf cart crossings, that golf carts and bicycles and pedestrians may safely share the sidewalk. The local government entity consults with the Department of Transportation before adopting the ordinance. The ordinance restricts golf carts to a maximum speed of 15 miles per hour, permits such use of sidewalks adjacent to the state highways only if the sidewalks are at least 8 feet wide. So I think
8
that's where
feet.
you're getting.
That's
that from the
exactly
state
where I'm
statute.
going.
The
Okay.
The other thing, Commissioner Carazone, you can go down to 8 feet in this regulation, but it has to be minimal use.
Correct.
There's a lot of
Correct.
restrictions with it. So, but for example, on Sumter, Toledo Blade, and even on Price, it's usually a high usage. So to apply our conditions for the 8 feet
But
would
say,
not be my recommendation.
but say the north side of Salford versus the southern side of Salford
Mhm.
would be perfect for a
Yeah.
one-way LSV or golf cart use to get the children to and from school,
Mhm.
because that's what they used to do. So just,
And on this, it says, in very rare circumstances, a reduced width of 8 feet may be used where the following conditions prevail. And here again, the low usage.
it would be about low usage, absolutely. Okay, so that's I knew that there was a conflict between what we were hearing from FDOT and what I remember from the Florida state statutes. Okay, and then, let's see here.
Can I ask a question? in
Of
regards-
course, of
uh,
course.
Deputy Chief, did you say no, a 15-mile-an-hour limit to the speed?
On those pathways that, under operational golf carts on certain roadways that are adjacent to state roads, municipality roadways, that
The speed limit, the maximum speed is of 15 miles per hour and permits the use on sidewalks adjacent to highways only if the sidewalks are at least 8 feet wide.
And it's adjacent to highways, and what was the other thing?
Bear with me a second.
They,
Ordinance restricts golf carts to a maximum speed of 15 miles per hour and permits such use on sidewalks adjacent to state highways only if the sidewalks are at least 8 feet wide.
okay, yeah. Because that's what we were looking
So
at.
FDOT's along adjacent to roads that we have to get permission from them, and basically we would have to put signage and all that, maximum speed limit 15.
And then there's also the option of putting speed bumps, because knowing no one in anything that goes 25 or even 15 wants to go faster than 7 with speed bumps. Just kind of throwing that idea out there too.
I am not a big fan of
Uh-huh.
speed bumps. There is a lot of liability associated with speed bumps. That's why you don't see them in Northport. Very, very little.
On a
Especially
multi-use where you
recent,
have
especially
skaters and
recent,
buggies.
yeah.
Okay. What was that Florida State statute, by the way? 356 or?
No, it's going to be Florida State Statute 316, 212, subsection B, paragraphs 1 through 3.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, next question is that it's only, this rejects those specific areas set out as A2, right? But in the same token, we would still have to create the areas that are allowed. It's not that these are the only areas you're allowed or you're not allowed to ride on. It would be that then staff would come up with a plan of action that says, okay, this is a great area for a one-way, this is a great area for separation barrier where they can both be used, this is a good area where, and then it's essentially all to relieve traffic, really. And so with that said, then that comes back to the commission with a true plan of these are going to be designated LSV and golf cart areas. Is that correct?
You have to, the commission would have to designate golf cart areas that golf carts can use.
Correct.
Roads.
So
LSVs, if you want them to use anything other than a road, if you want them to use pathways and sidewalks, multimodal paths, that's separate and that's different. So if we're talking about golf carts and LSVs, those are two different regulations.
So the approaches are sort of opposite, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael. With golf carts can't go anywhere unless, anywhere on the roadways, unless you determine that, and we put it into our code. LSVs can use all the roadways unless you designate roadways they cannot use.
Which is defined in this ordinance, because as of state statute right now, certain parts of Sumter is 35 miles per hour, they can operate. So certain parts of Price Boulevard would be 35 miles an hour. Salford, there could be. So that's why we're putting these in place.
So that just supports why we need to increase those miles per hour. Just saying. Just going to throw that out there. Anyways, the LSVs are from 25 to 35 miles per hour, correct?
No.
That's what I thought I read here.
20 miles not to exceed 25 miles per hour. Golf carts are 15 miles per hour not to exceed 20.
Commissioner, I think probably where you're getting the 35 number
35
is from the speed limit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all
Maximum
right.
speed limit.
Well, I could have sworn I read somewhere where that was the definition of LSV. So now I'll have to look and find that.
25 is tops for LSV.
Okay, so being the tops of the LSVs, how does that, I mean, the only thing I can think of that can be registered and used would be scooters that are anything under 25 miles per hour.
So if you take a look at the ordinance on line 63, you'll see something that's pulled over from state statute. LSVs are defined, referring back to the state statute, but then you'll see here a list of what all they have to be equipped with
Oh,
to
no,
qualify as
I
LSVs.
understand that, but I think the primary concern for most people is being able to use OHVs side by sides and such that can go over 35 miles per hour. And even though the 35 mile per hour or the 20 mile per hour is the actual speed max that can be done, you can't register those in the state of Florida. So I'm just wondering, since those are off the table, because you can't register them here in the state, you can't put it, trust me, you can't. You have to take it to Indiana and get it done and then bring it back, and it's a big mess. But anyways, not that we haven't tried. So point is that if that's taken off the table as something that's possible, then the only thing you really have left that can be registered is under 50 cc's, which would be scooters, but then you can't, I mean, some of them do have, believe it or not, lamps, turning signals, and a windshield and wipers, a Vespa. So I have to wonder, you know what I mean? Like, then we're gonna have scooters on these designated sidewalks, or can you regulate it even more?
The city ordinance regulates what is on the sidewalks. If you say golf carts or LS, that's what's on there. It does, a moped is not defined as LSV because it doesn't have four wheels. So a moped, less than 50 cc's is not
okay.
on there, Commissioner.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, and then the last thing is that even though these are prohibited areas, it doesn't prevent us from going back to that, okay, these are the areas of regulation, and allowing for West Villages to be one of those areas of regulation, because that was kind of the whole point of West Villages.
West Villages Parkway is not a prohibited roadway in the ordinance as written.
But we could create it we just take it off the list, right?
It's not on the list.
Okay, so therefore,
If you wanted to permit golf carts, is that what you're?
yes.
No, it wouldn't be permitted,
I
Viola.
think what Deputy Chief is saying is that currently, the way the ordinance is written, it's not a prohibited roadway. However,
Right.
because of the fact he has agreements with them for patrolling the city of Northport and West Villages, they have to follow our ordinances.
Right.
So in developing a list of those roadways where you could have an LSV or a golf cart or whatever, we would have to include that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No.
There's still some confusion. There have to be two lists, a list of where golf
Yes.
carts are permitted and a list of where LSVs are not
Correct.
permitted.
Okay.
The list of streets is for where LSVs are not permitted. In the subsection, I'm sorry, there's a part, I think it's probably B, where it basically says if the commission was to allow golf cart usage, it needs to be defined in this section. Which is, right now, it's blank in here, and we need commission direction if you're going to allow golf carts in certain areas or communities throughout the city, like, for instance, right now, Plantation. Lakeside Plantation, the commission has allowed golf cart in that community.
Heron
That actually
Creek.
should be one mentioned in here.
Heron Creek, Bobcat Trail, Bobcat,
Those are golf course communities. So per
Okay,
statute,
okay.
they're automatic.
okay.
That's outside of
I
golf
see what you're
course
saying.
communities. Lakeside
Charleston
Plantation.
Park,
If Charleston is yeah, we have a traffic enforcement agreement with Charleston Park. They would have to, yes, that would have to be.
see, there's a lot more to this
Correct.
There's a
than
lot more.
being able to just say, yeah, this is a great ordinance and let's just approve it or disprove it. I don't know why we couldn't get rid of the whole prohibited roadways right here in section A2 on line 109, and hear me out, because some of these, and I'm looking down the road, some of these may be widened, and you may want to create a multi-use path that, be it one way, be it separated, be it whatever, to prevent the traffic from you could use it for local use. Do you understand what I
Well,
mean?
we're not talking about the pathway, we're talking about the actual road. So if you want an LSV to be on Price Boulevard, not on
Oh,
sidewalk.
no,
That's what those roads are.
okay,
These are
all
roadways,
right.
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, I was thinking that meant
It's
it
the
could not
roads.
be adjacent to either.
No,
On the road.
on the road.
Oh, hell, okay, well, that makes my life more easy.
A little bit more time, then I'm gonna pass it on and come back.
Yeah, let me just check real quick. And then the difference between the LSV is the 25 mile per hour or lower, and the golf cart is 20 miles per hour or lower.
And safety regulations, seat belts, brake lights, turn signals, windshields, registered and insured.
On both.
Well, that makes an LSV. A PT, there's golf carts, just like Mr. Gucci just said, there's a golf cart that has the bags in the back to hold the golf carts. A PTV is a modified golf cart, okay, that has seats in it, have turn signals and all that, but it doesn't meet the LSV based on either speed or it's not registered insured. So there's that hybrid, like to call it the hybrid. For my officers, for training, stick to state statute. They say golf carts and LSVs. It's either an LSV or golf cart. That's it. So for officers, they're either going to look for a registered vehicle, LSV, that meets the statute for the safety features, like the city attorney said, or it doesn't, and then they'll address that violation depending on what the commission body says.
Okay,
If that
now,
kind of,
that's in a state statute where, and while you're getting that, this is only when it comes to the roadways though, correct?
For LSVs.
Right?
For LSVs, correct. LSVs under 316.2122 leaves a definition for LSVs and what has to be on them, as well as there's a federal register which also requires certain safety equipment to be on those vehicles,
But it's on the roadway.
on the roadway.
And then we talk about the golf carts as far as the paths or sidewalks, correct?
You can designate a roadway as well
Gotcha.
for use of golf
Okay.
carts.
All right.
But as currently presented in the ordinance designates or allows those LSVs to also, in addition to their statutory right to be on the roadway, to also use multi-use and multimodal pathways.
The only thing it doesn't do is provide criteria. And it's very important that if we're going to allow it on the paths, out on the sidewalks, wherever you allow them, they have to be constructed in a certain manner. And that's what's not in the ordinance.
What do you mean constructed in a certain manner? I mean, if an LSV is restricted to
I'm talking
25.
about on the paths, not the road.
Oh,
on
the
paths.
path has to, oh, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, I got you there.
and
Okay.
if I could just add, just to keep in mind too, is that in the West Villages area, I like to go back into there, is that they are very heavy in golf carts. Whether they're an LSV or a golf cart PTV, they're very heavily populated in there, as Mr. Cucci said, and as we've seen during spring training games. We get flooded with them. And without direction or without what can and can't happen, what's allowed it'll be very hard for us to enforce because there's so many of them. So what we need is direction so I can train my officers, so I can train the community out there on what's allowed, but that the commission has proven what's not allowed. Because that's going to be that's a focal point in the city right now of golf carts and LSVs is West Villages district area.
You mind if we rotate?
No, I'm done. I was trying to get
Mayor
clarification.
McDowell, please.
Sorry, I had to unmute. I have a lot of how do you define let me start. Currently on Sumter Boulevard, a motor vehicle on that pathway.
Can you turn the volume up?
You are
He's
really
breaking up.
breaking up. I don't to say it better.
Probably the
It's
storm.
really breaking up. I guess there's a storm out. It might be affecting it.
No,
It's just-
I've got nothing going on. I rebooted my thing.
There's a storm going on here.
Okay, not by me. That's why else.
Do you want to try to send in your questions to the city clerk so that she can read them?
Or maybe reconnect, take a 5 minutes so she can reconnect. I
Well-
know how frustrating it is.
When we break, we're going to break for lunch. City manager has some things that he has to do. Do you want to try to send her some questions so that she can bring them forward, Mayor?
We could also try and call her cell phone up
Okay,
here.
thank you.
Why don't you try
We're
calling
gonna
my
go
cell
to
phone?
Commissioner Emmerich.
We were talking about the West Villages, and you were talking about being inundated up there. Now, with the LSVs, are they permitted on the roadways right now to go to the stadium and stuff within that community?
As it stands right now, those roadways, yes, under state statute, because the ordinance right now is silent.
Okay. Now, the golf carts, do they have paths up there that the golf carts use to go to the stadium? Like their sidewalks or whatever, are the golf
There's
carts?
they are 8-foot sidewalks.
Yeah, they're not multi-use.
Right.
Right, but are they allowed to use those to go to the Brave stadiums if they have a golf cart? Is that
According to
allowable?
state statute right now, as it stands, with the ordinance being silent and they have a traffic enforcement agreement, no.
Okay, so we would have to open up that door for them to, just for the golf carts on those pathways.
Correct.
And like, I believe it was the attorney that brought it up, it's on line 121. It states in this ordinance that we're looking at right now that the multi-use and the multimodal pathways, low-speed vehicles may be operated on all city-owned multi-use and multimodal pathways. Now, we've been advised by not only y'all, but Mr. Cucci, that that would be a nightmare by allowing the LSVs on those pathways. So I just wanted to bring that up to the board, that that's included into this ordinance, and we may want to stricken that out and just leave those multimodal pathways for the golf carts at a lower speed vehicle. So I just wanted to bring that up because that's specifically in here to allow it. And if we don't want to allow it, we have to take it out. So that's all I had, Mayor,
Thank you.
or Vice Mayor, I'm sorry.
I'm going to go ahead before the second rounds. And
You want to see if Commissioner McDowell can speak now?
Mayor McDowell, are you able to communicate?
I can hear you guys through my cell phone.
Okay, gotcha. Go ahead with your
Can
questions.
you hear me all right?
Yes.
So my questions have to do with the public sidewalks along Sumter Boulevard. Are we allowing motorized vehicles?
She's asking, are these vehicles going to be allowed on the multi-use running along Sumter, I believe is what she said.
The commission direction from the last meeting was to allow them on all city multi-use, multimodal pathways. So that's the way the ordinance was written. If you want to prohibit that or change that, you can do
Thank
that.
you. Did you hear that, Mayor?
I did. Are they currently allowed?
No.
No.
No, ma'am.
They
They're
are
not, they are not currently allowed.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing with the West Villages, currently they are not allowed to use the LSV on the roadway.
That's incorrect, because state statutes takes precedent because we have been silent on it to this point. So they are allowed to drive an LSV on any street that is 35 mile an hour or lower.
And the speed limit on West Villages Parkway is under 35 miles an hour?
Yes.
Yes, I believe it's 35.
Okay.
All of the streets named are at 35 or below, according to Ms. Belia.
All right. Are they allowed to use an LSV on the sidewalk, shared path, whatever you guys want to call that out there, that's not the roadway? but where the pedestrians and skaters are they allowed to use LSVs on there?
Not currently.
So if we approve this ordinance as it's written, there's that line 121 that would then allow that.
Correct. But as Commissioner Emmerich stated, we could strike that if we wanted to.
Yes. And I agree wholeheartedly, Commissioner Emmerich, on that, because it's setting up a slippery slope and a Pandora's box.
So to clarify,
Yeah, or you
West
can put
Villages
a-
Parkway sidewalk
Thank you.
in Prado is not defined by the city as a multi-path.
But
It's
it
a sidewalk.
can be if
I
we
got it.
abide by the standards that are set within the code, placing the signage and such as Lakeside Plantation has.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. The
No.
problem you have a couple issues here. One, the way it was permitted and constructed, and the design standards for a sidewalk. Okay. Second issue we have is we do not have criteria in our land development code for the construction of multi-use paths, and we need to. So absent to that, I would refer us to the Manual of Uniform Minimum Design Standards, commonly known to as the Green Book. And in that, it says, special design and approval is needed when travelers use vehicles such as golf carts or other motorized vehicles on multi-use trails. The issue you've got now is, originally back in 2007, they were going to define it and construct it as a multi-use trail. However, they didn't. They ended up constructing it as a sidewalk. Deputy
Okay.
Chief Morales is telling us, and they do, they use them a lot with golf carts during the baseball season.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Mayor.
You know, I think at this point that with all the different roads and the different multi-use or sidewalks, with all the different terminology that's being used, it's very confusing to be able to come up with an ordinance without knowing, yes, they're allowed here for golf carts, yes, LSVs are used here, no, they're not, because it just seems to be all over the place with the different terminology of sidewalk, shared path, multi-use path. It's very frustrating in trying to legislate something when the terminology is all uniform. Even state statute has different requirements for LSVs and golf carts. It's hard to do that. If you look at the ordinance, there's a couple things that I'd like to get clarification on. Can you hear me?
Well, that clarified that, didn't it?
That or she threw the phone, one or the other.
Oh, I threw my phone.
See?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. In the ordinance on line number 63, when it gives the definition of what a low-speed vehicle is, and it references 320-01, I think it's imperative that we also add Florida State Statute 316.2122, which requires the insurance and registrations for LSVs. That's a distinction between an LSV and a golf cart outside of the equipment. And I think it should be included in the ordinance.
So you're saying 316-2122 should be referenced as well on line 63?
Somewhere on there, yes.
I'm in agreement with that also because it did not reference insurance in that.
Or registration.
I think it's part of it,
So,
but
yes.
maybe assistant, maybe someone can. I thought it was
Michael, would
part
you
of
like
it.
to
Look it up right now, yeah.
So I think,
Sorry, in the Florida statute 001, the definition section does refer back to that section regarding LSVs, which would then require it. So it refers, it's covered in the statute.
But could at least we add insurance to it because it's not listed right now?
But it's part of 320.01 is what he's
But it's
trying to
naming
explain.
everything
No, it's
else.
not.
You can add whatever you'd like.
Yeah.
It would just repeat what the statute already says.
Okay.
Okay, and
All right, go ahead, Mayor.
if you look at that on number 41, it does say low-speed vehicles must comply with safety standards in CFR, and then a bunch of numbers, and then it does say 316, 21, 22. In ease and understanding, exactly. You want the general public to be able to read our ordinance, and I think it's imperative to make it easy, especially when you're trying to determine that an LSV requires insurance and it requires registration. Yes, it says it in the state statute, but this is our ordinance, and I think we need to keep it simple, Simon, for our citizens and for us and our officers without having to refer to 15 different pages of state statute.
So Mayor, or Vice Mayor, if I may make a statement, we certainly can include whatever you want. This is your ordinance and it is your code. Best drafting practices would dictate not restating state statute. And part of the reason we do that is that from a legal standpoint, I'm not looking at your laws and your codes as to whether or not they're particularly user-friendly or a handbook for the public with respect to state law. The more of state law that we restate in our statutes or in our code, the more we will have to track state law and go back and clean that up. You'll see in early, probably 21, we have several ordinances coming to you to modify the code because we found that they were written 30 years ago and nobody ever double checked, and now they're out of line with state statute. That one of them, I believe, even refers to a state statute that doesn't even exist anymore. So the more of that you put into your code, the more legal problems you can have down the line with your code. So I would just urge you to be mindful of that when you are considering adding in things that are already covered in state statute.
Thank you. Would it suffice just to add the number of that state statute? Just put it in, reference it, or no?
Change as well.
What's she saying?
You could if you want to, but that could change as well. And I don't know that, what we're trying to do here is define LSVs, not put forward every requirement under state laws that LSVs must meet. There may be some others besides just the insurance requirement. There may be others that are added down the line by the legislature as well. So just a couple things to consider.
Well, that's why I said just state the number, reference it without listing everything, so that if it did change, it wouldn't change this, is what I was talking about.
I don't think that they're all necessarily in the same place, but this does, what Mr. Golan's saying, if you look up 320.01, it does lead you
refers you
to the
to the other.
particular one that I think the mayor is referencing. But again, all that being considered, if you want it in here, we can put it in here.
And it also references to the Federal Register, which, again, we can change very quickly also.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, we're back to you.
Thank you. On line 52, it says designated roadway for operation of golf carts. And then it says that if a use of a golf cart's permitted, that it has to have appropriate signage posted along the roadway. But then when you go to line 85, it says designated city roadways. The operation of the golf cart is only authorized on designated city roadways where appropriate signage is posted in compliance with Florida state statute. The designated roadway must be identified in the subsection, and there is no subsection identified.
They explained that earlier on in the beginning, that if we wanted to add that, we would have to. They were obeying the direction that we gave them. And so this part is in there, and we would have to name like Lakeside Plantation.
would have.
Or if you want to follow the previous direction and not name anything, I'd encourage you to leave it as is. And this just is a placeholder so that later, if another commission wants to add something, they just plug it in as, number 1 under B there, so that we always know where to find the designated roadways.
Can't you just?
What is the?
And under this ordinance, as proposed, there are no designated roadways because the direction from your March meeting was that golf carts should only be driven on golf courses.
Mm-hmm.
So we removed the one reference in the code as to where they previously could be allowed.
And I think the intent, maybe not articulated as well as it needed to be, was the golf cart communities, they're allowed that. And Lakeside Plantation had already fulfilled what was stated in our code. So that's why I thought Lakeside Plantation would need to be in this subsection.
If you want that to be allowed, then it should be.
Otherwise,
some of the
we're going to
language.
be undoing what we've already done, right?
That's right. And some of the, now, that is provided that the appropriate signage is posted there, which I don't know if anyone's
They are.
verified. Okay.
They had to come to compliance before it was adopted.
We could add that back in here. We would not add all of the language that was previously in the code because we cannot govern the CDD's, the attempt here to govern the CDD's behavior in the code was inappropriate and opposite to the law, but we could add in put back in the Lakeside Plantation.
Thank you.
But this intent is to prevent golf cart use and LSVs from being anywhere but on golf courses. Is that what the intent of this is?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
As written, it does not allow golf carts on any city roadways. You have the right to allow golf carts on roadways under state law if you designate them and if they meet the signage requirement. So as it's written, it's no golf carts on any roadways. If you want to put Lakeside Plantation back in, we could plug that in, or other roadways, we could plug that in. The second portion of that is with respect to low-speed vehicles. They already have the right to be on the roadways, on all the roadways.
That's what I thought.
Unless you say differently.
Okay.
So at the PD's request, we've included a list of streets where LSVs would not be allowed.
Thank you. Let's be wrapping this up, please, by 1 o'clock. The city manager needs to be doing some things, so we have 8 minutes. This is the first hearing of this. We will be bringing it back for a second reading, so it can be addressed again at that second reading. So Mayor, go ahead and finish, please.
So what I have to ask is Lakeside Plantation has the signage up. Is Lakeside Plantation a city-owned, maintained road, or is that private?
There is an agreement for our police department to go into Lakeside Plantation, so they had to come into compliance with the code.
Okay. But the question had to do is Lakeside Plantation a private road or a city road?
Boulevard is ours.
For the record, Juliana Belia, all the roads, Mayor, are private with the exception of Plantation Boulevard. That one is public.
We have a traffic
And
enforcement.
in addition, in addition, the police department does have a traffic enforcement agreement with the city and Lakeside community.
Okay, so Lakeside Plantation is a private owned road, and we have an MOU with them to enforce everything for Lakeside Plantation.
Yes, ma'am. So what that would mean is that they would have to comply with our city ordinances, since we do have
Correct.
the traffic
Okay.
enforcement. The MOU.
What is the speed limit on Lakeside?
35,
Okay.
I think.
35.
It's,
Okay.
it's low.
25.
Yeah, it's low.
Slow.
Is Plantation Boulevard, you said, is a city-owned road? Do we allow does someone allow golf carts on Plantation currently?
Yes.
Yes.
So golf carts are allowed on Plantation.
For city ordinance as it stands right now, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but it's not. So currently we allow them on Plantation and Lakeside Boulevard.
In their community, yes. And then they use the Lakeside Plantation Boulevard or Plantation Boulevard as a commuter for the golf carts, yes.
Back, a past commission approved this
Correct.
to be enacted on. So that is why they are the subsection for this B, because they were permitted by previous commission to do so.
Okay. Are there any other city-owned or MOU jurisdictioned roadways that allow golf carts in the city limits on the roadway?
No, ma'am.
The only other, I believe that we had a traffic enforcement agreement, and it goes back to a long, long time ago, would be Holiday Park. Holiday Park has a traffic, it's actually, we don't have a traffic enforcement agreement with them. It's written into ordinance that we will provide patrol services on those private roads, and they are allowed the golf carts in there as well. And it's an old ordinance.
And they're all private roads.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any
All
other?
right, and I'm wrapping it up, and I know that everybody's in a hurry, but if we're coming to second reading, I strongly suggest, since we have a new commission, that we have some of the more popular roads, not only what is allowed on the sidewalk / multi-use path, but what is allowed on the roads also, so that way then it helps make a smoother conversation. Tropicare is a collector road. And I'm wondering, why is that not on the list? So I'll go down my list of roads that I'm curious why they're not on for the LSVs to be prohibited. Tropicare, Yorkshire, Plantation, Ponce de Leon, Raintree, Woodhaven, Hillsborough. And then also there was, what about the segment of River Road that is in the city's jurisdiction? I don't know what the speed limit is at that part. I think there's a curve and stuff. And then also
There's a portion of our road that's already.
south of 41.
Okay, would you read those roads off again, please?
Tropicare, Yorkshire, Ponce de Leon,
Tropicare.
Hills.
Would you like me to read my list, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, would you read them, please?
Tropicare, Yorkshire is an arterial road, Plantation, Ponce de Leon, Raintree, Woodhaven, Hillsborough. And then I'm curious about River Road. There's a segment south. I think it's over that speed limit requirement. I don't know.
It is, and that's a state road.
Okay, it all is the state road?
Which, Winchester?
Yeah, I think she's
No.
thinking of
Road.
Winchester.
She wants to know if River Road is all state. I mean, county took over the one area going out to 75, but it's still state the other, correct?
Yes.
The other direction.
South of 41.
Yes.
But Winchester is not. Winchester is.
South of Winchester. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because it's in our jurisdiction. I didn't know who had ownership of the road. That's all I was checking on those.
And Mayor, if I can just add, so those roads like River Road and Winchester, the reason why it was put on there, those speed limits are 45 plus. So the LSVs are 35 or less, so it doesn't even come into play. And then the reason why Yorkshire and Cirrus, Raintree, we did forget Hillsborough. We would want to head Hillsborough. That's a very heavily traveled road, 2-lane road. So the city attorney was going to add that. But the reason for Yorkshire and Cirrus is that they're not heavily traveled roads. They're very light traveled. So if people in those areas have LSVs, law enforcement looked at that, is that's not going to be a traffic concern of congestion.
So if we are trying to be proactive for the future, and if you're going to allow them now, and then in 2 years from now you change the code because it starts to get busier, then you're going to have a whole new education process, which we're going to have like for the West Villages area. And that's my final thought, was we have to do a huge education campaign, not just for the West Villages area, but all of the areas once this gets approved, because there's going to be a lot of people not understanding this.
And that's all for you to decide, Mayor. We were just letting you know from the police perspective of why, and we did miss Tropicare. We'll make sure we'll add Tropicare on that. But for the reasons of Yorkshire and Cirrus, those were the reasons why. So and that's totally up to you all as the commission.
Isn't
Okay, and what
Tropicare
about
45?
Woodhaven? We had,
So then it wouldn't.
And that may be why we didn't, but I didn't know if there's certain part, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all 45, but
Okay.
it does address the multi-use path, which I do believe we should add in there that, well, I'm not even sure if I'm for any of this, because this
Yeah.
just seems like a cluster to me.
Are you, is
But-
it Hillsborough 45 also?
Yeah.
So that
A
shouldn't
lot of those
really,
roads are 45.
yeah, so they wouldn't even be under consideration at this point.
40
Um,
45.
But as we get closer to the intersections, I thought the speed limit drops down to 35.
No.
No, not along those, I don't believe. To, personally myself, I think the multi-use is a little bit too tricky for this ordinance at this point in time. I think, I mean, I was the one that brought it forward. I think taking care of the LSV being on the street, addressing it, what streets it can, which ones they can't, I think defines it for the police department to be able to execute the code. And then later in time, we address those multimodal. I think there's an education that needs to go on by the commission as to how a multi-use path is constructed, whether it makes it a multi-use or whether it makes it a sidewalk. And so, I mean, that's an overview of all of these sidewalks and multi-use to see if they actually fit the criteria. And I don't want to hold up what is being done for the LSV because we have to have this educational piece on the multi-use paths. So personally, myself, I'd rather see that struck and it be worked on at a later point in time, and we just address the sections that deal with the low-speed vehicles.
But, Vice Mayor, so an LSV has to be registered, has a windshield, has wipers, has lights, has blinkers, cannot reach a maximum of 35 miles per hour. Huh?
25, the 35 is the roadway cannot.
I'm sorry, I keep getting that
I
screwed
know
up.
people get it.
Okay.
backwards.
Can't go any higher than 25, and we're saying that even though you registered and you put all these things on that are required by law, you still can't go on the roadway.
Yes, you can.
That's what this point is.
No.
No, you
No.
can.
Other than those areas.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
As of right now, what you just said, they can go on all those roadways that are 35 miles per hour or less. That's mentioned in this ordinance.
Yep.
Because some parts of those roadways have 35 miles per hour now on them. So technically an LSV could go on it right now.
I thought an LSV can go on anything because it's registered.
Nope.
Period.
Statute restricts the speed limits of them. Roadways of 35 miles per hour maximum. If it's a 40 mile an hour roadway, LSVs cannot operate on. 40 or above.
I go back to changing the speed limits on these roads here. Just
All right, in order to wrap this up, I mean, I know I'm prepared to make a motion. Is anybody else prepared to?
I'm not sure if I can even. This is
Well, that
just a
would,
mess.
that would be.
I don't think I can do. I don't know.
Okay.
No, it's a mess.
Anybody else want to?
I'll try a motion. If you'd like, Vice Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Please do.
To move it to second reading. We'll break it down into bits. How's that sound? I'll make a motion to move ordinance number 2020-44 to second reading for a date to be determined. I don't have my sheet in front of me. To remove lines 121 and 122 regarding multi-use path and multimodal path. To add the streets Tropicare and
We were not going to do that.
Speed limit.
because again, I don't know what the speed limits are on these roads.
We do.
So I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, well,
You just need to add Hillsborough. That's it, right?
Hillsborough, they can.
Okay. 'cause
The
I
only
thought
other
Bowen
thing
said-
that I'm aware of is the subsection under B on line 87. So that Lakeside Plantation can be,
and that's where I was going next. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let me start the motion over.
Thank you.
Make a motion to move ordinance number 2020-44 to second reading for a date to be determined, removing lines number 21 and 22. And on section B, starting at line 85, adding the roads Lakeside Plantation, Holiday Park, and Plantation Boulevard for golf cart use.
Before I ask for a second, Deputy Chief,
West Villages.
was her stating all of those areas or roads adequate for you, or is this because,
For the Lakeside and Holiday Park?
yeah, shouldn't we just say Lakeside Plantation and
Plantation.
Holiday Park
Holiday Park, Lakeside Plantation, Holiday Park is the attorneys are,
suffice? Okay,
are they,
without naming roads.
or do we have to name
We'll,
them?
we'll wordsmith them if we need to go
There's
deeper.
all the
with
roads.
PD.
Okay.
What about Lake Geraldine? What about Heron Creek? What about?
Heron Creek is a golf course community.
Golf course, but Lake Geraldine isn't.
To the motion,
West
so we can have
Villages.
discussion.
Lake Geraldine, Commissioner, I do not have a traffic enforcement agreement with.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, would you go ahead and state your motion again, and we'll go ahead with a second?
Thank you. Make a motion to approve, to continue ordinance number 2020-44 to second reading at a date to be determined, removing lines 21 and 22 regarding multi-use pathways, and on line 85, in that section, adding Lakeside Boulevard or Lakeside Road, Holiday Park Boulevard, and Plantation Boulevard or Road to the roadways that are allowing golf carts.
I don't think you heard what was just discussed, because all you need to name in that is Lakeside Plantation and Holiday Park. That will cover the roads. You don't need to name the roads.
Thank you. I'll go with that motion then.
Do I have a second to that
Plantation Boulevard.
motion? All right, we have a motion to move this ordinance to second reading at a time that will be good for the staff, removing lines 121 and 122, and then creating a subsection under line 85 to include Lakeside Plantation and Holiday Park. That was made by the mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Mayor, do you have anything?
It'll be interesting to see what comes back for second reading, as far as what other roadways may need to be included in this low-speed vehicle prohibited list. I am not 100% clear on West Villages, what is allowed and what is not allowed. And I hope staff will create some cheat sheets for second reading on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Emmerich?
I have a question
You-
before I can support this,
Go
because I
ahead.
might be making amendment.
Please.
So West Villages, should we include West Villages in this?
No.
No, I know they have an agreement,
Right.
but
Are you talking for golf carts?
designated city
For both.
roadways, operation of golf carts and any authority, blah, 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 as in section B where they added the roadways included in Plantation, Lakeside Plantation, Holiday Park. Should we not include West Villages?
That is up to you all to do that,
Okay.
which means, just hold on, just to clarify, if you do allow that, that means they'll go on the West Villages Parkway, Pareto, Playmore, and then we have to, Public Works or the city will have to reach out to the Department of Transportation and get specific permission to allow them to cross 41 for golf carts, as per state statute.
Well, that was where they were supposed to build that whole bridge, so that's a
Right,
whole
that
other
we,
ballgame.
right, but if you all do that, that's gonna take a little more steps for the
Right.
city to work with DOT, because now they're asking if they add golf carts to the West Villages area. If golf carts, so that means LSVs and golf carts would be sharing the same roadway.
No,
and
they took I thought they took, well, yeah, I see. what
That's,
you're saying.
they would be sharing the same roadway, but, Public Works would have to reach out to DOT to look at the intersection of West Villages Parkway
to get specific permission to allow golf carts to go, and then they would have to put up proper signage as
So
well.
the golf carts would essentially have to be on a multi-use path within West Villages in order for them to
No.
use them on that.
No, Commissioner, I don't think that's what the deputy chief is saying. What he's saying is we have to do a little research with DOT, and then they would have to put up signage just to be able to put the golf carts on their roadways, not on the paths.
You can allow, commission can allow golf carts on those roadways as well.
Correct.
And the statute says that golf carts are to operate from sunrise to sunset. However, there's also stipulations in the statute that the commission can change that if certain safety measures are put to place to allow golf carts to operate past sunset.
Okay, but my concern with those roadways that you just talked about is they are major roadways where with the ballpark may have some extremely high level volume
Correct.
traffic, okay?
Correct.
With that in mind, a golf cart may not be the best idea to put on with that type of vehicle. So it should have a multi-use pathway, but we don't know what size sidewalks they have. Are they eight
No.
feet? Are they 10 feet?
No, ma'am, we do know what size they are.
They're 8 feet.
They're 8 feet wide.
Okay.
They're 8 feet wide sidewalks with a 4-foot wide bike lane. The issue is
Oh, okay.
there's sidewalks.
They're
They're not
sidewalks.
I see,
multi-use paths.
I see.
That's the problem.
Okay.
So
Maybe,
by the alternative suggestion of possibly allowing the golf carts on the streets, provided they meet the various requirements, that would be an option.
maybe,
On West Villages Parkway only, correct me if I'm wrong.
Again, it would be, well, as it stands, if they say the West Villages community or Welland Park
So
community,
all of the streets.
it would be those roads that we have a traffic enforcement agreement. Outside of those roads, those are all private communities, which they can operate golf carts and LSVs and whatever. they
Right,
want.
but the point is for them to use their cart to go from their
Correct.
home to the Braves, their
Publix.
home to the Publix. I mean, that
Correct.
was the whole point of the community.
That is correct.
And we had the discussion over and over again about a bridge going over 41.
Correct.
So they could go from one community to the other community.
Correct.
So I think that this is doing a huge disservice to West Villages and their residents and what they bought into, especially the concept of being able to get in your golf cart or whatever it is and being able to go from point A to point B.
And again, this is why it goes back to the commission, but telling you, for the law enforcement side, there is a lot of golf carts in West Village.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can clarify, the roadways that the police department and the West Villages has their traffic enforcement agreement on is Northwest West Villages Parkway, Southwest Villages Parkway, Prado Boulevard, Playmore Boulevard, Merlot Avenue, Mezzo Drive, and Minnesota Beach Road.
Correct.
So I'm going to make an amendment.
well, and what I was thinking is an amendment, maybe, or maybe even a totally different, well, it can be an amendment too. I would like to see more information in regards to the West Village so that we know and understand those various roads and stuff like that for that second reading. So that it can be added in, West Village can be added in at the second reading because of the information that we're gaining. I don't know if we are totally getting the understanding of what can and can't be done within that community.
Well, here's my theory. If I can make an amendment to add West Villages to the designated city roadways, within this time and the second reading, you can come back and determine that there's, say, West Village Parkway should be on the list that's provided on 106. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So while it opens it up, you can then limit it in second reading with those specific, if Prado or West Village, I would assume West Village Parkway is really the bigger concern.
Yes,
If West Village Parkway should be deemed not part of this, then maybe that goes on the prohibited list.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that.
get what I
I
mean?
would like staff to speak with the developers of Welland Park to get their feedback as to whether they want golf carts running all over downtown and the shopping thing. I'd like to get their opinion on that also when it comes back. right, go ahead with your
So
amendment.
I'll amend to include West Villages within the designated city roadways.
Right, there's
What?
amendment to add West Village to the roadways to allow for the golf carts. Is there a second?
I'll second it, and we can discuss it at the second reading.
Thank you, sir. All right, there's an amendment on the floor to add West Village or Welland Park to the subsection under line 85. Anything more to that, Commissioner Carazone?
Just that this gives the staff an opportunity to come back and figure out a better way.
Yes, ma'am. And for clarity, do we just want to include the roadways that police department has an agreement
Yes,
on?
that's all we can control.
Because the other ones are
That's all we
private.
can,
Should-
yeah,
Yep.
absolutely.
As I
That's all
read
we
them
can
into the
control.
record. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I think that, you know, I just want to speak to the fact that I go back to when this was developed. That was the whole point of this development, was that it was going to be an internal community. You could get from point A to point B with a golf cart. We were talking about bridges. We were talking about ways to interconnect everything so that there was less traffic and vehicles on the road. And if you keep creating all these nonsense ordinances that prevent you from using these types of golf carts and LSVs and OHVs and other things that do not put as much traffic on the roadway, well, what are we doing? You're shoveling crap against the tide. That's what you're doing. You keep saying that we have an issue with our traffic. Well, but we're not doing anything to fix it because you can only keep widening those roadways and increasing those roadways as much as humanly possible. Well, at some point, you got to get creative. And 10 years ago, our creative idea was to go with allowing golf carts along Price Boulevard with a 10-foot actual sidewalk, a barrier between Price and the sidewalk. Cooch was here. And we didn't get support of that. Now imagine today, if we had support and the people utilize those golf carts, how we would not be put against a wall for widening Price Boulevard on this date. So sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet, get some forward thinking, some creative thinking in a way that will actually prevent you from being in a landslide tomorrow. And I think that this is a good step forward, but it's still a mess as far as I'm concerned, but I'll have to work on that between now and second reading because I'll have just a smidge of time.
Commissioner Emmerich, do you have anything to the amendment?
Oh,
He just wants to leave.
All right, so let's take the vote on the amendment. Mayor McDowell, I saw your light on.
Yeah, I'll make another amendment after the final vote. I'm sorry, I'll make the motion after the final vote.
Okay. All right, so we are voting on the amendment to add West Village to the subsection of B. And that passed 4-0, so now we're going to address the motion as amended.
You want to make an amendment?
No, she wants to make a motion after we're all done with this.
Oh, okay.
City Clerk, would you read the original motion, please?
To move ordinance number 2020-44 to second reading for a date to be determined, removing lines 21 and 22 regarding multi-use pass on line 85, creating a subsection to add Lakeside Plantation and Holiday Park.
And you stated 121 and 122? Okay,
That's what she said at first, was 121 and 122.
121 and 122, yes, just making sure. All right,
Yeah, she's looking at the strike through underlined versions, just so you.
we're just waiting for the vote to show. There it goes. And that passed 4-0. The only thing that I'd like to say in regards to that is we've had some people from West Village, Welland Park, who have gone out and gotten LSVs so that they can traverse these roads. And they're insured. And we might want to look at, before we come back for that second reading, that golf carts are not insured. And they are out on these roads that our police officers are going to be patrolling. So we may want to give that some consideration. Mayor McDowell, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to see if maybe, and I'm going to talk this through, and maybe somebody can help me figure out if we need a motion or maybe not, or just a consensus. Because the West Village is an area that is unique for our entire city, I would really like to see some information come back to us that says, hey, if we allow golf carts on the roadways that were listed, what does that require the city to do? If we allow LSVs on these roadways, what are the speed limits throughout that roadway from point A to point B where it starts and ends? And also, what about the multimodal / sidewalks? What is currently allowed, and if we have this ordinance get passed, what is exactly allowed? I think we need to have clear understanding about the West Villages instead of just kind of guessing and then having to come back and bite us in the butt once it gets passed.
That was almost identical to what I stated earlier. So when the second, when it comes back for second reading, I would like to see more information on how this affects Welland Park.
So I don't know if
Can we get a
need
consensus on, or can we get a consensus on that, please? That we get more information of the impact that it have on Welland Park. Mayor?
Yeah, I definitely need a lot more
Commissioner-
information, detailed
Commissioner
information.
Yes.
Commissioner Carazone?
Sure.
And I'm a yes. So with that, let's adjourn for an hour of lunch. Is that all right?
Yep.
So come back at 2:22. All right, thank you.
Can I
I call this regular commission meeting back to order. It is 2:23, and we are finished with all the adjustments. We're going back to item 5A. And that is the second reading of ordinance. So, City Clerk, would you read that by
Do
title?
you want to make sure Commissioner McDowell's on?
Sure. Do you want to- She's actually put in to speak. So, Mayor, do you have something you want to say?
Just hello. I hope everybody enjoyed lunch.
What did you have?
All right, would you go ahead and read by title only, please?
3, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida to establish a Buy American preference by amending Section 2-402, definitions, and creating Section 2-421, Buy American preference, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Is this City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading of this ordinance. At the first reading, the commission on July 14th directed the ordinance to come back with a lot of changes with kind of some suggested criteria. You will see that the ordinance has not changed since first reading. Our office worked with the city manager's office and the finance department to try to work through some of the criteria requested, and it was their recommendations not to include any criteria, and I'll let them speak to that. Also, we jointly reviewed some of the other entities' ordinances and found that they were fairly similar to what is presented to this body. They do not include that more in-depth criteria, which, as an overview, it's my understanding is really just not practical or functional, but I'll let the city manager and his team speak to that more.
Thank you.
Yes, let our finance director come up. She can talk about this some too, but while she's on her way up, they did a bunch of research. They looked at some of the other ordinances that are out there, and pretty much all the ordinances are very similar to ours, as generic as they are, because there's so many different opportunities to how this could be done, and it's more of a case-by-case basis. So while the ordinance itself does push to Buy American, putting all of the policies and procedures in the ordinance is not the best practice out there. So I'll let Ms. Farrell.
Good afternoon, Kim Farrell, Finance Director. And that is a very good summation. What we found when we went around and looked at what our comparables and locals had done, we didn't find anybody that had gone further. There is a proposal in Sarasota County that goes a little bit further, but that's the only one that we found that actually would go further than this general, we prefer to Buy American. That was our recommendation on where to go.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we don't.
Right. I'm good. We'll open it up for commission comments or questions. Mayor McDowell?
Yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me without lagging everything.
Yeah, it's coming through fine.
Excellent. Good to hear. Thank you very much for that. So if we're going to give a preference, to me, that is saying that you have, let's say, 3 companies. One is a company that's here in Northport. They apply for local preference. They have to prove and give documentation that they are local to be able to get that preference. Then you have another company that is not local. They're bidding on something, but they Buy American. And then you have another company that's kind of both, a hybrid. Who wins the procurement? If you don't have a criteria for preference, who then do you pick if you're trying to encourage Buy American and encourage local?
I agree. I think it's too difficult to set the criteria personally myself. So are you finished with your questions?
No, ma'am. If it's difficult to set the criteria to give a preference, how do you give a preference?
I'm sorry, how do you what?
How do you
It's
select
something
then?
that you could, when you're developing the specs for something, you can write something in there, but it would be the person that's going out to put that procurement out on the street would be the one that knows what we're buying at that point, what kind of competition there is, whether it's even available from an American, however we define that company.
But if it's going to be done on a case-by-case basis, how do you have any, well, you did it for this one, but you didn't do it for that one, and this one's criteria is different than that one's criteria. At least with the...
They removed the criteria, though, and went back to the original.
The preference is established when the solicitation is put out. Prior to it being put out is when that we establish the preference that they would get. Even with our local ordinance, our local preference ordinance or solicitations that are put out, it's not in all of them because there's certain cases where we're not allowed to have local preference, depending on where the source of funding is coming from. So, but all criteria for every procurement we put out is established before the solicitation process starts.
So it sounds like instead of saying a Buy American preference, we just should probably go with what the city of Sarasota has, where it says the city of Sarasota is committed to the procurement of products and services that are produced or manufactured in America. We encourage all contractor vendors to buy American-made products and materials. There's really no preference then.
And we are fine with that. This came from you all.
I get it.
So
But
we are good with that. That's again, this is a policy decision. From a staff perspective, coming up with the preferential treatment of these vendors actually inhibits the solicitation process and inhibits competition. But if that's what the commission wanted to do, that's why we're doing this, because it's not illegal, it's just difficult.
Do you have anything else, Mayor?
I just have one other thought, and it's kind of a question, is if you have somebody that's going to focus on Buy American, and then you have somebody that is a local supplier or a local manufacturer, how do you make that selection then? I think if you're going to go generic, we need to go completely generic and not call it a preference.
Okay. That's
just my 2 cents.
Okay, Commissioner Carazone?
2 questions. One, isn't the procurement based off a point system?
Yes, ma'am.
So the preference just allows them more points. It doesn't necessarily mean that those that are not American will not be put in. It just means that they get more points, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's
Correct.
one thing.
The difficulty is in determining whether they met whatever criteria we set as to say they are an American company, an American product.
So it goes by what we did with Northport, a percentage of the employees are American, percentage of the product is made in America. I mean, we already have that criteria essentially, but for the Northport side of things.
The local preference, yes, we do.
Yeah, all right, so that's not hard. Okay. Now, next, if it's unavailable, in other words, if there's no way for you to do it where, let's just say that you're looking for something that is absolutely not made, PPP ware is absolutely not made in America. Let's just pretend. Finally, it is. But anyways, there's a caveat that allows you to go outside of this procurement process because it's unavailable.
So again, as we're
Right.
stating, it's all points. So if nobody that submitted is Buy American, then everybody would get 0 points. Just like with the minority-based entities or women-based entities, those are required to be in certain solicitations as well. But if nobody submits and meets that requirement, then they all get 0. So we're all on the same
Exactly.
page.
Right. So it would automatically go to that particular vendor because there's no one that would be available. Okay. So the criteria issue is already handled because it's already been done. And the ability, if there was no American-made product company, what have you, the caveat is already in there that you have an ability to go outside of that. Next question. Is there not?
Well, not to step on the city manager and finance director's toes, but I don't think it's that simple. I mean, in looking at our local preference, we do define with respect to having a place of business or certain amount of employees here in the city. But with respect to a product and whether, what is manufactured where or what's not, that's not necessarily so simple. Is it the place where it's mostly manufactured? Is it the place where it's assembled? What about its component parts? When you're looking at the company, do you consider its subsidiaries or its parent companies? Now that we're more of a
I would
global
say
world
if-
with a lot of manufacturing done outside the country and specifically in China, a lot of things even that are quote unquote American made have a lot of component parts that are not. So how do you decide that and how do you determine that?
Well,
And
I
then
would say-
how micro do you go? Do you do our pens that we write with, or is that too small? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think the criteria is that simple.
Well, a procurement is only for X amount of dollars and above, correct?
Well, technically procurement applies to any dollar amount, but a formal solicitation is normally at a certain threshold and above.
Which is what I assume this is
Yes.
directed towards,
That
right?
mostly would be applied to, but as far as the difficulty in, yes, you do have these challenges because, just use a car for an example, is a lot of the component parts are not made here, but it's assembled. Or if you look at new cars, left-hand there's a sticker on it to tell you what percentage of it was assembled in the
Right.
United States as opposed to somewhere else.
So
Those are the
60% or more.
And those are the criteria you set before you put the solicitation out so that it's not open to interpretation of, is it a parent company? Is it, does it have to have all made in the USA, or is it assembled, or is it 60%? You can establish those. It's not the easiest thing to do, but it is something you do. Again, you set those criteria before it goes out.
It's certainly tricky to do in code language. This is part of what we were running into when we were trying to write it.
Why could we not just say that anywhere from 60% and above being manufactured in America would then allow you the additional points?
Because that's where, like the city attorney was saying, it's what 60% of what? Is
Of
it
whatever the item is.
but all the component parts could be made somewhere else. They're all put together in the United States, so it's 100% assembled here, but it's also 100%.
I didn't say assembled, I said manufactured.
And I think you'd have to look at every product too. If we're going to make a purchase from Walmart, are we going to look at every product that we're purchasing and determine where it's
And go under the procurement. I mean, that can be just, that doesn't reach that level of point system. We're specifically discussing where you're going to go out for bid.
if we're going out for bid for vehicles, is, Toyota an American company, or is that, I mean.
Well, you never
it-
buy Toyota, I can tell you that.
She's
It's
joking.
always
Yeah, I'm just giving you
Ford.
examples.
We do have 3 Nissans.
No comment. But anyways, I mean, all vehicles have the percentage of manufacturing in America. I mean, that's something that's been around for a while, but I think if you set the limits and above, I think you're fine. I don't think having a Japanese or Chinese, whatever it is, just assembled here in America is enough. And I think that if we don't start taking a stand, then you can start calling yourself another country real soon.
Wait, you finished?
Yep.
Mayor McDowell?
Since I had my first round, did anybody else have it? I just have a couple follow-up questions.
Okay, I'll go ahead just briefly before you. I don't want to make this a difficult thing. Yes, I believe in making or, purchasing American, but I don't want to put more on the procurement process and slow things down, hinder things, end up being lied to or whatever, I like what the city of Sarasota put. It states that, I mean, if we're going to put anything in, I I don't have a problem of even removing this and just going with what we have. But having what the city of Sarasota does is that blanket of where we want our procurement, to have American made, but not establishing all of these rules and regulations to make it difficult on us or the other company. Okay, so Mayor McDowell, round two.
I had asked city manager for a copy of Sarasota County's Buy American policy. City manager, were you able to obtain that?
Yes, I sent it to you.
When?
I believe I got it last night and sent it to you this morning.
They have
Okay,
not
and
yet
that could be what?
adopted that. They have.
Yeah, and
I
it's
think
not adopted either. That's the other thing. Is finance director was just starting to say, it's not approved. So it's a draft policy. They haven't adopted it yet.
It has 4 options, I believe, and they've told us which one they're planning to present, which was option 1, but it has not gone to the board yet.
Okay, and because I speaking for myself and asking for that, I haven't had a chance to review it. And I know that Commissioner Hanks had wanted to kind of piggyback off of what the county was doing. Maybe this should be tabled until after they adopt theirs and see what it says and see what it looks like and see if we want to incorporate something similar to it into our ordinance for second reading, as opposed to just passing something just to pass something.
It's the will of the board.
Actually, within the backup material, it was prepared for the board with option 1 for Sarasota County. So it does talk about what option 1 is. To me, they haven't, it says up to X%. So they haven't defined what that percentage
Exactly.
is and whether it's going to be in or out. All of those points, don't know. Personally, myself, I'll state I like what the openness that the city of Sarasota has said. And I think starting there, you don't have to wait. It can be addressed at this point and don't have to table it.
Yeah, and I'm for either one, but if we're going to approve this ordinance and incorporate something that Sarasota County has with their verbiage, we need to look at line 78 through 92 and maybe remove those words A and B and just copy what the city of Sarasota has done. Because if, going back to my premise, if you have the word preference in there and you have no criteria on how you're giving preference, how does this become a preference kind of thing?
Commissioner Emmerich, you have the floor.
No, I was trying to pull that up so I could read it. No, I had no issues with killing this whatsoever in the beginning, like in agreement with what you had. But if we were going to go with Sarasota County, I was also in agreement with Mayor McDowell on tabling it and seeing what they went through with it. But I don't want to make this a complicated process whatsoever. I think we've got way too many complicated processes already existing within this city, and we're trying to get away from that. So it's up to this board. I would either kill it or wait on Sarasota County and see what they push through. That's just the way I feel on this, and I think it would be a lot less complicated.
What do you think about the city of Sarasota? If you flip over to what theirs said, it just says Buy America. And it would be the city of Northport is committed to the procurement of products and services that are produced and manufactured in America. We encourage all contractors, vendors to buy American-made materials and products.
I like it.
Would you be amenable to the city of Sarasota's wording?
Do nothing then.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is a lot less than what you just stated, so I'm missing some information on mine.
For the city of Sarasota?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, no, I'd be in agreement with that. I mean, that's simply put, and you're striving to purchase American, yes. But as we all know, It may not be able to happen 100% of the time. You're going to have some fluctuation. So if we're making that attempt and we're striving for that attempt, I think we're achieving our goal. And I would agree with that.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Carazone, you have your light on?
I agree with what Sarasota County's option 1 is, and just putting the 60% or above portion of it. I believe that anything that, or what was presented in the city of Sarasota, I just personally think it's might as well do nothing. It's just a placation, stating, hey, we love you, but you know, whatever. There's nothing to it. So my personal opinion is stand for something or stand for nothing. And I refuse to stand for nothing, as is stated in City of Sarasota, or City of Sarasota's. But I would stand for something, which is written in the Sarasota County one, where there is a percentage.
And see, I was all right for killing the entire thing. And so for me to stay something is the city of Sarasota. You know, to me, that is acknowledging America first, made in America, without going into all the detail and hassle during procurement. Mayor McDowell, do you have something?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion if anybody else has any questions. It's up to you.
Anyone else wants to speak to this? All right, go ahead, ma'am.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2020-23 with the following changes. The title of section 2-421 is by American, removing the word preference, deleting lines 79 through 92, and adding the verbiage outlined in the city of Sarasota provided in the backup material.
All right, I need to ask city attorney before I call for a second. By changing the title, does this have to come back another time?
No, ma'am, it does not have to come back another time because we've provided more than sufficient notice on the subject matter. However, if you want to go with the mayor's suggested change, I think that you would also want to strike the proposed change to section 2-402 definitions. I think you would no longer need those definitions.
Oh, yeah, great point.
I believe, they do include definitions of produced and manufactured, which are in the city of Sarasota language, but also the symbol, which is not. And honestly, the definitions of produced and manufactured are fairly basic. So I think you may want to consider striking all of that as well.
Mayor,
Vice Mayor,
did you understand what she was saying and want to redo your motion?
Yes, ma'am, I can restate it or just say remove section 2-402 if the seconder is amenable to that too.
I haven't called for a second yet, so if you'll go ahead and reiterate the motion fully, please.
I will restate the whole motion to approve ordinance number 2020-23 with the following changes. Removing lines 47 through 73, which is section 2-402 in its entirety. On line 78, remove the word preference from that title by American, and then delete the lines 80 through 92 and substitute the language provided in the backup material for the city of Sarasota by America.
All right, we have a motion on the floor as stated by the mayor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Clerk, would you please, she's shaking her head no. Could you hear her?
Not with all that
loudly
moving around, no.
Want me to do it again?
I got changing the title to Buy American. Go ahead and do it again. A little slower.
Okay, can you guys hear me all right?
You're very quiet. I mean, it would help if the volume was raised just a little bit.
Okay, I'll try it again.
Okay,
There
that's
you go,
better.
that's better.
There you go.
All right, I moved the microphone closer, sorry. All right, approve ordinance number 2020-23 with the following changes. Delete section 2-402 definitions in its entirety. On line 78, remove the word preference from that subtitle. Delete lines 80 through 93 and substitute it with the language provided by the City of Sarasota in the backup material as they state.
Were you ladies able to capture that? Okay, that was just a clarification. We don't need that to be reseconded. So Mayor, do you have anything to that motion?
Nope, I think this is about as good as we're going to get, and we can always revisit it once Sarasota County approves their ordinance.
Thank you. Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'll just state that this is the way I think it should be. It allows the flexibility to the city without strapping them with a lot of details and work during the process. Call the vote.
Hang on, guys. Sorry. I have to, just so you guys know, I have to toggle between things, so it takes me a little bit longer, and I apologize for the delay.
That's fine. Thank you for the explanation, though. All right, it passes 3-1. Thank you very much.
Does the dissenter want to state the reason?
I think I already did.
Yeah, I
but
think
thank
she
you.
already did. All right, let's go on to 5B. And City Clerk, would you read this ordinance by title only, please?
Ordinance number 2020-27, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, Appendix A, City Fee Structure to change certain building, fire, police, parks and recreation, facility rental, solid waste, and road and drainage fees, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Attorney or City Manager? Well, they've gotten 3 out of 4 incorrect, so right at this point, I'm guessing.
Help,
There
one way or
you go,
another.
thank you.
So this is citywide fee ordinance. You all had a conversation over the summer about increasing citywide fees to allow for credit card processing fees. We have presented you with multiple options on this next reading, mainly because the idea of raising fees across the board brings into a logistical nightmare that we've had before. Whereas if you raised a fee that is currently $1 by 6%, and it all of a sudden becomes $1.06, causes 2 problems. And the best example I can give you is back when we had Movie Under the Stars and we charged $1 to get in, and the state said we had to charge sales tax. Charged $1.07 for people to get in for 2 times of doing that, and realized everybody came with $2 and we had to have 93 cents change for everybody. That makes the line take forever to get through. We also, as you probably heard, have a coin shortage in this country somehow. Not to mention, if you go to the aquatic center and you charge somebody $6.42 to get in, pretty sure that 58 cents is going to end up at the bottom of the pool, because they're going to show up with $7 that the parents are going to drop their children off with, and for the first 100 people that go in, we'll be able to give them change, then we're going to run out and we're going to have a different problem. So we have presented you with one doing exactly what you asked. We presented one with no changes, and we presented one with the hybrid of only changing the fees that wouldn't cause logistical issues. And so our finance director is here. She can probably give you a better example of which ones were which than I just did, but that's the overview of it.
Thank you very much. Do you want to address anything, Ms. Farrell, or are you just ready for
The
questions?
only thing I'll mention is version A was the one where we just increased every fee by 1%. Version B is where we excluded some fees because they were mostly paid by cash. The business licenses, we didn't think that was your intent to increase those. And the final attachment is a summary of the fees that we excluded from version B for an increase.
Thank you, ma'am. I will add to that, I also asked her, because we did that because of wanting a certain amount for the budget, and she said even version B does achieve that goal. So with that, Commissioner Carazone, you have the floor.
Version A is what the commission approved,
Correct.
which is the percentage base, correct?
Yes, the
Okay.
1% increase.
I thought we did the flat rate, but I guess we didn't, no?
The flat 1% across the board.
No, I thought we were gonna do maybe that was something I asked for. Now I can't remember. That was a long time ago. So version A is the 1% across the board.
Correct.
Version B represents how much across the board?
Version B is the same as A, except for certain fees, we did not do any increase at all. Those like aquatic center admission, we did not increase. Anything that is primarily paid all in cash, we did not increase. We also had
I know, but how much was the increase for those that?
Oh, it was 1%. So version A and B are identical, except that for these select and this list of ones we excluded, we did not increase them at all for those select fees.
Do you have approximate total of what that might be excluding from the budget? Do you have an
Well,
idea?
I'm more concerned about the percentage base, because the percentage, while it's 1%, when you get into larger numbers, that 1% is no longer $6, it's $600. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So
the 1% was designed to capture the credit card fees, and our credit card fee is a percentage also. So the more that they're charging, the more we're charged.
okay, all right. So we go to the excluded list. And the excluded list, we're talking about the one-sided copies, the two-sided copies, the DVDs. If you're paying for that with a credit card, why are they excluded?
Because for those, the 1% increase would be less than a penny. And so we excluded those for ease of implementation.
But that's only if they get one.
Correct.
So it shouldn't, I mean, if someone went and asked for multiple amounts of CDs, then why wouldn't they in turn?
Because the 1% on a 15-cent charge is still less than a penny. And our fee is based on a per sheet charge. So 15 or 15.2 cents is still 15 cents. Unless you wanted us to carry it out to all those decimal places like the gas station does.
Now, what I'm trying to get at is maybe it needs to be that anything over $10, you know what I mean? Like there's a baseline, because if someone's gonna run up $1,000 worth of public records and pay for it with a credit card, then why aren't they being charged that percentage just like everybody else? That's my argument. So maybe there needs to be a minimum or a amount or a maximum amount where that percentage starts, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. Don't ask me how you put it in there, I'm just saying.
Thanks.
No problem. But, I mean, why would I get, the ability not to pay if I came in and had $1,500 worth of public records, and yet because I did them in copies and CDs, why is it that I get off on paying that 1%, but yet this other guy who came in and asked for the copies of permits say he has to pay the 1%? I don't think that's fair, So that's one problem with it. The other question I have is, is there a way to do kind of a minimum that if it's versus exempting these, say, no percentage will be charged. Well, I guess you can't do that because it's all in this fee structure, right?
Yeah. Correct.
But if you said that if anything that's under $10, I don't know, you're the numbers guy. You're the numbers girl. Anything under $10 does not, it can be reduced by 1%? Maybe that? As part of the original portion to the list of fees?
I mean, I think the only thing we could do is expand our fee schedule where we have a per copy fee. And maybe if we say over 100 copies and we increase that fee by 100%.
City attorney's got the look.
Yeah, so I didn't research this in advance, so it's off the fly, but I'm looking at the Florida statutes in chapter 119, which states that we may charge up to 15 cents per one-sided copy for duplicated copies. It doesn't authorize us to charge in excess of that.
I thought we were able to charge, in addition to anything that we are actually charged. So in other words, if they use a charge card and we're charged at 1%, then we have that ability to charge it. Similarly, if there was a real charge in...
I don't know, but we should
Yeah.
probably look into that before you make a final.
I understand
And
completely.
we do have the copy fees noted as typically paid in cash. I think one, it's a very small amount that would be less than, it would be a fraction of a penny. Two, they're typically paid in cash is how we have that fee noted.
I understand. No, I get what you're saying. It's easier. But easier isn't fair. And so this is about fair. So because it's easier, I don't know how I can agree that someone in new construction and some of the things that they're doing, or rental of some of the parks, they should get charged at 1%, but not someone who went and accumulated over, I don't know, $1,500 worth of public records. That's where my problem lies. And then there's other things, the planning and zoning reimbursement. If we're paying it, we're getting reimbursed. I don't even know what that means. We're reimbursing someone from planning and zoning. Planning and zoning is getting reimbursed. What does that mean?
What I have that noted is those are based on actual, reasonable, and customary charges. So if they're based on actual costs, then we didn't see that as something we should increase.
But isn't the actual cost an additional 1% because of the charge if they're using a charge card? Isn't that kind of the whole point of us being here?
And maybe I'm confused. But aren't we talking about the option in the ordinance to charge a 1% kind of across the board in lieu of charging the credit card or passing through the credit card fees?
What the direction was is to raise all of our fees 1%.
By 1%.
Yeah. So on the public records, we cannot do that for the copies. If you want to pass along, instead of doing that, if you want to pass along the charge card fee, because they're using a charge card, we can research that and see if we can do that. But you cannot raise it above 15 cents under Florida statute.
Okay, so can the
page.
1% be charged as a charge card fee? Or is that against, see, I felt like that was against the law, hence the reason why we went with the 1% across the
That's
board.
one of the issues we've had historically is charging.
Thank you. Get an alarm set.
Only somebody else had a different thought. No, we've had, there's been a public convenience
That was
fee.
funny.
Yeah, it sounded like Notre Dame.
It did.
And charging a convenience fee, there has to actually be a convenience, and just allowing somebody to use a credit card is not a convenience. So to just flatly charge a 2.5% across the board, unless the law has changed since I last looked into this, which was a while ago, you can't just do that. And that's kind of along the lines of what you're saying, just charge everybody what the credit card fee is. You can't do it.
Okay, because that, I mean, I know that's how it is in private world since 2016 when I last looked at it, but I wasn't sure with public world. All right, so again, reimbursements of planning and zoning field, what does that mean? Reimbursements where? Us paying a reimbursement, someone paying us a reimbursement?
So we get charged a fee and we pass it through to them. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
But is that somewhere,
You know, one of them is reimbursements for transportation study. That's one of the planning and zoning ones.
They're on their way.
so when we pay them the reimbursement, you're saying we wouldn't be charged? Or that 1% would not be applicable, correct?
So for the record, Nicole Gale, House Planning Manager. So the most common reimbursement that we see is for legal ads and mailings. So we're charging for postage costs or the actual cost from the newspaper.
Oh, to
the
whoever it
applicant,
is
yeah.
that has to do.
Yeah, because that goes through our internal billing system, and then we collect that money from them to cover those costs.
But again, you're collecting money from them, which,
Currently, planning is not accepting credit cards in most situations anyways. We get checks. We're still working on a credit card processing system, so.
My word.
Yeah, at this point, but eventually, hopefully it will be.
Wow.
new construction, residential, commercial, and additional building applications, non-refundable plan review fee due with application, valuation, $4,001 and above. Don't tell me people are paying that in cash.
Check.
Doing it in check.
The building fee, so I assumed it was through the building division.
It would be.
Yeah, which I know you can pay credit card.
Yes, they can, but I think that, I don't know if, are most of them coming in as checks? You know?
I think this one is specifically for over 4,000, so
Mm-hmm.
there's no charge when applying a 1% increase to a rate over, because the rate is only 0.003 per dollar over 4,000 if we try to apply that.
Huh? It's supposed to be 1% across the board.
Large charges typically sometimes have a small, if it's a large one fee, it's called a large purchase rate, and it's lower than.
And I assume that's that 4,000 mark.
Do you have any further questions, or can we go on?
One more question. In the title of this, city attorney, does this open us up to all of the fee and schedules? So in other words, if I can turn around and say that I want to remove all reference to special event permit fees and reviews and the monies collected of such, is the title clear enough to do that?
I'll need a minute, Commissioner. I'll get back to you.
No problem. Take a few.
While you're searching that, Mayor McDowell, go ahead, you have the floor.
Did y'all like my grandfather clock?
Love it.
Thankfully, it was only 2 instead of 12. I'm so sorry. I thought I had it muted. Anyhow, I think we had very good intentions to pass the costs of credit cards on to the users. And we wanted to keep it simple, but simple, as Commissioner Carasone stated, is not fair. And I am also about being fair. The users that have the credit card charges are being charged. However, the ones that are paying by cash or paying by check are paying for the use of a credit card that they're not using. So I have, and I stated this at first reading, I can't support this because those that are not using the credit card are getting an increase in fees, and that's not fair to them. And I'm all about trying to use the KISS method, which is keep it simple, silly. And I don't understand why we can't just pass on the charge of the convenience fee or credit card fee, whatever title you want to call it, onto the actual user. The Department of Motor Vehicles does it. Sarasota County does it. When I had to renew our business tax receipt, I had to pay a little extra because I used a debit card or a credit card. If I paid by check, I'd have to write it out and mail it to them, and then I wouldn't have been charged that fee. I don't know if enough research has been done to see about just charging the actual credit or debit card user.
I'm going to have to agree that when I pay the county for anything that I do, driver's license, tag, whatever, if I pay with a card, whether it's online or whether it's in person at the
I get
R.L.
charged.
Anderson building, I pay the convenience fee or service fee, credit card fee, whatever it's called. That is the fairest way, in my opinion. If we have a consensus to look into this further, to evaluate that type of option, would it be all right with this commission that we bring this back, table it, bring it back at a later date for further discussion?
I think if you're going to do a convenience fee, you're going to have to do a completely different ordinance, right?
How much money are
If
we
I could.
talking about for the credit card expenditures to start with?
The estimates that we did for the original, the first reading, was about $10,000 in the general fund. That was pre-COVID, so we expect it to be a little bit higher because there was more credit card processing happening. So that's where we came up with our average credit card processing fee, because there are so many different ones. The average was 1.85%. So I believe where we ended up with the 1% is that acknowledgement that, okay, we're now raising all fees, not just the ones that are paying by credit card.
Yeah, that's not
So
right.
we are talking about just trying to get back $10,000.
Correct.
To me, that's a lot of effort for $10,000.
Now, where we ended up when we did our estimates in the budget, not just general fund, but total, in the general fund, we added 20,000 in budget, additional budgeted revenue in the current, what we've just adopted. And citywide, it was a total of 85,000. That included
Yes.
that 20 in the general fund.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask a follow-up question?
Yes, can we allow the city attorney to speak? She's got her light on, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. In answering Commissioner Carasone's question, I have 2 points I'd like to, or maybe 3 even. First, this ordinance is at second reading with a suggested third reading because the title block changed so dramatically from first reading. So today would not be the end of action. With respect to the title block, it does include almost all categories in the fee schedule. It does not include 2 categories, the development review fees or utilities. Those are not identified in the title block. There are several of these that don't appear on today's agenda. The title for the item in Registar was not properly entered to reflect the title block drafted for second reading. But because it's not yet been advertised in the newspaper, I don't think that that's going to be a notice problem.
What was it, the development fees and what?
Development review fees and utilities fees are not identified in the title block for second reading.
Thank you, City Attorney. That was very important information. Mayor McDowell, go ahead with the floor.
Can we, I'd like to table this to check this avenue of actually charging the users of the credit card or debit card. And I know that each department has a different percentage. So let's just say building department's percentage is 2.5% and I don't know, solid waste is a 1%. This way they would be able to charge that percentage based on what their actual departmental needs are and what their credit card charges are. And I would like to see that information before I know I can make a vote on this item, because as it stands right now, I am not in favor of charging the people that don't use a credit card the fees because somebody else is. That's not right. And it's making it extremely complicated, not just for the users, the customers, the citizens, but also for staff and accounting. And I would like to see about trying to get a consensus, or if you need a motion to bring it back with additional information.
Thank you. Commissioner Carazone.
Something, you gave me the look.
Just, that is, the statement's been made a couple times of charging one person a credit card fee versus a not. That is pretty much the way the rest of the world does it. You go to Publix, you don't get a cash discount fee. You pay for a gallon of milk, whether you pay with cash or credit card. We're trying to do this, one, based on the direction we got from the commission earlier. But it is also a extremely standard practice throughout the rest of the known world.
Yeah, they just increased their product amount, that's all.
It's a cost of doing business.
But however, I will say that the state and the county does have a convenience fee, but it's a flat charge of,
Yes.
say, $2.25.
Exactly.
So maybe that's what we need to look at, is looking at the flat fee, convenience fee. I know they don't call it a credit card fee, but they do have
They do, and it's gonna be the same
thing that
situation.
says-
It will be similar though, because not every credit card charges the same amount. So you might be charging somebody 2.5%,
Right.
and you're only getting charged 1%.
Right, right.
And if we're gonna make the argument of what's fair, that's not fair either.
I think that's why I went with the percentage across the board. I just didn't think that that percentage across the board was going to be not to all, let's put it that way. I thought it was a percentage flat out across the board, period, 1%. And if I remember correctly, the 1% was actually a reduction from the 1.5 or more.
1.85.
1.85, only to compensate for the fact that there were some people who were not going to be utilizing credit cards. So it was a compromise to address that, and in exchange, bring it down to the 1%, but it would be completely across the board. Those that are being considered not applicable is really where my heartburn is, because I thought that by reducing the 1%, we were being fair that way. And now we're talking about a set of particular charges that won't be charged at all. And I just disagree with that.
How much difficulty is it for staff to look into this charge only to the users of credit cards and debit cards?
We have to work with the city attorney's office and find out, because it's a legal question as well of, can we charge a convenience fee? What do we need to do it? I can tell you back in 2009, we did all that, but that was 11 years ago.
And
There's
you
no
probably
doubt.
didn't do anything as a conclusion either, did you?
Well, we found out we couldn't do it. That's why we didn't do it. Whether the laws have changed or not.
We can
Research.
ask the county how they go about doing it, what their structure is too. Board, do we have a consensus to table this to come back for a third reading with the information about charging only for credit card use?
Well, can we change it completely?
So a couple of things. One, I would suggest you consider continuing it to third reading.
Okay.
And you would need to do that by motion. Either way, you would need to do it by motion, not consensus. The title block as stated is very broad, just an ordinance amending all these categories of fees. Again, it doesn't cover two categories of fees. We can add that in for advertisement if that's implicated by the board's direction, but it would need to be done, before third reading, so it could be advertised properly if there were going to be any changes related to those development review or utility fees. But otherwise, it's very, very broad, the title.
As I remember, those two categories were not supposed to be involved because they were already doing something themselves, correct?
Utilities already
That's right.
charges and included in their fee structure.
Right.
And what about the development review, though?
I'm not sure if we charge it on development review fees or not. Utilities, like I said, theirs is built in. Everybody gets charged because it's built into their rates, whether they use a credit card or not.
Did that one. And that's why I expected that one. It's that development review fee that is new.
Uh,
I feel like someone said that they were looking into it or
Something
something.
like that.
but There's nothing solid, so
Can I,
Go ahead, Mayor.
someone come in to tell us what's going on.
I'm curious, why would we have to have a development review added to the title block? Isn't development review part of planning and zoning? And,
And we don't currently take credit cards for those.
But development review.
but development review is in the title block. I'm looking right at it. It says
Oh,
here,
you're
city
right.
fee schedule.
You're right, Mayor. I
It's
missed
right
it.
after planning and zoning.
Okay, you got it. I missed
Okay,
it.
she's found it.
Okay.
Lord have mercy.
Okay,
Okay, so,
you ready for a motion?
well, I will make a motion. I'll move to continue ordinance number 2020-27 to the November 24th, 2020 meeting for approval, removing all reference to the special event permits, fees, and reviews of such.
Don't charge a special event
What?
permit fee.
Oh, but you do.
Don't charge a fee for the permit. We charge a fee for what our costs are related to the special event.
Remove all reference to special event permit fees and
We can't waive all those
reviews
fees.
of such.
Not all fees can be waived. Solid waste has to recover their fees. They can't be waived.
I'm not finding a reference in the ordinance to a special event permit.
It's permit. I mean, that's why I
There
asked
isn't a charge for the
earlier.
permit.
There's no
Charge
charge
for
for
the
the permit.
I'm just doing a word search and special events only appears twice, once in the title.
There's no charge.
I hear there's no charge on a consistent basis,
And
but
one's
yet
for a fire
there's
inspection.
constantly a charge,
For the services they receive, yes, but there's not a charge for
one
the
of which
permit.
is review and inspection and
Those are, let's say it's not a special event permit fee. They pay for the police officers they use. They pay for the solid waste charges that they incur.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to that motion
So
for this discussion?
My point is that the special events should just be completely gutted. The whole process is horrible. It still is. We tried fixing it, and I think all the fees, if we can't get it gutted by ordinance and removing it completely, then remove all the fees associated with special events, period. That's what I'm trying to get at.
And so just to be clear, because we're the ones who have to rewrite it, I'm only finding one reference to that, and that would be a fire inspection. So that's the fee that you would like removed in the fee schedule for special events.
No, I want it all removed. So
I don't
then-
find any
Yeah.
others.
So that,
Okay.
nothing else is listed in here.
Okay,
In this
there is a
particular-
motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrizone to continue this ordinance to the 24th specifically, and removing special permits,
Special event
special event
permits,
permits from the
the
ordinance.
fees and revenues of such associated, but I can't.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, and
What
there's
do we
a second to that. City Clerk, do you have that motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Read it back so I make sure it's correct, please. I'm sorry, I want to make sure it's right.
Continue to November 24th for approval, removing all reference to special event permit fees and revenues of such.
all right, to that motion, Commissioner Carrizone.
I'm just over the special events, and this is going to give you the leniency to change the way you want it to for the convenience fee or what have you. We could have a consensus later to gather that information. If you want.
I believe the city attorney said it needed to be part of the motion to bring it back the third time.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question, Vice
Her
Mayor.
motion did not include looking into doing this other option, and you said we would need to bring it back, in a motion for the third hearing, to continue for the third hearing, in order to look at that option.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever changes you want in the ordinance should be included in the motion. If you'd like
Thank you.
additional information with a backup, that should also come by a vote from the board.
I misunderstood you then.
You want to withdraw your motion?
I will, well, I did get a second. Yeah, I'll withdraw it.
Well, yeah,
I'll make a motion if you want, Mayor, Vice Mayor.
Should we not have our second withdraw first?
He did. He did.
Well,
I thought he did.
I hadn't yet, but I was gonna say, if we're gonna go with a new motion, then I wanted input from the city manager because he was down here talking back and forth, because I think there was a little bit more he needed to add to the motion that was on the floor.
Yes.
Okay, before we have that second motion, as Commissioner Emmerich has brought up, let's ask the city manager to enlighten us on the conversation.
My question is related to the special event. If we're gonna, because I get, while the ordinance that's out there right now doesn't list solid waste police officers that are charged with special events, I believe that's what we want, what Commissioner Carasone wanted to be included as waived fees, so that when, because what she said is when somebody has a special event, there's no charge. And we can't waive all of those fees. I cannot waive the solid waste fee. The general fund pays for that. When you all waive the fee out of the special event waiver money, solid waste fees can't be waived.
And I understand that, but in some cases, you don't need police. In some cases, you don't need solid waste. In some cases, you don't need the fire department. And my problem has always been that, one, this is a pain in the butt to go through, number one. It asks for way too much to just have a community group get together and have people at a park. It's nonsense. And then what happens is that there are requirements set upon them in this review process that is supposedly not charged for, but it is, ultimately, that really isn't necessary. So I have a problem with special events and permits since the day of inception. And if I can't get anyone to understand, because they apparently have not pulled enough special events to understand how asinine it is, then this was my way of trying to get rid of it from that way.
I'm going to pose a question to the city attorney, because this topic was supposed to be for the fees and the credit card fees.
Yes.
What I'm understanding coming from Commissioner Carasone, she's wanting to actually review special events permits. To me, that is a totally different topic. We're not talking about the fee schedule. We're talking about credit card charges and whether it's option A or option B.
But that's why I asked about the title. So it could be the fee schedule, period. That's the whole reason why I asked that question.
Well,
Vice
we're
Mayor,
talking about.
I think what you're getting to is whether or not this conversation is part of what's been properly noticed on the
Exactly.
agenda. So what's been noticed on the agenda are changes to Appendix A, the fee schedule. So anything that relates to changes to that schedule. The only item that I find that identifies special events in that schedule is a fire inspection fee. What I think I'm hearing, and you all who work more with special permits, city manager can correct me, is the application of other existing fees that you all are not talking about changing to special events. And, you know, that is a different topic. I think what has been noticed is changing the content of Appendix A, which is why I was trying to understand which fee is it that you want to change or strike out of Appendix A. That's what's noticed for.
That's the problem. I
the
wanted
item.
them all stricken, but apparently only Appendix A only refers to a certain amount. So I'll have to bring it back at another time as a individual with a slew of people behind me and just get rid of the whole damn thing.
Okay, that to me sounds more correct. I'll just put it that way. Mayor McDowell, are you going to try a motion?
I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 2020-27 for a second/third reading at a date to be determined by staff. And that would include the version A. The version B and a version C, which is charging the user of the credit card percent based on the departmental charges. Also to include the legalities of charging a convenience fee, credit card fee, processing fee, whatever that word is called, to be legally reviewed for accuracy and limitations.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor as stated by the mayor. Do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. City Clerk, would you read that motion, please?
To continue ordinance number 2020-27 to a date to be determined, including version A, version B, and a version C, which will include charge to users of credit card percent based on departmental changes, including legality of charging a processing fee to be legally reviewed for accuracy and limitations.
Thank you very much. Mayor McDowell, do you have anything to that motion?
No, I think this is the third option that we need to explore, and I think the legal review will come back, and hopefully legal review will also include as to how the county and state are able to do it if we are not. So thank you. Thank you for the second, whoever that was.
It was Commissioner Emmerich. Do you want to speak to that, Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
All right. I am in agreement with the words that Mayor McDowell has stated. I think this coming back in this form will allow us to arrive to that destination that we want to get to. So let's go ahead and take the vote. That passes 4-0. And at a later point, Commissioner Carazone can bring forward the discussion of special event permit. All right.
Look forward to that.
Let's continue on. We're going to go to 5D. And this is a second reading also. So clerk, would you read by title only, please?
Ordinance number 2020-47, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, renaming the Neighborhood Development Services Department to Building and Code Enforcement Services, and the activation of the Department of Development and Environmental Affairs, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Just to be sure, was there any public comment on that last item?
No.
Okay. Do we have any on this one?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't have any here, but you have it there.
I just thought of that too.
City manager, you want to go ahead with this one, please?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is the second reading. This was approved 4-1 at the first reading, which brought it to second reading. This is for the reorganization that would split planning and zoning into a new department with economic development. Actually, no, not with them anymore. It would create our environmental affairs group as well. And it would split them away from what is currently neighborhood development services and create the new department. This does require a unanimous vote. So the 4-1 vote that we had last time will not get this put into place. So if anybody votes against this, then it will not pass.
Okay, thank you. I will state that the legislative text did not really address everything for this second hearing. It just talked about what was presented within the first hearing, just to have that on the record. Staff,
Can you explain, or have someone explain what's missing?
Okay, what is missing is everything that we did in the last meeting. So if you go into legislative text, it says continue ordinance number 2020-47 to second reading on November 10th. So everything that was done on those November 10th was not published in in the legislative text.
I don't
and
believe there were any changes made at the last meeting. Prior to that, at the October 19th meeting was where we made all the changes, where you put social services and economic development directly under me. The only thing that happened at the last meeting, other than a whole bunch of discussion of why it was or wasn't approved, was continuing this to second reading. So the part that really needs to change is the recommended option. Instead of saying continue to second reading, it should say adopt.
Correct. State
what
that
you
it
were
was
trying to
heard,
say.
what the vote was or whatever, because all legislative text brings us all the information so that we know where we're going, in this meeting. So just bringing that forward. Staff, do you have any presentation? Does anybody want to present anything, or you took care of that?
We've done all of that
Okay.
twice. We did it on October, I believe it was the 19th. We also did it again on October 27th. So
All right, so City Clerk, would you please read into record the comment, please?
From Connie Bruni. I hope the mayor will stand her ground on this issue, despite the bullying and name-calling she endured at the last meeting. The city manager and his commission buddies attempted to pull a fast one and they got exposed. The outgoing commissioner admitted on the record at the last meeting that she could not get support for these shenanigans in the past. The same commissioner pontificated, "We will just do it in a different way," which is why the cabal of three, in my opinion, needed to help Mr. Lear on the job and why they did not make perfectly qualified assistant city managers acting CM. More documented abuse of position to benefit themselves or others, but we'll let the Ethics Commission decide that. I hope this NDS reorganization concept stops today. The new city commission and new city manager can revisit it in time, and they can decide what methods suit our city best.
All right, City Manager, you have your light on.
yeah, the wonderful attacks by Ms. Bruni really need to stop. It is absurd that she likes to bring this up every time. This has been in the works since 2001. At that point in time, I was barely even in the accounting profession, much less working here. So I don't know how I could have had an issue in 2001 of a cabal, as she likes to keep referring to, and personally attacking me over this, since this started at least 7 years before I started working here. But, if y'all want to keep listening to that, that's fine. But I'm not going to continue to be abused by her.
Well, it is public comment, and we did
There's public
hear-
abuse at this point.
Amen.
Did hear.
Yeah.
On to commission's questions and comments. Commissioner Carazon.
I'm glad that city manager finally said something because I'm sick of the abuse as well, especially when someone has absolutely no education or knowledge about the history, which is even more frustrating. I will reiterate that this has been brought up over and over again. There was no pulling a fast one. There was no having to bring this up to commissioners and being denied. This was a matter of, it was already divided. It had been combined due to economic issues. We are back to a high growth issue where we just had it in the works, where how many permits is it that we just had go through? Wasn't it?
It's over 10,000.
Over 10,000.
We're over 13,000 permits. And again, if she'd like to talk about what was done wrong, when the departments were combined, that's when something was done wrong. This is to fix the problem. This doesn't perpetuate the problem. It actually fixes what was done in 2011 when they were combined incorrectly.
Amen. So my point is that we are at the point now where at 13,000 permits, to not separate these departments is just setting them all up for failure. And it's very upsetting to hear that certain people, and it's not, at most everybody understands, certain people have no idea of what they're talking about. This has nothing to do with the personalities that sit up here. This has nothing to do with the personalities that are in leadership or the city manager or any of us commissioners. This is about doing what's right for our citizens, doing what's right for the people who are working here, and making sure that we give them the tools to succeed, that we're not setting them up for failure, because that's exactly what you are going to do if you deny this, and then it's on your back.
All right, Commissioner Emmerich, do you have
Oh,
any
hell no, I'm
statement?
not touching this one.
All right, Mayor McDowell, do you have any input on this? Hello? Here she is. Can you hear us, Mayor McDowell?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. I apologize. No, I have nothing to say. I said everything at first reading.
Okay. I'm just going to reiterate what I said at first reading, and this is something that I can definitely approve. I believe this will put the city in a place for the future to be able to succeed, and I would love to see it go forward. All right, with everybody spoken, is there a motion?
We didn't even put a motion on the floor, sorry. Move to approve ordinance number 2024-47 as presented.
Second.
All right, there is a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carazone to approve ordinance 2020-47, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Commissioner Carazone, anything?
It's a long fight for this, and I'm just glad it's finally, well, I do have a question. If this fails, as I assume, because some people are led by their nose.
We don't know, so
we're pretty.
Well, let's.
Anyways, point is, if this fails, can this be brought back again?
Mhm.
City attorney? I mean, granted, I won't be here, so maybe the person that sits in my seat or Hanks's seat could, but
Your city clerk is your parliamentarian.
nice.
Yes, it can be brought back. If it is brought back to reconsider the motion that was previously made, there's two ways to do it. If the commissioner notifies in advance that they're bringing it back at a next meeting, or it's done one way, they don't need a majority, I believe. But if they do notice it, that they're going to bring it back, then they don't need the majority. If they just bring it back at a meeting without providing that notice, then they do.
Okay, but it has to be someone who,
Not for that one, no. If they wanted to reconsider it during this meeting later in the day or within like the next day,
That's
then
where it
you
would
would have,
be.
it would be somebody on the
okay.
prevailing side.
So it wouldn't matter if you voted for or against, anyone can bring it back
Yes.
at it, okay. I just wanted to make sure that there's an option B. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Emmerich, do
Sorry.
you have anything to, as the seconder?
No.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the vote. Would you read it before we go ahead and vote? The motion? Thank you. It was,
There she is.
it was 3-1, so it needed to be unanimous, so it has failed.
Of course.
And we will go on to the next item.
I'd like to state the reason for my dissension.
Said
Go
no?
ahead.
Yep, that's it.
Let's let her speak. No harassment up here, please. Go ahead, Mayor, give your reasoning for dissent.
I firmly believe that when we get a new city manager in place, that whoever that new city manager is will be able to bring this back. This will be his department. Yes, we have to vote on it, but it's still his department and how he wants it to be run. That's the reason why I voted against it. I'm not being led by my nose or having any influence by anybody. I am capable of making my own decisions and making my own votes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
we're
say
go-
something to that real quick? Because she brought up the new city manager.
Just so we're not going to be.
No, it's
Not gonna change the
No,
So-
I'm just saying because this process has been going on for years. My opinion is,
No, it
why would we dump this on a brand-new city manager instead of fixing it ourselves in-house and allowing that city manager to come into something that's already been completed and work with? That's just my opinion. I'm not trying to argue with the mayor. I understand her opinion saying it should be done in the future, but I think it should be fixed now. That's just how I feel.
I agree with you. I think getting it taken care of now rather than later was or is the wise thing to do. And again, I'll reiterate that the division or the elimination of departments is on the commission. It is not a city manager decision. It is the commission decision. So, and though somebody else might be sitting there, it's still got to be on the commission. We decide how many and which departments are within this city to make it run as effectively as it can for the citizens. Commissioner Carazone?
Yeah, and just to reiterate what you're saying, Vice Mayor, and that is, it could take over a year for a city manager to be put in place. And I go back to what I said before, you are setting them up for failure, not just the city manager, but the departments. And I am very sad over this.
Thank you. Mayor McDowell, your light's on.
Sorry. Moving on.
Oh, okay, it was just lit. All right, we are going on to first reading ordinances. I believe this is 5E. And may I have a motion to direct the city clerk to read the ordinance by title only, please?
So moved.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich to have the clerk read the ordinance by title only. Please, ma'am, would you do so? Oh, we do need a vote. Oh, I thought there was. Yeah, let's vote. By the time you reiterate things, you forget.
Never. You don't forget about votes.
4-0 was that vote. So now,
Yes.
City Clerk, would you read it by title only?
Ordinance number 2020-46, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the non-district budget for fiscal year 2019-20 by transferring $1,073,612 from the road reconstruction fund balance, transferring $2,208,870 from the road reconstruction bond debt service fund balance, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. City Manager?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a year-end budget amendment. It is to do a couple things to last year's budget. One is, as stated in the title, a little more than $1 million was used out of the road construction fund to close that fund out for road rehabilitation for roads that met the same definition as the road bond roads. What this did is it closed out the road bond money and saved the district expenditures. The other side is, as you know, we refunded these bonds last year. Part of the refunding of that was to pay down the debt by a little more than $2.2 million. That was not included in the budget when we did it. And when we did that refunding, that was included in that ordinance for the refunding that we would need to do this at the end of the year.
So again, this is finalizing last year's fiscal budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone from the commission have any comment or question? Do we have any public comment on this one?
I do not.
Mayor McDowell,
no.
go ahead. Mayor McDowell, your light's on.
If nobody has any questions or comments, Vice Mayor, I'll be happy to make a motion.
Is that what you were going to do?
Yeah, but it's
Okay,
all
that's
right.
what I figured. Go ahead, Mayor.
Make a motion to continue ordinance number 2020-46 to second reading on November 24th.
Would you repeat the number of the ordinance, please?
2020-46 to second reading on November 24th.
Okay. I am showing a 46 in one area and a 16 in another. Clerk, could you verify?
It's 46.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. And do I have a second to that?
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to continue ordinance number 2020-46 to the second reading on November 24th and seconded by Commissioner Carazone. Anything to the motion, Mayor?
No, just Vice Mayor, just looking at the ordinance itself real quick, I'm only seeing the numbers 46 on the actual ordinance and the legislative text. So my motion stands, and thank you for bringing up a possible discrepancy.
No problem. Anything to that, Commissioner Carazone?
No, ma'am. Good job, city manager.
Okay, let's take the vote.
I already did.
That passes 4-0. Thank you very much. All right.
Can we take a break, guys?
Do you want to break?
Stand up.
Yeah.
All right,
Sit here
let's
much longer.
take a 10-minute break, please. It is 3:49. Let's come back at 4 o'clock.
Ooh, 11 minutes.
Exactly. You're quick with your math.
When you take this seat permanently, that's the rules of decorum for public comment. It's not that, you don't have a filibuster like they do in the
Exactly.
Senate.
Yeah.
There is decorum.
Yes,
So that
most
is,
definitely.
that is a personal attack.
Hey, guys, your mics are on.
Hope you heard it.
I'm just saying the mics are on, that's all.
We're back in session. It's 4:08. Apologize for the length of time. Let's go on to 5F. And for this one, we're going to need a motion to have the ordinance read by title only. All right. Mayor McDowell, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you for checking, Vice
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. All right, so we're going to vote on having the clerk read by title only. Passes 4-0. City Clerk, it's all yours.
Ordinance number 2020-43, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending Section 2-24 of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, related to city commissioner expenses and supplies, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, this is your item, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Can you introduce it for us,
Yes.
please?
In September, Commission provided direction to create a uniform policy allowing for 2 shirts available at election time for incoming commissioners. And at the 3-year mark, commissioners will be provided another shirt, 1 name tag furnished yearly, and business cards as needed. Section 2-24 of the code regulates which supplies City Commission are to be paid for by the city and which are the responsibility of the individual commissioner. This ordinance removes Section 2-24B, supplies, and allows for them to go into the resolution that will be provided on November 24th and adopted as a policy.
Okay, so this is just removing the ordinance so that it can be placed within a resolution. All right, Mayor McDowell, your floor is yours.
Yeah, I don't have any questions really pertaining to the supplies on the shirts. That's fine the way that it was stated. I do have a question. If you look at line 36, it says travel on city business which requires expense reimbursement shall be pre-approved by the city commission. I'm kind of curious because I've traveled and never have had a commission approval. And I'm wondering what exactly is that really referring to and stating?
I believe it's the budget, but city manager, can you?
It doesn't say that.
It is referring to making sure that the funds are budgeted.
Thank you. Anything else, Mayor?
So if we're taking out just B, why are we leaving A? Why are we removing just the supplies part of it and not the travel part of it to go to policy?
Because your direction on this item was about supplies and not travel.
I understand that part, but what I'm asking is if the whole premise is to remove things from ordinance and put it into policy, we've got this before us. Why not just keep it all nice and clean and remove section 224
Isn't that?
as what is stated in the title block?
Does, travel has to do with the adjusted amounts per federal guidelines, correct?
The mileage rates come from the IRS, and our code refers to the IRS code for that.
City Clerk, do you have any comment on that question?
I just did this just related to the supplies because that was the direction that was provided before.
Okay. City Attorney, do you see any reason to separate the 2 of them?
The title of the ordinance does state amending section 2-24. So if it were the will of the commission, you could remove the travel section as well and direct that into policy without affecting the advertisement or, adding additional reading. I don't see any reference here in this section to, this is not where the IRS mileage rate is adopted. So I don't see anything here that could not appear in policy at a quick glance.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Carazone, do you?
Yeah, I'm under the impression that the travel portion has to do with the IRS requirements, which is why that's in the ordinance. That's part of the policy that was adhered to by, I know we approved it, they commissioned it.
There's no reference in here to the IRS issues.
Thank you.
It's not in this section, it's a different section of the code.
Okay, Mayor McDowell, do you want to finish your?
No, I'm done. I just was trying to get a better understanding as to what we're truly doing here. And instead of doing it in piecemeal, maybe we should just rip the Band-Aid off and do it all at one time.
I tend to agree with that if that's something that the city clerk and city attorney feel as though it's appropriate to put all of it within a resolution instead of just the uniform policy.
I think it's fine and would be even more appropriate for policy. We can take a look at, I believe we already have the policy drafted for the resolution that will accompany this, and we can take a look at it and see if the travel makes sense to fit into that policy or if it would be a separate policy. But I see no issue at all with removing it from the ordinance and putting it into a policy adopted by resolution. And in fact, based upon, my common refrain that you hear from me, I think that would be appropriate.
Is there anyone else that has a comment on that topic?
And if we're going to do that, sorry.
Go ahead.
If we're going to do that, maybe on the section A with the travel, and just put in there about budgetary reimbursement shall be approved at budget process or something like that, because when I read this first item, I was thinking that the commission has to approve anybody traveling on city business. For example, if I wanted to go to an FLC conference, I'd have to come to commission and say, hey, I'd like to go to FLC conference. Can I get your approval? But if it's just budget, I think that word or phrase needs to be in that statement.
We can clean up that language and bring it for your consideration.
And to me, it doesn't need to state just that, the budget, because if I remember right, if somebody goes over their expenses, it has to come back to the commission for the commission to allow more money to be expended per commissioner. So if we just strictly put it budget, it restricts that exception that we put in place.
I don't think that was ever put in an ordinance. I think that was just a
If that's practice and something that you want, then I would suggest that being put into policy.
I believe that was approved.
Yep.
I think it passed.
It was.
By motion, perhaps?
city manager has his lights on.
It was a conversation you all had, but I don't know if it was ever actually formally adopted, and certainly not in a ordinance to put it into the code.
And to add clarity, when the city clerk and the city attorney's office work on the policies, we don't bring them back to you verbatim the way they're presented here in the code of ordinances. We do look at the language and try to, provide clarity for something that's unclear. I agree that this is ambiguous language. But if you want that policy of, once you hit your cap, you can get more from someone else, as if the whole commission agrees or whatever, that's something that you guys would need to direct us to put into the policy.
That is something that I think would be addressed with the new board, probably. I thought it already had been put in place because I remembered agreeing with something because that was put in for it. So Mayor McDowell, your light is on.
Yeah, just whenever you're ready for a motion, I'll make one.
I just said that.
All right.
Unless somebody else wants to.
Not seeing any other lights. Go
Well, I
ahead.
didn't know you had to put a light on because I just,
Do you have a question?
no, I was going to make a motion, but
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Because I'm not there, that's why I put my light on, Commissioner Carasone. That's the only reason.
I'm not talking to you.
Go ahead, make your motion.
Okay. Mayor
Not even
McDowell,
talking to
I
you.
called on you, so go ahead with your motion.
If, did Commissioner Carasone have a question or comment?
No, I had a
No,
motion,
She was
but
going to make a motion, and when I called on your light, you were making the motion. She did not have.
I'll
her
make a
light on.
motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to continue ordinance number 2020-43 to a date to be determined with the following changes. removing section 2.24 in its entirety, including the travel section. And when the resolution is brought back for commission discussion and approval, to include the language cleanup on item A1, I think that's how you call that, and also to put language in there about any overages to commission budget for travel reimbursements.
All right, we have a motion on the floor as stated by Mayor. Is there a second to that? All right, there is a motion on the floor by Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to your motion, Mayor?
No, just for clarity, that A1 that I referred to is actually line 36. Thank you.
I have an amendment.
Anything to the motion, Commissioner Emmerich? All right, Commissioner McDowell, your amendment.
No, it's me. I have an amendment to add in that resolution that per diem will be paid in advance, because I believe that was a policy issue as well in the past. So I'm not sure how that's written, but that the per diem will be paid in advance and similar to what we're doing now,
Yep, if you want that added to the policy, that can certainly be done.
just so it's clear for the future.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor to add the per diem being paid out prior to the event. Is there a second to that amendment?
Yeah, I second it.
Okay. Anything to the Commissioner Carazone?
No, I just know that in the past that there's been some policies that have been arbitrarily put through without commission decision, and I want to make sure it's clear. This way it prevents people who have financial issues from, it does not prevent people who have financial restrictions being hindered to participate in those
I agree.
travel.
Commissioner Emmerich, anything to the amendment?
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna add on that, that's currently what we are doing. The per diem and travel was always paid out prior. Now, if you had any mileage, that was done after the fact. So
Correct.
that's currently what we're doing. So yes, if it
And-
needs
and
to
I
be in
thought
that, in the resolution, I would like it in there, yes.
Okay, I thought it was policy stated somewhere, but
We give the option for
Thank
commissioners
you.
to ask them. So some commissioners do say they want it in advance, others do not get it in advance. It's their choice. That's
okay,
what we
I
have been
thought it
doing.
was policy because I agreed with Commissioner Emmerich. Mine is always done that way.
Yes.
So you can make it an option in the policy. It's just that I want it to be in there because when I first start, it was that way always. In fact, mileage was paid in advance as well.
Okay,
And
we-
then someone changed it without commission approval.
We are going to amend the amendment.
We have an amendment on the amendment.
Exactly, and
Can I speak?
in just a second.
So
And
you want me to
Thank you.
pull my amendment and rephrase it to be clean?
go ahead to be clean.
Okay.
I'll pull my second.
Okay. So I will amend the motion to include per diem procedures as it is today, including the option to pay per diem ahead of time and the mileage after the fact. Better?
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor as stated. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, seconder is Commissioner Emmerich. Mayor McDowell, you have something?
Well, I'm glad she changed her amendment because I was not going to support it because I've always just gotten everything at the end when it was all done. That way then it just keeps it nice and clean for bookkeeping. So I'm glad the option is still there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, to the amendment, City Clerk, would you read the amendment for us, please?
I worded it a little differently. To include the option to receive per diem in advance of travel.
To have the option.
And mileage after.
To include the
Have
option.
the option to
Mhm.
receive it. Okay,
And the mileage.
right.
After.
Well, the option to receive per diem and travel per diem before, and then the travel afterwards.
Mileage.
Mileage
yes.
afterwards.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, let's take the vote on the amendment, please.
Hang on, sorry.
That's all right.
Need 2 computers. That's what I did.
Yeah,
The
the other one didn't
amendment-
work for the voting screen.
The amendment passes 4-0. Now we'll vote on the main motion. City Clerk, would you read the main motion as amended, please?
Continue ordinance number, which one are we on? 2020-43 to a date to be determined, removing section 2.24 in its entirety, including travel, including in the resolution language cleanup on item A1, line 36, and adding language regarding commission travel overages reimbursements.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, let's vote on the main motion as amended, please. That passes 4-0. Thank you very much. I believe we finally made it to 6A.
Praise the Lord, yes.
All right. City Clerk, would you introduce 6A for us, please?
We had received 2 applications for the Charter Review Advisory Board. One is Dick Poole and the other Joseph Margarino. We do currently have 2 alternate vacancies and 1 regular board member vacancy, so we need somebody to be appointed as a regular and another as an alternate.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any
Question.
public comment on that before we go into
No.
discussion? Thank you. Commissioner Carazone,
Who came in first?
Kidd.
Okay. All right. That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Any other questions in regards to this? If not, I'll accept a motion.
I'll move to appoint Gid Poole as a member of the Charter Review Advisory Board and Joseph Majorino as the alternate to the Charter Review Advisory Board to serve a term from November 10th, 2020 to November 10th, 2022.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to appoint Gid Poole as the regular member of the Charter Review and Joseph Majorino as an alternate member of the Charter Review Advisory Board. Anything to that motion, Commissioner Carazone?
No, just, I usually try to do it, who
Whoever
comes in
filed first.
first and, either one of them.
Anything to that, Commissioner Emmerich?
I just think they'll both be great assets to the board, and like Commissioner Carasone said, Mr. Poole was the first applicant, and Mr. Majorino was the second, so it just falls in line to where you have regular member and alternate. So that's how I stand on that, and I wish them both luck and thank them very much.
Thank you. All right, let's take the vote on that. And that passes 4-0. Congratulations to both gentlemen. All right, we will go to 6B.
That was quick.
I know, right?
Wish they all were. 6B, would,
I got a question on this one, if I can.
Sir, City Manager, would you please introduce 6B for us, please?
Yes, annually, there's a meeting with the school board and all of the local entities. It happens typically in January. Last year was January, or this year is going to be January 15th. It's the annual convocation of governments where we designed to talk about future planning for schools and how they're going to impact all the cities. It's a very limited number of options for the topics, so that's what the item is.
Thank you, sir. In the backup material, there was information on convocation for 17 and 18, I believe. I asked for last year. I believe it was supplied to everybody, correct, City Manager? I believe it was sent out to all commissioners.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have that before us. So Mayor McDowell, your light is on. You have the floor. You're muted, ma'am.
Dagnabbit. Thank you. I have 4 items that I'd like to see included, and if we are only limited to 2 or 3, maybe we can, get a consensus on which ones. Top of the list, because of COVID, is we have got to work together with the school board and the state to try and get technology in our remote areas. I know 2 years ago, they were absolutely flabbergasted that we had technology issues here in Northport. Well, COVID surely proved that we do. And I think if we all work together, we might get some movement on that. The other thing is, and this is going on for multiple years, is the joint funding for the traffic light at the high school and middle school right there on Price Boulevard. And get a status of the school in the West Villages area, where we are on that, what's going on with that, just kind of an update. And this last one might be premature, and that has to do with the surtax ballot initiative, because that is set to expire in 2024. If they're planning to put it on the ballot in, 2022, maybe we need to start the conversation. I don't know, but I just kind of threw that one in for kicks and giggles to at least get the ball rolling on the conversation. So that's all I had. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Carazone.
The ball is already well rolling on the next surtax. I'm not quite sure what you mean by getting the ball rolling. If you drive around Northport, you'll see there's already signs up about it. Staffs between the county and all of the entities, including the school board, are already working on the next surtax.
I would imagine they probably speak to that during the meeting anyhow.
I don't know if they will or not, but it's.
Usually have their own independent group that does the surtax lobbying, so they may not.
All right, Commissioner
And
Carazone,
it
you have the floor.
Well, I think Commissioner McDowell or Mayor McDowell wants to reiterate what she's saying.
Do you
there.
want to speak to what was just talked about,
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yeah, and I have seen the signs up about the surtax, but I didn't know that that had anything to do with the school board or anything. I just didn't know exactly who was doing that. I didn't know the conversation had already started. I was unaware, so to me, that was getting the ball rolling. So now I do know. So the ball's in motion. So good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, I just know the signs are up. It's the process is being led by the county. The school board gets the first 25% that is collected in surtax, then the rest is split amongst the city and county, or the county and all of the cities based on population. But yes, we are well into the process of getting the next surtax developed.
Okay, are you finished, Mayor?
I am. Thank you.
You are welcome. Thank you. Commissioner Carazone. You have the
Okay,
floor.
I don't know if anyone noticed, but the Sarasota County Schools tax on their tax roll on the final paper that we all have is listed differently. It's no longer a capital tax. It says state and local. And I'm really unsure what that means, to be quite honest with you. Does that mean that the capital tax is no longer in existence? Does that mean, because it's completely different and there is an increase, if you take the two and you add them together, you know that there is an increase. But it's completely worded differently on the tax assessment that we received than what was on our trim notices. So
you saw a difference from the trim notice to the property tax?
correct.
Okay.
What we got as our final bill, what's being held in escrow, as opposed to what was on the trim notice and what we received the year before, is worded differently. One says local, one says state. So I don't know, does that mean that our capital, that penny capital tax, or the capital tax is gone? I don't.
I think it's a good question to ask.
It's a valid question. I don't know the answer to how the school board names their taxes on the, we can find out though, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't know if it's
Hey,
necessary.
real quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, one of the benefits of being home is
You
I
can
was able
Google
to
it?
pull out my trim notice. And it says school board state and school board local. It does
Correct.
not say capital on the trim notice, but so the
Correct.
trim notice does match the wording
Oh, the
that is
trim.
actually on the bill.
Okay, now look at your previous years.
Okay, in previous years, yeah, that is different, but the trim notice that we received for this year's tax bill does match what the tax bill says.
And
Okay.
so the question for us then, is this worthy of us bringing up in the meeting, or do
Yeah, I don't know whether it's
or do
even
we gain
something.
information through the city
Yeah.
manager's office in a memo?
No, that's just it was just something that I thought about, and if it means that the capital tax is gone, considering our growth, considering our youth, then I'm concerned if that particular taxing revenue stream is gone, what it means for our future infrastructure. And that's where I was getting with that. So I think clarification first, but if there's an actual, if it doesn't affect us in the long run, then so be it. But obviously clarification has to come first.
So we would, Mayor McDowell, you're still unmuted.
The next,
So do we want to get a consensus to have a memo issued to us with the information? Or do we just want to bring it forward in the meeting as a question?
city manager, do you think we have time? I mean, obviously, it's probably just a phone call, right?
Yeah, we can get that. I don't think it'll be difficult to get you that information. We can just send it to you as a memo or an email.
Yeah.
Of what changed from last year to this year and the name that they put on the capital, on the.
I think it'd be better to ask it up front than
Yeah.
to catch them off guard in the
I don't
meeting.
think that's something you ask at the meeting. I think that we'll get you that
Yeah.
information, send it to you all.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to make sure there was no long-term effects on our capital, because, we'll be growing, and we'll be the ones who will be needing those capital funds. Okay, the second item is the technology issue. I've brought this up at the Florida League of Cities. I've brought this up at Minnesota League. We've created policy initiatives, and these are priorities for legislation. And I think that the technology issues, I've actually worked with Commissioner Robinson, Commissioner Ziegler back in the COVID era to make sure that those areas that did not have high-speed internet did receive some sort of alternative to being able to do homeschooling online. So they are very versed in the areas that Commissioner Robinson is obviously not there, but I also spoke to Zucker and the other one. No. I have not talked, well, of course, Rose already knows, but, so my point is that they're aware of our technology issues or lack of high-speed internet. I think that we need to approach this, now mind you, I won't be here, so I'll be more than happy to come and speak as a independent person. But I think it's about, as I had spoke in Tallahassee, as well as in FLC and Minnesota League, was to have them invest in that infrastructure monies that we're putting towards the expansion of the high-speed internet. So how you create the agenda item or the topic, I'm not sure how you want to address that, but I think that since the school has a majority role in the requirements of those who are needing internet access, and I say high-speed internet access because some of this homeschooling absolutely cannot be done on the current Frontier system, just so you know. So the investment or partnership, however you want to say it, financially and capital improvements to allow for high-speed technology to be expanded in the areas that we do not have it, I think that's imperative. I think that should be the top priority.
Do you have any others?
I don't.
The only other one that I have that, hasn't been mentioned yet, last year at graduation time, Northport and Venice both were going to have graduation at the Braves Stadium. And there wasn't a lot of help from the school board. So I would like to see the school board be more invested in our graduates next year, if they so choose to go to the Brave Stadium again.
What do you mean by help?
They didn't provide they didn't pay, they didn't provide the stage. It was a group of people trying to do what they could in order to accomplish it over there. It wasn't really sponsored by the school board at all.
Just a heads up, the schools independently per their actual principal are the ones that organize that. The only thing that the school board usually does is show up. So that's a great question, but probably not going to get anywhere until a new principal is put in place.
Well, I think it's something that could be addressed because the stage that they have, of course, was given to North County, not South County. So South County had to pay out to rent a stage because they stated that pretty much the graduations were going to be on the same night. So it couldn't be scheduled around for everybody to utilize without running into a cost. So I actually would like to see
So
that
scheduling
addressed.
should be addressed as well.
Yes.
Thank you. You should add that. Scheduling as well as the collaboration of financial
For graduations.
responsibilities for graduations.
All right, Mayor McDowell, your light is on. Go ahead, Mayor McDowell, the floor is yours.
No, I apologize. I didn't realize my light was still on. I thought it was dismissed earlier.
Okay, well, let's get a consensus of these items and how they're worded. Not really sure who that would be left up to, but I have heard we're looking for an update on the online education, including local investment or investing locally financially to this online education. That would be in conjunction to COVID, of course. I heard this, the one bullet point, discuss opportunities for joint funding to install the traffic light at Northport High School in the middle school corridor. I heard the West Village Area School Report. Now that was done last year just by them. I mean, they talked about the schools going in and stuff, so I don't know as that one really needs to be on it. I heard school tax update. And then, of course, the scheduling of graduation for the various high schools, especially those in South County. Are there any others that I am missing?
Can I reword the high
Of course.
speed? Okay. Discuss a mutual investment and partnership between the city and school board for expanding high-speed internet throughout the city of Northport to address needs of Northport students.
For online education.
Well, it's not just online education. They have other requirements, even if they're in physical school, that require online So,
Okay, is the board in agreement with the reading of that topic or the wording of it? Mayor McDowell?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are we all right with the wording of discuss opportunity for joint funding, the way it's worded on our sheet of paper?
funding.
For the traffic light?
Yes, for the
Oh,
traffic
yes.
light,
Yes,
to install the traffic light. Okay, we're good with that one. Do we want to include the West Village area or no?
I'm a no.
I'm a no also.
You mean?
Actually, I'm a yes because I think we need to have that update. They may automatically include it, but we don't know that until after we see the agenda. They may already be planning to do that. But if they're not, at least then we have this discussion item if they choose not to have that conversation like they did last year.
Okay, I guess it would be all right to put it on, and if they end up having it on their agenda, we can just cross it off of ours and not talk
Exactly.
about it.
Where is this?
Where's what?
This subject about West Villages.
Update on the school going in there.
Yeah, update on the West
Oh.
Village or Welland Park area schools, potential schools.
I think it's worth having that discussion because I still believe that you're taking tax money off of the city of Northport to service Englewood and South County and unincorporated areas of Sarasota County, especially where
Okay.
they plan on it.
So we're going to ask for an update on the West Village / Welland Park area in regards to potential schools. How about the school tax? Do we want an update on that?
I think you just need the
I thought
information first to make a determination.
Yeah, I thought we were getting a memo on that.
Well, the trim and the property tax, is that, when that was brought up, I believe that was you that brought it up, Mayor. Is that what you were talking?
Actually, that was Commissioner Carasone brought that up about the taxes. I just confirmed what the trim notice said in the tax bill.
Okay, I think the school tax was the surtax that was being talked about. You were talking about kicking it off or getting it started. That was what, so that's what I wrote down about. So we don't need to do that, correct?
We don't need to do anything with surtax if city manager is confident that it's already being addressed and the ball's rolling.
All right, and then I would like to add the scheduling of graduation for all high schools.
And involvement financially for those needed.
Including the
Yeah.
involvement of finances.
Got it. Yep.
All right, are there any other topics that we need?
We're good.
So what's that, 3?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay,
I got 4.
4.
4, all right,
Number
thank
4.
you. We've got the online education, the light,
Mm-hmm.
the scheduling of graduation, and
That's
the
what I'm messing
update of West Village, Welland Park.
Yep.
All right, with that consensus, let's go ahead and ask for consensus. Mayor,
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carazone?
Yes.
I'm a yes also. Staff, do you need anything else?
No, ma'am.
Let's move on to,
Can we get a copy of that memo when it goes out to the school board, please?
did you hear the response?
No, I did not.
It was a yes from city manager.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's move on to, I believe that's 6C,
Yes.
Almost there.
talking about Maker's Market and city manager. Would you introduce that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Back on October 19th, Vice Mayor, you brought up the Maker's Market permit application associated fees, and you wanted us to look at reducing the fee for the permit application. Ms. Galehouse is here to discuss that with you all as well. I don't believe we have a presentation, but we are here for discussion purposes.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I did bring it up because I mean, we have that fee to become a seller of marketing or Maker's Market as $100. It was brought up with the discussion of that yard sale also. And I compare it to what the food trucks are doing and what the state has done preempting them from us regulating them as much. And I would like to personally see the Maker's Market people mirror what's being done for the food trucks. We can't charge a license for the food trucks. They pretty much can go where they want to within reason. I mean, we can restrict some of those types of areas, but I would like to see that $100 removed, and those who have paid the $100 to be given back to them, because we have not had an event for those guys to this point. All right, with that, Commissioner Carazone, you have the floor.
When I brought this up after Florida League of Cities, the entire intent to this was to just allocate a location. It was to say, okay, the old baseball field across the street from the Garden of Five Senses is an area where Maker's Market can be had at any time, no matter what. And it would be up to them to go in, set up. There was no regulations, no permits. There was none of this government craziness that was required. And this has been done all over the country. It's not rocket science. It was just, this is the space for a market. If you want to come, you're allowed to come on a Saturday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Clean, clear, concise, done. How it got to this, well, I know how it got to this, but this always having to require a permit, always having to require some ungodly amount of insurance, always, I mean, why can't we just go back to the basics that works in every other area but here? And that is, this is the designated space. You're allowed to use it from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. to sundown, whatever, and be done with it. That's it. No fees, no nothing. And let them, if they want to bring in generators, let them bring in generators. I mean, I find us over-regulating on a consistent basis. And this is an exact example of how we have taken something that's proven all over the country and bastardized it, bottom line. So I am in total agreement, but I think we need to go further, get rid of all this ambiguous nonsense and just say, this is the location. You're allowed to go there from this time to this time. Do what you want.
With that being said, could we have, City Manager, could we have Sandy Funheadler come up and we can ask her how this type of opening an area up would go? I mean, is that?
That's why we have Ms. Galehouse up here.
Oh, okay, because I know I had spoken with Parks and Rec in order to
Welcome to
talk
speak to
about
both
the
of them.
fee.
That's why. But
This was all
That's
commission.
That's even better.
Can we just make sure that staff had nothing to do with all those decisions? That was completely commission directed. Staff was okay with just saying, there's the property. It had nothing to do with staff. It was a commission driven, well, I don't like this line. I want this line. I don't like this line. And it went over and over and over and
Well, I think
over
we were
again.
trying to copy that food truck thing too, so, I mean,
Yeah, but
we
this
had to
started
charge for
before
that.
you came in, remember?
No, ma'am, I was in the meeting with you
Oh,
at
you're right.
FLC.
You're right, because you were with me. That's
Yes.
right.
All right, Staff, go ahead.
So for the record, Nicole Galhouse, Planning Manager. So you're correct. The first ordinance that we brought to you on this was more along that lines of just an open space that people could show up to. And there were a lot of concerns when we brought that ordinance forward. There were some from staff and then also from the commission as well. One of the major concerns being liability. And so we still wanted to take a hands-off approach and have very minimal staff involvement. So they were going to set up and kind of go and make sure everything was cleaned up, but not really be there throughout the day. And so the fee was associated with it was to cover those staff costs for that, as well as for processing the permit within the planning division. You're correct. We haven't gotten much interest in this. I think we've had 2, maybe 3 people actually apply for the permit. What Parks has done actually, and I can let Sandy speak to this a little more, is they've incorporated a Crafters Corner into the yard sale event, which is $20 per event, as opposed to the $100 up front for all 4. And I think Tricia told me before this that they had 21 at their last one. So my recommendation would be let them put it into that, and let's just.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Ms. Funhedler want to speak to it?
Sandy Funhiller, Parks and Recreation Director. So we have gone ahead and scheduled the event that is advertised to both yard sale and a crafter corner type thing. We have 21 vendors right now signed up. I'm not sure the breakdown on that, but I believe that the charge is only $10 per vendor for that.
That is awesome. Mayor McDowell, your light's on. You have the floor.
Yeah, I'm curious. So you're saying that the reason we're charging $100 is to help defray staff's cost if we were to have a quarterly event. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct. The cost was to cover them going out. They were going to kind of set up and block off spaces for each vendor. Anything else that needed to be done for preparation of it, make sure they all got settled, and then they were going to leave for the day, come back and clean up at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, just to clarify, $20 for a vendor was correct. It's $10 extra for a table if we're going to bring that out and they don't have one. It's just a rental.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Okay,
Mayor.
so help me understand, because what I'm hearing is if we were to have a maker's market and just a maker's market at whatever location, I think it was across from 5 Senses, what made that different that we would charge $100 per vendor opposed to somebody who is doing the yard sale, which is a $20 charge? It still takes staff time to organize it. It still takes staff time to deliver those tables. It still takes staff time to close the road down. Why was that a $20 thing for the yard sale, but $100 for Maker's Market when it's basically the exact same type of event?
So the Maker's Market, the $100 covers all 4 events for the year. So it's really $25 per event if they participate in each one. The
Okay.
extra cost covers the staff time for processing the permits and any additional.
But it doesn't say.
That's correct. However, we haven't been able to hold the Maker's Market because we haven't had enough applicants.
No.
But the
I'm
interest
sorry, I'm
level
going to
is we
disagree.
combine it with the yard sale. Yes. Which is
I'm
sensible.
going-
because Staff's already taken care of it. Go ahead, Mayor.
It says here the fee, an applicant must pay the Maker's Market vendor permit fee when submitting an application for a Maker's Market vendor permit. There's nothing in here that says this covers for 1 full year of Maker's Market events. This is a permit fee to submit an application.
But
It's in the fee
she's looking
structure.
for the line for you because I remember it being a year also. Is it the same thing as the food truck?
Subsection AB1, duration, a Maker's Market vendor permit is valid for 1 year from the date of issue.
Thank you very much.
But it doesn't say it's for 4 events, is what I'm getting at. That's a very important part of information. If I'm a Maker's Market and I want to sell my wares and I'm paying $100 for a permit that's good for a year, it doesn't tell me what else it includes, which is 4 events.
So Mayor, Section C, location and timing, reads that the Maker's Market will
Yeah.
be located on city property and will occur no more than quarterly as determined by the city manager or designee. I believe that's where the 4 events per year is coming from.
And they have attempted to do this, but have not had enough response to make it viable.
And I don't think our intent was to have a maker's market where the makers had to pay for all 4 events. When we had this
Thank you.
discussion, it was
Thank you.
about having the option for the 4 events. They could be completely different makers that would show up at that event. It was a collaboration to take what is known to be working all over the state and what commission created and have some sort of something in the middle, which was, okay, these are the 4 times, these are the locations, and those are when the maker's market will be done. It was never intended that the same person would be at that maker's market at all 4 time frames. It was a time frame. That's how I remember it. So,
well, that is pretty much why we're here with this in front of us, to see if this is something we want to scrap and allow the city to do it in conjunction with the yard sale. There is no additional charge for Maker's Market Corner at that yard sale for staff, because staff's already going to go in, set up, and tear down. It might be a good way to introduce what Commissioner Carazone and I saw that's done across the country. So it might be the incubator for Maker's Market to come later. But again, I don't want to see a fee attached to a Maker's Market when it's not attached to a food truck. Commissioner Carazone, your light's on.
yeah, I personally believe that the current ordinance as it's stated needs to just go away and go back to what we heard in FLC, and I hope that you can carry that idea on. The liability issue, isn't there sovereign immunity where you can only sue the city of Northport for so much money, and there has to be intent and knowledge in order to win the case? Anybody can sue anybody, but you actually need to have the fact that the city had knowledge that there was something that caused the liability or damage. And then, because this is the whole reason why we have risk.
The sovereign immunity applies to torts, and there is a limit. I believe it's 200,000 per person, 300,000 per occurrence, if I'm remembering my numbers correctly. That does apply to all torts, but that includes premises liability, which does not require that you show intent. It can require it can include constructive knowledge of a premises defect as well. So there is potential,
That's what it was.
potential liability in a situation like this. And at the time this ordinance was drafted, risk was consulted.
So there's constructive liability for us to walk into this building.
Yeah, that's why we have insurance on it.
Okay. So to have insurance on a piece of property, wouldn't that just be the easiest way?
I would defer to risk.
Which we're currently
That's
self-insured.
why we have the yard sale.
Oh, wait,
out
we're
where-
self-insured. That's right.
Get lots of small claims that add up to a lot of money in a short period of time.
All right, I'll state that I'm in agreement with just removing this ordinance, killing it, allowing staff to utilize Maker Market in association with the yard sales. And if it springboards from there, then we'll look to the future. But I would like to see it squashed at this point.
I'll move to remove the $100 application fee for the Maker's Market permit. And we'll do that first. I'm not about refund.
Actually, they have only had 2 or 3 people sign up. They have given the $100. It's sitting there basically in escrow because they have not been able to have one So in all reality, that money needs to be given back.
Well, I would think that was, okay, so, and refund those who have paid for the Makers Market in advance. Okay, so that's my first motion.
All right, thank you. We have a motion on the floor to, first of all, remove the $100 fee from the Makers Market ordinance and refund those who have, Mayor, you're unmuted again, and to refund those who have paid in advance. That was made by Commissioner Carazone, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that motion, Commissioner Carazone?
No, but I do plan on making a secondary motion to bring back the Makers Market ordinance, to amend it to reflect more of what the FLC's intent was.
Appreciate that.
so-
Anything from you, Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
Mayor McDowell, I see your light on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure by removing this $100 application fee, if they were to have a maker's person going to the yard sale, are they not paying any fee, or will they be paying the fee for the yard sale, the same charge, the $20?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to get clarity on that. Thank you.
Okay, let's call the vote. This is removing the $100 fee and refunding those who've paid, and that passes 4-0. Commissioner Carazone, you have a second motion?
Yes, I would move to bring back the Makers Market ordinance to review, discuss, and amend to in line more with the FLC's overall Makers Market, which designates merely a location and time frame.
Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion to bring back the Makers Market ordinance in a future date and time, to rework it to reflect more of the FLC design to it. Made by Commissioner Carazone, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Commissioner Carazone.
Speaking to that, I would assume that Risk would find a way to make this not so, such a pain in the ass, okay? Let's put it that way. You know, between the I think that when we looked at it, originally, we were trying to just make it one location, one time frame, and go ahead, do what you got to do. And then I understand the risk side of things, and maybe it's a matter of posting something here that enter at your own risk, sign a release of liability. I don't know. But there's got to be an easier way than what we created.
All right, so hopefully you'll attend that meeting. Commissioner Emmerich, do you have anything?
Just don't do it by a holiday.
Yeah, the
please.
reason I seconded this is again, it's down the road, it's in the future. We have guidelines that we want to look at. So if it does happen to springboard off of this, you know, the yard sale or craft show or whatever, then the motion's already in place and then we can visit it at that point.
Thank you very much. Mayor McDowell, your light is on.
Yeah, I want to speak to the motion and then possibly make an amendment. I think too, if we do this like in 6 months, I think that'll give us time to see how the yard sale / makers market, how that is playing out and how successful, get feedback. So I'd like to also make an amendment that we have it brought back within 6 to 9 months with the information for comparisons when we have this discussion with the yard sale and makers market being combined. How many makers participated? How much was the cost? What does the city pay for staff to do these yard sale / makers things? And have that information for discussion, but have some raw data to really be able to make a decision and have that within 6 to 9 months.
The things
So I'd like to-
things that come to my mind. That was spooky. The things that come to my mind with that thought is with COVID still active and actually raising its head even more now, 6 months might not be enough data or enough time. 9 months might be by the time we're finally getting the vaccination around and stuff. So I personally would rather leave it open-ended so that we can flex this time and not be bringing back data that's just got holes all in it. Commissioner Carazone?
And yet again, this is not to become a mirror image of what exists already. So to look at staff time, staff investment, and what it is that they're doing with the yard sale, that is not the intent of my amendment, of my motion in any way, shape, or form. It is to merely go back to what was presented long time ago, and to reduce it to just a space provision, period. That's all it was. That's all it was meant to be. So none of which is being discussed would play a role, other than the risk side.
All right, Mayor McDowell, after that discussion, do you want to continue with your amendment?
Well, I'd like to see about when we're going to be bringing it back for discussion, because history has proven if we don't give a time frame, then it may sit in limbo forever, or be brought back sooner than what we had anticipated if we're looking for additional information. That's all.
Well, I couldn't agree with anything shorter than a year because of COVID.
So bring it back in a year?
Yeah, within a year.
I will move to amend my motion to make sure that this is brought back to the commission within 6 to 8 months.
I don't think it's going to be long enough.
I do. It's, let's see.
Because
it's
of COVID.
November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, June, July. It should be. Yeah,
We'll
it'll
see
be
how many
fine.
yard sales we have in that time. Do I have a second to the 6 to 8 month time period?
I'll second it.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and give that second to the mayor because she's the one that first addressed it. So we're going to vote on the amendment of bringing back this discussion within 6 to 8 months. Let's go ahead and vote on that. That passes 4-0. And then on to the main motion. City Clerk, would you read that for us to refresh our minds?
Bring back the Makers Market ordinance to review, discuss, and amend, and to align with the Florida League of Cities Makers Market design.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to vote on the main motion as amended.
Sorry.
You're all right. And that passes 4-0 also. I know it has the 6 to 8 months, but I think staff knows that if they can't hold these yard sales, then they need an extension to bring it back to the city manager to make us aware. All right, I think we are on our, I'm sorry?
Just a simple memo if they can't bring it back to give us an update.
Correct. They would feed it through city manager to come to us.
Exactly.
Arizona, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, just, again, creating the ordinance based off of the FLC, which was merely providing a space, does not mean that the Makers Market has to be open. So in other words, COVID shouldn't play a role whatsoever. You're creating the regulations.
Okay.
So
Point
you
taken.
can turn around and say this will not be effective until X date.
Okay, thank you. All right, I believe we are on our last topic. This
God, I hope
is
so.
6D. Possible action and creation of an archaeological right-of-way use permit. City manager, would you introduce that, please?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'll just introduce Ms. Galehouse so that she can go over this and the efforts to make this speed up a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for the record, again, Nicole Galehouse, Planning Manager. So we were given a consensus to bring back an agenda item regarding the requirement of obtaining a city right-of-way permit to traverse any city property for those who obtain a permit to dig archaeologically within the city of Northport. So there was some conversation about having the state notify us when they issue these permits. And so the first kind of issue that we came across in this is they don't collect the right information to be able to give us that kind of notification. They issue the permit and it's valid statewide, and so they don't have that ability to do that. So we wouldn't be able to get those notifications from them. The second part of it is the Myakkahatchee Creek, which was I think the impetus behind this, is considered navigable waters. So from the ordinary high water line, it belongs to the state, putting it very simply. So it's owned by the state of Florida. So anyone digging within that boundary has to get the permit from the state.
Wait, Myakkahatchee Creek or Myakkahatchee River?
The Myakkahatchee Creek.
I
That's the high
understand
water
that
line.
that's possible, but okay.
So it's considered navigable when it's of a size and character that make it useful for public purposes. And so anyone digging there would need that fossil permit from the state.
And would you repeat why it would be the state? I mean, what belongs to the state?
The state owns navigable waters with anywhere in the state.
Okay, thank you.
And so it's we kind of wanted to clarify what the intent is. If we're looking at primarily the creek, are we trying to allow people to dig on those banks? Are we trying to prohibit it? Requiring a permit is not going to prohibit them from doing it. It's just going to give them a little obstacle. In the city code, chapter 50, there is a prohibition on digging in parklands. So our thought was to kind of just maybe add another prohibition there, or in the archaeological chapter of the ULDC to prohibit any digging archaeologically on city-owned property, or just any digging.
Pardon me.
Thank you. I think that helps give us the information that we need, because when we're talking about a right-of-way use permit, it does look like we're trying to set it up for them to be able to come dig, and I believe the intent was to prohibit that.
Right.
So with that, Commissioner Carazone, your light is on, please.
Yes, it was about preventing the digging of the Myakkahatchee and other areas that have archaeological finds on them, because most of it's being done on the bank, and I would argue that Myakkahatchee Creek is navigable, especially when you can get to a certain area where the only thing that's going to go through there is an ATV because there's no water. Not that I would know. And anyways, my point is that I think, I don't believe that. But anyways, the state makes its own rules, we all know. The bigger question is, if we change it so that you can't do it, so that you specifically prohibit it, we talked about a study and we talked about ways to kind of map these areas. Would that prevent us from doing that? Would we kind of prohibit ourselves from doing that to determine where these areas are? Because I would imagine some sort of dig and historical information.
Yeah, I mean, we can word it such where it's recreational digging or digging without prior consent of the city commission, or we can put like some kind of language in there clarifying that, if we're doing a study for archaeological purposes that's authorized by the commission, that's not going to qualify for a prohibition.
Like when we did the War Mill Springs, we had a study done. They had to dig, obviously, in certain spots that they saw by ultrasound. So we need to make very clear that we're not going to be prevented from doing that. And say, for example, a college comes in and says, we have a site, it's not going to ruin anything environmentally, but we'd like to pull this up so that we can preserve it. Because honestly, we want these things preserved. We don't. I get that we don't want them to be taken and sold on the black market. But if a college or a historical museum came in and said, we have evidence that another woolly mammoth is here, and we'd like to pull it up and preserve it and bring it, you don't know. I mean, we had it at War Mill Springs, you
It
know?
just sounds hilarious, another woolly mammoth.
I saw that on Sci-Fi.
Yeah, well, I saw it at the museum. So the point is that, you know, we don't want to prevent that either. So I think we want to make sure that we don't prohibit things that could actually benefit us in the long run.
I
Okay.
think using some language like authorized studies or something to that effect will help accomplish that.
Yeah, and I think that's what the whole intent was. I know it got out there that we were going to allow all this stuff to be done, but in reality, we don't want to allow it. So,
All right, Mayor McDowell, go ahead, you have the floor.
Yeah, unfortunately, it took Facebook just totally took the intent of what we wanted this discussion to be and totally turned it all the way around, and that happens sometimes. I
all the time.
Miss Galehouse, you had said, I'm sorry?
Go ahead. There were comments being spoken on the dais, so go ahead. We apologize.
Sorry. Ms. Galehouse, you said that you would like to try and clean up the language. In what code area were you talking about that?
So Chapter 50 has a prohibition on digging in parklands. Staff brought this to me earlier today. It's
Number 3.
So that may not be the best place for it, but it's a
What about-
possibility. We could also put it in Chapter 58 of the ULDC, which is the archaeological.
Yeah, because in 58, in Chapter 58, maybe under intent and development and review, we need to make sure the language is strong enough that we are not allowing anybody to just come in and dig willy-nilly for a woolly mammoth or anything unless the commission approves it or the historical and advisory board weighs in on. I don't know how that would all play out, but it definitely needs to have a little bit stronger language. I think the reason we were talking about a permit is because we were unaware that we could not issue permits for the water of Myakkahatchee Creek that was state-owned. I think that was just part of the education that we needed to have because at the time of the conversation, it was based on a public commenter and there wasn't really much background to go by. Obviously, we don't want to encourage people to dig in our banks of the Myakkahatchee Creek. We want to prohibit it. But then when you talk about prohibiting something, how does that get enforced? How?
It would be, we can certainly address enforcement mechanisms when we bring it back, but it would be enforceable just like anything else in the ULDC, either through code enforcement or police in most cases.
Okay. I think you have to have an enforcement mechanism because too often we make these rules and regulations and then there's really no way to say, hey, we got you and now there's a penalty. So just sharing those thoughts, and I am grateful that something will come back to make it a little stronger, so to preserve this. So thank you.
I believe part of the reason for wanting that permit was so that we could follow along who pulled a permit from the state. We wanted the state to make us aware, and it looks like there's not enough information. I mean, the application that they do doesn't even allow us to achieve what we wanted to. So, Commissioner Carazone, your light is on.
Yeah, I'm just ready for a motion.
Okay.
Move to bring back a amendment to Chapter 58 of the ULDC, hopefully soon to be some sort of different chapter, just saying, that would prohibit digging of archaeological sites within the city of Northport, but yet allow the beneficial digging for studies and or archaeological preservation by legitimate verified sources. And you all can work out the details of that.
Very well stated. She stated chapter 58. Is it 58 or 50 that you referred to?
58 is the archaeological chapter in
50.
the ULDC.
Which one were you?
I think 58 is probably the better place for
I
it.
think 58 over 50?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have a second to that
Second.
motion? Thank you, sir. As the motion maker?
Yeah, just very quickly, I think that if we're looking for who has pulled state permits, then that is simply assigning a employee within either building or planning to make that phone call on a weekly basis. And that's your job. Call them, who's pulled it, has there been something pulled? Thank you very much, goodbye.
Yeah, we could certainly request that information from the state on a regular basis if we needed to.
So,
Archaeologist position would.
Wouldn't that
probably
be
do something
nice?
like
Oh,
that.
he could-
Yeah.
He could make that phone call.
Exactly.
Mm.
All right, as the seconder, Commissioner Emmerich? Okay. Mayor McDowell, do you have anything?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, I don't either. I agree with this. I think this is a step in the right direction, the proper direction that we need to go into, given the information that staff found.
Do
Do you want to
we want-
read that motion before we vote on it, please, City Clerk? I know.
I will, but I'm missing the last two words, I think.
Okay.
To bring back an amendment to Chapter 58 of the ULDC that would prohibit digging of archaeological sites within the city, but allow the beneficial digging for studies or archaeological verification by
Preservation
preservation.
by legitimate
Right, legitimate,
and verified sources.
yes. Thank
We're
you
so
very much.
close.
Yes. All right, go ahead and take the vote.
And then I'll make a motion after that, Mayor, or Vice Mayor.
Okay. And that passed 4-0. Mayor McDowell, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted, I thought of it after you asked her to start reading the motion. We have the Archaeological Historical Advisory Board. Do we want them to weigh in on this ULDC and give a recommendation before we see the first reading? Just throwing it out there. I mean, that's what the advisory board's there for.
I think the advisory board's
I-
there for something different, but.
Yeah, I think it's all right to bring it back. If they want to review it, I believe their chair and the liaison can place it on their agenda for them to view it. But to say that it has to go there before it comes here, no.
For them to advise us for what we're doing.
Right.
I think, you know, what's better used for the archaeological board would be to come up with those legitimate and verified sources. That would be great for them, because then they could determine, yes, SCF or UF, or, you know, they have legitimate archaeological history museum, and, you know, and then here's the list of verified and legitimate sources. And then they could also go through and determine some of those archaeological sites as well, or the limited areas, you know? So I think that would be better use of their expertise than to work on policy. And
And
if they,
I think they're already looking that
Yeah.
stuff over in their board meeting.
Okay, I just wanted to just see if we wanted them to weigh in since they are our advisory board, that's all. So thank you for the discussion.
Thank you very much. All right, that concludes the regular meeting unless there is something else that we're lacking. All right, so we'll go ahead with commission comments. Commissioner.
Public
Emmerich?
comment, public comment.
Oh, I do apologize.
I do not have any.
All right, thank you. I don't have any either.
I don't have any.
The one that I had, he already left. All right, so we're going to go with commission comments and.
Wait.
I'm sorry, we did have that public comment for the archaeological one.
Okay, would you please read that into the record? I thought there was one you
Yeah.
told me, yeah.
Barbara Lockhart regarding the creation of an archaeological right-of-way use permit. If this permit is implemented, we can simply add the action it will allow to the list of procedures in place in the city that work against the concept of taking care of our natural resources. Our tree ordinance allows for clear cutting with little to no funding of the tree fund in return, which means little to no mature native trees are saved or replaced. And our scrubby flatwoods environment is slowly being scraped away day by day. Our 200 miles of our ditches and 80 miles of waterways are broadcast sprayed with herbicides, and their right-of-ways are clear-cut and mowed in I can't even say this word, INNECESSANTLY, with no regard for the flora and fauna that thrives in and along them, further diminishing our tree canopy. The Myakkahatchee Creek banks have been clear-cut by Public Works in the name of drainage in the past, and its greenway receives no formal land management or natural resources care by city staff. Issuing permits allowing for the removal of fossils from the creek's banks will only cause more degradation and mistreatment of the creek and the precious environmentally sensitive area that surrounds it. Allowing permitted fossil digging does absolutely nothing to protect and promote our natural, cultural, and historical heritage. The banks of the creek are owned by the city, and therefore the city has the right to say no to fossil digging. I ask you to please say no.
All right, I apologize that that wasn't read in before the vote was taken. I'm sorry, Ms. Lockhart. I believe, as you see, the motion went and how it was received. We're on board with the statements that you have made, so thank you for the public comment. All right, let's go back to commission comments. Commissioner
I don't have
Emmerich,
any comments, but I have something I must do.
you have something you must do?
Oh, today, oh yeah, that is your last day.
This is your last day? It is. I just wanted to say you have made a difference. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Carazone.
Well, I really
No, I
didn't.
wasn't done. Now I
Go
gotta
ahead.
go to her.
Oh, okay.
Me?
Go ahead.
I'll see you.
Yeah, no, but
Oh,
see you. That's it. Okay.
actually, you will. I do know where you live. But anyways, thank you. I really didn't think that this was city manager's last actual meeting. So, city manager, where do I begin? Back in band camp, no.
I was going to say preschool, probably.
You know, when Commissioner Hanks brought up the idea of having our finance director as the city manager, I was kind of shocked. I was like, really? And I understood the financial implications that our city was in at the time. So I thought, well, that's pretty smart. Like, that's a pretty good idea. So I definitely supported it. But where we went from there and what you had accomplished from there far goes beyond what my expectations were. So I just want you to know that all that's been done in this city, and there are many things that have been done on a positive manner, have been done by this city manager. A lot. There's things that he refused to take credit for. There's things that he has worked out behind the scenes. We probably would not be in the position we're in with the Parks and Recs issue had we had the city manager here for another few years, but that's nor here nor there. Point is that, again, serving the public, whether it be on a public official capacity, whether it be an appointed capacity, whether it's a higher capacity, you just don't get the credit, because I don't think people understand the immense amount of things that you and all of you do on a daily basis. They don't pay attention to the rolling agenda. They don't pay attention to who's in charge of what. And they definitely don't know about those conversations and those meetings that take place behind closed doors that actually implement the action and those things that get accomplished. So in summary, I want to say that you have done one hell of a job these last 3 years. And as a city finance director, you've done a hell of a job. But as a city manager, being put against some of the things you've been put against, coming in here not knowing a thing other than what 2 city managers have taught you, you have done an incredible job. And I have to say that bon voyage, and it's not like I'll never see you again. So, thank you. Yeah, hell yeah, that's all.
Mayor McDowell, do you have communication?
Yes, I do. At the last commission meeting, I told you I'd forgotten my legislative FLC priorities that we had decided on. And the priority is about annexation, and there's a portion in there that has to do with contraction and de-annexation.
Oh, God.
It's a very small part of it, but it's in there. Our secondary one is mobility plans, and I know that we're going to be having a conversation about mobility fees. So they had a lot of really good information to help us understand what mobility fees were. So that I'll be sharing that with city manager. So when we do have that discussion, maybe it can be incorporated in it, but that's our secondary one. I wanted to throw it out there that I received word that the libraries are offering hotspots, that you could go in and get hotspots. So if anybody is needing that for the virtual learning or businesses or anything like that, the library does have some. I don't know how many. I'm just throwing it out there. Saving this last but not least. Pardon?
I said, there's definitely no library out by me.
No, they're giving hotspots so that
handing-
you can
they're
like
handing out the
a
technology.
Oh,
hotspot.
they're handing out the actual box of hotspots. They're not providing the hotspot at the library. That makes sense now.
So when I said they're giving anyways, so you'd have to go to the library to learn more about it if you need a hotspot to take to your home. So last but not least, Commissioner Carasone, I know this isn't your last meeting, there is one on Saturday, but this is the last official commission meeting. And I wanted to say that best wishes to you. And I hope you are successful in whatever your next chapter of your life has. And it's been a pleasure working with you, and I have learned a lot. And good luck to you. And don't be such a stranger, all right? City Manager Lear, and I know this is your last meeting. I know you are not going to miss a lot of my emails. You will be celebrating the fact that you're not going to hear from me on a regular basis. But I cannot take away the things that you've done in the past 3 years. As a new commissioner, only like 5 months in when you were put as the interim, and then the things that you have done as the city manager, I mean, right from Hurricane Irma to Hurricane Dorian to COVID, oh my gosh, that was phenomenal how you have gotten the city through that. And I know that you didn't do it yourself, that you have an amazing staff, but you were very instrumental in leading the staff to continue leading the city. So all of your efforts do not go unrecognized, and I am grateful to have served with you. And I wish you too good luck and best wishes in your next future. And thank you. I'm finished, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To speak to that same topic, this is city manager's official regular meeting, last of it, but same with Commissioner Carasone. I know we've got the 14th coming up, but to both of you, just thank you very much. Thank you. I have 2 other things. There was miscommunication this past Saturday. So I just want to throw out, when special events and calendar items blend together, that maybe we come up with a method, and I believe Chief Garrison's actually looked into that already to do that, but we had 2 events right here at City Green at the same time on Saturday, and it caused a lot of confusion. And so just, I appreciate those who are going to work on the processes or somehow to work it out. The last thing I've got is on the 14th, we're going to be swearing in some new commissioners. And I've gone through this commission handbook and I've marked the areas that need to be updated. If somebody wants to get that so that it can be updated, I mean, aren't those new commissioners usually given?
Is that the one you were given last year or the one that we just did?
In 18? Well,
We've updated it.
right, well, it's the new one, but there are parts in there that have to be updated, several pages. But I went through it so that it was easier to catch that in case they wanted to have it.
You know, we just finished updating it again. I mean,
All right, then maybe it
within the
can
last
be
month.
the last month, maybe it can be check and balance then. Or if a draft of that is sent to me, I can check and balance it for you too. And that is all for us, administrative and legal reports.
Can we get a copy of that updated commission handbook then?
Yes, ma'am.
City attorney,
I have nothing.
city manager.
First of all, I'd like to wish everybody a happy Veterans Day tomorrow. And for those that are Marines, a happy birthday today. So it is their 245th birthday. Just a few months younger than the Army. But had to throw that out there just for the fun of it. But no, thank you to all the veterans. We have 87 of them that work for the city. I went around yesterday with Human Resources and Ms. Belia. Since we could not have our normal veterans ceremony that we have in here, we went around to all the departments and presented them with their veterans coins. So that was a lot of fun for me. We'll make sure we get you one. Somebody will. Probably won't be me. One, I would just like to thank you all for the kind words. I'd like to thank the employees of the city. See if I can get through this. We've had some big events over the last 3.5 years, not to mention the 12.5 that I've been here working. We won't discuss how long I've lived in this area.
Preschool.
And then some. I was all but born here. So, but no, I'd like to thank, we've got a great team here. We've accomplished a lot, done a lot of good things. I was just looking yesterday, we're going over the next city manager report. This last one that you all saw had 479 commission directives over the last 2.5 years. That's on top of everybody's day-to-day work. So of those 423 had been completed. So I'd like to think that means that alone, like I say, those are just the things you all mentioned at these meetings, like, hey, we'd like you to do this. So that's a lot in itself, not to mention, like I say, everybody else, that's on top of everybody's day-to-day jobs. So they have accomplished a lot. We have some really great people here. They will continue to accomplish a lot long after I'm gone. But I can't have picked a better team or group of people to work with. This has truly been one of the most rewarding jobs I've ever had in my life. I've enjoyed it, and I've enjoyed the confidence you all gave me for the last 3.5 years to do this job. And I just wish everybody luck, and again, thank you.
Thank you, sir. City clerk, do you have anything?
I don't have anything, thank you.
Commissioner Carazone says she has something. Go ahead.
I am, you mentioned coins, and I forgot, maybe I just need to put this on my list of things to do, but I was thinking about how people collect coins and how we have the commission coins, and maybe changing up that design on an annual basis so that people may want to collect different coins every year. Just a thought.
Okay, thank you for that thought.
Maybe even charge them. Charge them.
Charge them.
Well, they'd buy it, I guarantee you.
All right, Anything else? It is 5:43. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We hammered out a lot of work and was able to accomplish the agenda. So we are
Nice
dismissed.
job, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Did a great job. Thank you.